The once glorious Rose Castle, jewel of the Ragnar clan, now lies in ruin. Its proud towers crumbling, noble halls reduced to smoking rubble. Screams echo through the night as loyal retainers and kin fall one after another, blood soaking the charred earth. At the heart of the devastation stands Theo, sword clenched tight, his back to the flames. He's the last defense against a hidden enemy. This isn't just a battle for his life. It's a war for the crown. The Ragnar clan has fractured from within, but Theo still doesn't know who pulled the strings or which house struck the first blow. Before we go any further, let's rewind. The Ragnar clan has stood guard over the Empire's northern frontier for 1,000 years. What made them legendary wasn't just strength, it was their bloodline. Rumored to be descended from dragons, they were born with unmatched magical power, unbreakable bodies, and a natural gift for the sword. But even in such a line, not all are born equal. Theo was the anomaly. Labeled the bastard heir, he was the weak link in a lineage of warriors. No magic, no strength, no talent. And now, the one facing him is none other than his former mentor. The man who trained him, who shaped him, now a traitor. Rendon. Rendon steps forward, smirking behind mask. When he tears it away, Theo stares in disbelief. It really is him. The man he trusted most. You look pathetic, Rendon spits, voice full of scorn. I watched you struggle day after day, pretending you had potential. But you were never anything, just a disgrace wearing the Ragnar name. Theo trembles, fist tight with fury. So everything you taught me, it was all a lie? You were just waiting for this moment? Rendon chuckles darkly, unbothered. Then, without hesitation, he swings. In a single savage slash, Theo's arm is cut clean off. He screams, falling hard, blood spilling across the dirt. Rendon grabs him by the hair, dragging him up, forcing him to look at the castle consumed by fire. See that? That's your legacy, Theo. Ashes. You let it all burn. Then, as if to twist the blade even deeper, one of Rendon's allies hauls over a body and tosses it like garbage at Theo's feet. His mother. She died because of you, Rendon hisses. Just like the rest. Grief and fury crash over Theo as he stares at his mother's lifeless form. Something inside him snaps. Gritting his teeth, he forces himself up, grabs his sword with his remaining hand, and charges straight at Rendon. Pain be damned. But before he can even reach him, a blade whistles through the air and pierces his body. The impact knocks him off his feet. He slams into the ground, blood seeping from the wound, pooling beneath him. His vision dims. The man who hurled the sword clicks his tongue in annoyance. Stop dragging it out. Just finish him. Rendon exhales, stepping closer. He looks down at Theo with a mix of amusement and pity. Always charging forward. You never learned when to quit. As darkness tightens its grip, Theo's thoughts spiral. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Powerless, talentless, never rising above the shadow he was born into? But then, just as everything fades, a cold, unfamiliar voice rings through his mind. A glowing system prompt flickers into view. You have died. Special trait activated. Regression to last save point in progress. A sharp breath escapes him. His eyes shoot open. Light floods his vision. His heart pounds in his chest. For a moment, he lies there, stunned. Then he sees it, Rendon, alive, unbetrayed, 10 years younger. There in the training courtyard. Rendon's voice cuts in sharply. What's the matter with you? Focus. Theo's world spins. What is this? A dream? A memory? Some cruel illusion? The last thing he remembers is death. And now, the man who butchered his family stands before him as if nothing ever happened. He barely has time to think when a translucent window pops up in front of him, hovering in midair like a ghost. Tutorial quest, punch Rendon in the face. He blinks, dumbfounded. Seriously? He looks at Rendon, still lecturing, still unaware, and clenches his fist. Well, if he can't see the window, without hesitation, Theo drops his training stick, steps forward, and with all the rage buried in his soul, drives his fist into Rendon's face. A clean, solid hit. The satisfying crack echoes loud and clear. For a fleeting second, Theo basks in the satisfaction of his punch landing cleanly. It felt real, too real. The crack, the impact, the rush, it was glorious. But that moment shatters almost instantly. Rendon blinks in surprise, then reacts with cold precision. His counter lands hard, sending Theo sprawling backward. Pain rips through Theo's body as he hits the dirt, groaning. Whatever this is, it hurts just as much as real life. Rendon stands over him with a tired sigh. I know you're frustrated, Theo. The awakening ceremony is coming up fast, and you're still far behind. But pulling stunts like this? I won't let it slide. Theo freezes. The awakening ceremony? That happened nearly a decade ago. His breath catches as the realization dawns. This isn't a memory. This isn't a dream. He's gone back. Rendon brushes past him, tossing a final warning over his shoulder. Around the courtyard, snickers rise. Theo can hear every sneer, every whisper. Guess he finally snapped. Always knew he couldn't handle it. Why waste time on someone like him? He grits his teeth, but doesn't respond. Not this time. He presses his hand against the dirt, grounding himself. It's real. All of it. A soft chime draws his gaze upward. Another system window floats before him. Tutorial complete. Punch Rendon. Reward unlocked. Ragnar's talent. Theo doesn't hesitate. He selects yes. Instantly, energy surges within him, radiating from his chest like fire and lightning intertwined. The system confirms it. His growth rate is now enhanced. Strength, magic, skill, everything he lacked before is now within reach. This time, he's not just surviving. He's rewriting fate. Elsewhere, inside the grand halls of Rose Castle, far from the training yard, Rendon sips tea with a composed smile. Across from him sits Lady Cecilia Ragnar, dignified and elegant, her presence commanding even in silence. He's hopeless, my lady, Rendon says smoothly, swirling his tea. The boy has no talent at all. Frankly, I've never seen someone with less promise. Cecilia says nothing, her expression unreadable. Rendon leans in, his voice taking on a more persuasive tone. But that's exactly why I'm here. With my guidance, I'll make sure he's ready for the awakening ceremony. 5 months is enough. If anyone can do it, it's me. Cecilia finally speaks, quiet but firm. Very well. I'm trusting you. She sets a pouch of gold on the table, the coins clinking softly. For your extra effort. Rendon tucked away the gold with a smug nod. Naturally, Lady Cecilia. You have my word. He'll receive my full attention. But as he turned to leave, her voice followed him. I'm not the least bit worried, she said, because I believe in Theo. He might not be like the others in our clan, but there's something rare inside him. One day, even you'll understand. Rendon's jaw tightened behind a polite smile. Of course, my lady, he replied smoothly, bowing slightly before walking away. Down the corridor, the facade dropped. His face twisted into a satisfied grin as the bag of coins clinked softly in his hand. Each step echoed with a thrill of deceit. Being paid handsomely to train the so-called heir while doing everything in his power to sabotage him, it was almost too good. Fools, he muttered with a chuckle. Both of them. So easy to manipulate. He was playing both sides, passing secrets to his true employer, stalling Theo's progress, and bleeding the Ragnar family dry in the process. It was a perfect con. Rarely did opportunities this sweet come along. Just then, a blur zipped past him. Theo, tearing down the hallway like a man possessed. Rendon scoffed. Still clinging to hope, huh? Hopeless as ever. But Theo wasn't listening. He didn't even look back. His feet flew across the stone floor, not out of desperation, but purpose. He had to see her. Now, he burst into her chambers. Mother! Lady Cecilia turned, startled by the urgency in his voice. But before she could speak, Theo lunged forward and wrapped his arms around her. His breath caught, his chest heaving as he clung to her like a lifeline. Tears streamed down his face, his entire body shaking. She was here, alive. Not the broken, lifeless form he remembered from that nightmare of an ending, but real, breathing, present. This wasn't a dream. He was truly back. He held her tight, letting the truth settle in. This was no illusion. He'd been granted a second chance. A clean slate. And this time, he wouldn't fail her. He'd rewrite everything. With the system's trait, Ragnar's talent, now fully awakened, Theo felt something ignite inside him. A fire that hadn't existed in his past life. Not just determination, but potential. Power. He clenched his fists, eyes sharp with resolve. He would grow stronger. Strong enough to stand against the storm. Strong enough to destroy the man who betrayed him. Rendon. A new system window blinked into view. Tutorial quest. Train your body to the limit. Theo didn't hesitate. Before the sun had even peeked over the horizon, he was already outside. His hands were blistered. His body screamed in protest. But he didn't stop. Every drop of sweat, every aching breath, every push beyond his limits, he welcomed it all. This time, nothing would break him. In his previous life, Theo had served in the shadows as part of Blackward, the Empire's covert intelligence branch. But his role had always been small. No missions, no frontline work, just observation and intel gathering. He was the one who watched from the sidelines while others made history. But those quiet years hadn't been for nothing. Buried among his memories was something rare, the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. A mysterious potion, long dismissed as a myth, later revealed through scattered, forbidden scrolls to be a key to physical transformation. Few knew of it. Even fewer understood its true potential. But now Theo did, armed with that knowledge and his newly awakened Ragnar talent. He threw himself into training with a single goal: surpass everything he once lacked. What began as effort quickly turned into obsession. Every movement, every sprint, every swing of his sword became sharper, quicker, more refined. His body responded with a strength he'd never known. The system tracked every ounce of progress, and the numbers rose with him. His peers noticed. Wait, when did he get so fast? He's like a different person. They watched in stunned silence as the boy they used to mock tore through drills without rest, his pace relentless. The whispers grew, but Theo didn't care. He heard none of it. Day turned to night, and back again. Still, he trained. His hands blistered, his body screamed for rest. But his resolve was unshakable. He was chasing something more than strength. He was chasing redemption. Late one night, under the quiet gaze of the moon, the courtyard stood mostly silent, except for the sound of Theo's training echoing through the chill air. Evelyn, the training grounds caretaker, watched from a nearby bench, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders as she stifled a yawn. He's still going? She mumbled, rubbing her eyes. Does he even sleep? She stared at him in disbelief. The frail boy from weeks ago was long gone. What stood in his place, now, was someone driven. Meanwhile, Theo could barely stay upright. His legs wobbled with every step. His breath came in short, ragged bursts. The fatigue clawed at him, threatening to pull him under. But he didn't stop. The system's progress bar hovered at 98%. So close. Too close to fail. He still remembered how it had dropped from 90% to 89% after a single break the night before. Never again. He forced his body to move, faster, harder. Every motion was agony, but he welcomed it. And then, finally it happened. The bar hit 100%. He staggered, blinking through the pain as the system flashed bright before him. Congratulations! Tutorial quest complete. You have successfully unlocked Dragonheart. Before Theo can even read the details of the system message, his body gives out. The exhaustion is too much. Muscles torn, mana drained, strength gone. He collapses right where he stands, hitting the cold ground with a dull thud. The system window lingers above him, one last prompt glowing faintly. Receive reward now. His hand twitches. With every shred of strength he has left, Theo reaches up. His fingertip brushes the glowing yes. A surge of brilliant blue light bursts from the system, wrapping around him like a cocoon. Ancient runes flicker across his skin, energy pulsing through every vein. From afar, Evelyn stares, frozen in disbelief. She watches as arcane power swirls around Theo's body, raw, untamed, and terrifying. This isn't ordinary mana. This is something deeper, older, beyond explanation. Sometime later, Theo's eyes flutter open. He finds himself in a quiet, unfamiliar room. The lighting is soft, the sheets beneath him clean and warm. As he sits up slowly, trying to get his bearings, the door creaks open. Evelyn stands in the doorway, arms crossed, her expression unreadable. You're awake. She steps inside. This is the break room in Training Ground 4. Theo winces as he shifts, the soreness in his muscles reminding him of just how far he pushed himself. But even through the pain, he remains alert. Then he sees her more clearly, remembers her. Evelyn Neville, he murmurs under his breath. She pauses, one brow lifting slightly. You know who I am? It's subtle, but her surprise shows. In his last life, he barely acknowledged her. She had been there in the background, quiet, capable, overlooked. Not this time. Theo nods. Thank you for helping me. She offers a glass of water, which he gratefully accepts. But the moment of calm ends quickly as her tone shifts. I need to remind you of something important, she says, her eyes narrowing. Theo straightens. What is it? Within the Ragnar clan, it's forbidden to open your mana hall before the awakening ceremony, she says. Her voice is calm, but her stare is razor sharp. You're aware of that, right? Theo nods slowly. I know the rule. Then why did you break it? She snaps. Theo freezes. She knows. Evelyn leans in slightly, her gaze locked on his. Right before you collapsed, there was a massive surge of mana. That wasn't normal. It felt like a mana hall unlocking. He says nothing, caught between confusion and realization. Tell me, she presses, did you open your mana hall? Theo opens his mouth, but the words stall. He's not sure how to answer. Then it clicks. The dragon heart. That reward. That blinding surge of energy. The system's gift. 10 past lives. It wasn't just strength. It wasn't just speed. It was power beyond comprehension. He hadn't opened his mana hall. The system had done it for him. He stands frozen, stunned by the weight of what he now possesses. A dragon heart. This isn't just any power source. A dragon's heart channels mana effortlessly, turning any warrior into a force of nature. But for humans, it's forbidden territory. A human heart can't endure that kind of raw energy. That's why warriors build their mana halls in the lower abdomen. Safer, more stable. The dragon heart has always been the unattainable prize for the Ragnar clan's warriors, a path to unmatched strength. But no one's ever managed to wield it completely. Not until now. Theo, however, knows he's walking a razor-thin line. He has the dragon heart. If Evelyn finds out, he's done for. She's not just overseeing training. She's a former commander of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Ruthless, respected, known for cutting down excuses and challengers alike. Titles and bloodlines mean nothing to her if the rules are broken. But Theo doesn't flinch. A spark of cunning lights up his eyes. As long as he plays this right, keeps everything under wraps, he'll be fine. He meets her gaze and tosses back a cheeky jab. You're accusing me of opening my mana hall just because you have a feeling? His tone is teasing, but sharp. You sure you want to deal with what happens if you're wrong? Evelyn's expression hardens, but there's a flicker of surprise. This isn't the hesitant boy she once knew. Still, she holds her ground. You blacked out right after the mana wave. She fires back, unshaken. This isn't just guesswork. Theo's grin doesn't budge. And I'm a Ragnar heir. Want to risk making a baseless accusation? Think carefully. That could be seen as an insult to the entire clan. That makes her pause. The implications hang heavy in the air. Clan law is clear. Falsely accusing an heir could carry brutal consequences. He steps closer, voice low and chilling. You know what happens to those who disgrace a Ragnar. His words slice through the tension. They're executed. Evelyn freezes. She knows he isn't bluffing. He watches her squirm, knowing he's hit his mark. Still, she refuses to back off completely. Something happened during that mana surge. She's certain of it. I'm not an idiot, Theo, she says at last, her voice tight. I know what I sensed, and I will find out the truth, whether you like it or not. Her stare sharpens. Whether he's clan or not, the law doesn't bend. She steps in closer, eyes sharp and searching. Something doesn't add up, and her instincts won't let it go. She's sure he opened his mana hall, but the more she looks, the more baffling it becomes. There's nothing. No trace. No mana hall. The shock hits her hard. Her expression wavers, and she finally speaks, voice low and uncertain. I don't sense anything. The firmness in her tone fades, replaced by confusion. Theo's grin widens. He leans back, arms crossed, completely at ease. Feel better now? Without hesitation, Evelyn drops to her knees before him. She lowers her head with solemn resolve. By clan law, she's acknowledging her failure. Take my life. I'll pay for my mistake, she says, voice steady and unwavering. Her head bows lower, her posture one of absolute surrender. Theo watches her quietly. He knows exactly what this moment means, how serious her gesture is. But there's something she doesn't know, something no one else knows. The dragon heart doesn't operate like a typical mana hall. It grants the power to completely mask one's mana signature. It's a truth buried deep in mystery, a truth the world won't uncover for generations. And that secret gives him an unshakable advantage. He walks over and rests a hand on her back. The gesture is calm, almost gentle. That won't be necessary, he says, voice quieter than she expects. You did your duty. Not many would have the guts to call out a Ragnar heir. He lets his words sink in before continuing. I admire your conviction, but in reality, his thoughts are calculated. Evelyn is still one of the clan's most formidable warriors, even if she's stepped back from the battlefield. She's a resource he may need, an ally he can't afford to lose. Theo rises, turning his back on her as he walks away with steady steps. Anyway, he calls over his shoulder, The rule against opening a mana hall before the awakening is about mana overflow. I appreciate your concern, especially for a bastard like me. His words linger in the silence, echoing as he leaves the room. Evelyn remains kneeling, lost in thought. Outside, Theo breathes in the open air. The dragon heart pulses within him, overflowing with a mana of 10 lifetimes. The realization surges through him. Right now, he feels invincible. A few days pass, and we're back at the training grounds. Rendon's voice slices through the air, sharp and grating. "Shift more to the right," he shouts, frustration flaring in every word. Theo forces himself to play along, faking clumsy footwork and poorly timed swings. He keeps his smirk hidden. The act is exhausting, but necessary. Still, the insults were thin. Rendon's constant belittling is becoming unbearable, and Theo's patience is fraying. Then he notices it, subtle flaws in Rendon's technique. Movements that don't belong to someone of his supposed caliber. Mistakes that feel deliberate. Theo isn't just being misled, he's being sabotaged. And this betrayal stinks of something bigger. Rendon isn't clever enough to plan this alone. Someone's guiding him, someone hiding in the shadows. Theo's mind flashes back to his former life, to the moment everything ended. The fatal strike, the betrayal, the mastermind. He can feel it. This is all connected. A slow, dangerous grin spreads across his face. If Rendon's the pawn, Theo will cut the strings and follow them to the puppet master. But first, he has to push Rendon over the edge. The insults keep coming, and finally, Theo's had enough. With a sharp twist, he snaps his training stick in two. The crack echoes loud and sharp, silencing the training ground. He glares at Rendon, his voice laced with venom. "I'm done listening to your garbage. Your teachings? Worthless." Rendon's face tightens with fury, but Theo steps closer, his voice rising. "Seriously, how did someone like you get ranked at all? With that technique, even a weak demonic beast would tear you apart." Rendon's fists clench, trembling with rage. Theo's hit his mark. The anger is boiling over. Exactly as planned. Whether Rendon quits or runs to his handler, Theo's path is set. He turns his back and walks off, completely unfazed, leaving the humiliated swordsman behind. The scene shifts. Camellia Palace, a rowdy, dim-lit pub tucked deep in the city's underbelly. The door slams open. A man bursts in, face flushed with excitement. "The Ragnar bastard's dueling his master next week," he yells. The place goes dead silent. At a shadowy table, Axion Ragnar slowly lifts his gaze from his drink. His presence is cold, oppressive. Without blinking, he smashes his glass into the loudmouth's face. Blood sprays as the man collapses, groaning on the floor. Axion doesn't flinch, doesn't care. He leans back, unbothered like nothing happened. Beside him, Remington, one of the four hounds of the North, chuckles dryly, completely unfazed. This is just another normal night with Axion. The man on the floor groans, blood leaking between his fingers as he clutches his shattered face. But Axion's voice slices through the silence. Cold, flat, unforgiving. "Let him lose an arm for all I care," he mutters. "He's just another Ragnar, and a useless one at that." Ed Trevion, seated nearby, shifts uncomfortably. As the nine-dragon Sky Dragon, he's not easily rattled, but today he's clearly uneasy. "You really think we shouldn't take precautions?" he says quietly, concern tightening his voice. "If we misjudge him, it could backfire." Axion doesn't so much as glance his way. Theo's no threat. He's noise. Let him shout all he wants. It'll amount to nothing. But Ed doesn't look convinced. Even the smallest spark in the Ragnar clan can ignite something dangerous. He warns, more to himself than anyone else. Axion chuckles, unconcerned. If Rendon's under pressure, good. That worm should be able to crush Theo with ease. Fast forward 1 week. Training ground 4 is overflowing. The crowd is massive. Clan members, elite guests, and curious onlookers pack the stands, murmuring in anticipation. The duel has drawn far more attention than Theo ever wanted. He stands in the center of the arena, alone under the weight of hundreds of eyes. His hands tighten into fists, and he curses under his breath. This wasn't part of the plan. All he wanted was to humiliate Rendon, get him tossed out. Now, it's turned into a full-blown public duel. But despite the nerves, Theo isn't shaken. If anything, this fight gives him the opening he's been waiting for. He steadies himself as a familiar prompt flashes before his eyes. Tutorial Quest 3. Fight and defeat Rendon. His mind flashes back to how it all began. Theo had gone straight to Rendon with no more patience for games. He hadn't held back. Your training is trash. You're fired. Now beat it. Rendon had sputtered, scrambling for excuses, claiming his contract hadn't expired yet. But Theo had shut him down cold. The employer decides when it's over. This conversation is done. He wanted to hit him right then and there, but something held him back. Theo wasn't certain of how far he'd come. Not yet. But Rendon? He had everything riding on this roll. His mission wasn't complete. As Rendon tried to salvage the moment, inching closer, trying to talk his way out of it, everything changed. A new system alert lit up before Theo's eyes. Fight and defeat Rendon. He paused, stunned. It came out of nowhere. And then Evelyn stepped onto the scene. Handle it the Ragnar way, she told him, her voice calm but firm. The rule of the strong. No debates. No contracts. No tribunal. Just one match. Winner takes all. Rendon had pounced on the idea like a vulture spotting fresh prey. Brilliant suggestion, he announced, grinning like he already saw victory in the palm of his hand. Theo had hesitated. He didn't feel ready. Not yet. But once the challenge was accepted, there was no turning back. And now, here he stands, alone in the arena, eyes all around him. The crowd murmurs, their whispers sharp as knives. Look at him, shaking like a twig. Doesn't even know how to hold that sword. Theo hears every word, but he doesn't flinch. He lifts his chin, steady and unbothered. They've already decided how this ends. They think he'll be broken, bleeding, lucky to survive. Rendon, riding high on his delusions, flashes a smug smile. Last chance, he calls out. Apologize now, and I'll pretend this whole thing never happened. No need to throw your life away. Theo doesn't blink. Apologize, he says, voice steady and sharp. You should be on your knees begging. Walk away now, or you're leaving this arena one arm lighter. Rendon chuckles, already savoring the outcome. In his mind, Theo won't just lose, he'll die. And Rendon? He'll call it a training accident, and no one will question it. The bell rings. Rendon waves Theo forward with a mocking flourish. Come on, he taunts. Let's see what the little heir's got. Theo doesn't wait. He charges, sword raised high. The crowd gasps. He's charging in without stance, without form. Wild. Reckless. Rendon laughs and counters easily, flicking Theo's strikes aside with practiced ease. He dodges, blocks, and returns blow after blow. Theo manages to parry a few, but Rendon's pressure is overwhelming. The arena rings with the clash of wood and steel. Step by step, Theo's pushback. Rendon sees it clearly. This fight is already over. Sure, Theo's gotten a bit sharper, but in Rendon's eyes, he's still no match. Not a swordsman, not even close. Just a mouthy brat with a death wish. If he were one of the four hounds, Rendon thinks bitterly, maybe I'd take him seriously. But this bastard child of the Ragnar clan, he's nothing. Rendon is certain. Theo can't win. He's just too weak. But then the scene cuts, days earlier. Theo stands before Evelyn, brows furrowed, frustration bleeding into his voice. What are you thinking, he demands. Why push for a match like that? Evelyn stands her ground, arms crossed, her tone cool and composed. I was doing you a favor. If you want Rendon gone, you have to play it smart. Just firing him won't work, he's got backing. Theo's brow lifts slightly. And how would you know that? She scoffs. It's obvious. The sword style he's been teaching, it's completely off. I had someone dig into him. Theo's caught off guard. In his previous life, she never paid enough attention to see through Rendon. But now, just because of that Manor Hall incident, she's suddenly investigating? Something feels off about her newfound interest. She doesn't stop there. Everything traces back to Camellia Palace. Theo exhales sharply. Of course it does. The throne war, endless scheming, the same web of betrayal he once got caught in. His hands tighten, but he pushes the rising anger aside. You really did your homework, he mutters, impressed despite himself. He knows politics is at the heart of it. But still, she did more than he expected. But there's still one problem. I don't know if I can actually beat him, he says, voice low. So what's your plan? Evelyn smirks, a glint of certainty in her eyes. You can beat him, Theo. Stop doubting yourself. You're stronger than you realize. And now, back to the arena. The match is still raging, but everything's changed. Rendon's once dominant offense is losing its rhythm. Theo deflects each blow with precision, turning aside what once would have overwhelmed him. Strike after strike, he keeps pace. And now, it's Rendon who's struggling. Panic starts to creep into Rendon's eyes. This isn't the weakling he thought he knew. Theo's movements are sharp, deliberate, almost like he's holding back on purpose. The crowd that had mocked him is silent now, tension crackling in the air as they realize what's coming. Among the onlookers, a hooded figure stands perfectly still. Remington watches closely, his gaze never leaving the fight. Across the field, Evelyn is practically glowing. She trained him for this. In just 1 week, she shattered limits he didn't know he had. Technically, she wasn't supposed to. Training in air in secret before the proper ceremony was against protocol. But compared to the disaster that was Rindon, she didn't care. And Theo knows it. The grin tugging at his lips says it all. Evelyn may have bent the rules, but it paid off. And now she owes him more than just support. She's indebted. That alone is worth its weight in gold. But the question still lingers. Why? Why go this far? He had asked her once, wanting the truth. Was it really just because of the manhua? She admitted that played a part, but then dropped a curious line. There's someone I know, she said quietly. Someone who collects talent. He'd take an interest in you. The duel rages on, and Rindon's poise crumbles fast. His swings turn sloppy, fueled by panic rather than precision. He's unraveling, and Theo sees it. Every step, every block, every counter is measured. Theo's eyes stay locked on him, reading the desperation in every movement. Then, mid-clash, Theo strikes with words sharper than any blade. Who's backing you? He asks, voice low and calm beneath the clang of steel. Rindon flinches. What are you talking about? He barks, but his voice wavers, cracking just enough to betray him. Theo presses harder. You've been sabotaging me since day one. Trash techniques, deliberate mistakes. He narrows his gaze. You're working with Camellia Palace, aren't you? Rindon doesn't respond, but his face does. One moment of hesitation. One flicker of fear. That's all Theo needs. Without another word, Theo strikes. His sword slices clean through, severing Rindon's hand in a flash of steel and blood. The limb spins through the air, landing with a sickening thud as Rindon collapses, howling in agony, clutching the bleeding stump. The crowd gasps, frozen in place. No one expected this. Theo steps forward, his expression unreadable. But inside, power surges through him. For the first time in this life, he feels control, absolute, unshakable. He stares down at Rindon, memories from his past life crashing into him. This man, this traitor, had played a direct role in his downfall. You said I was worthless, Theo mutters, his voice a low growl. That I had no talent. That I'd never rise above mediocrity. You made sure of that. Theo raises his sword one final time, and without hesitation, he brings it down. Rindon's head separates from his body in one clean stroke, tumbling across the ground. Blood splashes outward, staining the floor as silence blankets the arena. No one dares to move. A glowing system window appears before Theo's eyes. Tutorial Quest 3. Completed. Objective: defeat Rindon. Success. Bonus objective: sever the enemy's path to recovery. Achieved. Reward: +2 attribute points, 1 skill chest, 500 gold. The system prompts him. Would you like to receive your rewards now? Theo doesn't hesitate. Yes. The crowd? Yeah. They've completely lost it. Everyone's watching in disbelief as our guy, a rookie swordsman, no less, just wipes the floor with a mid-tier fighter like it's a warm-up match. And there he is, standing calm as ever, barely phased. He's thinking, this guy? This is who I used to fear in my past life. Embarrassed, doesn't even cover it. It's like he's realizing how little threat this dude actually poses now. But hey, different life, different rules. Then, out of nowhere, the system hits him with a game changer. The observation ability is unlocked as a reward. Not just that, he's handed a full year's worth of magic power. Things were already wild, but then, chaos hits max level. Boom! Someone crashes from the sky like a meteor, slamming into the ground with insane force, tearing up the place. Before Theo can even react, the guy's already shouting his name. And who is it? None other than Julius Ragnar. Yeah, that Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo, frozen solid. The man stunned, barely able to process it. Like, how long has this monster been keeping tabs on him? Meanwhile, the crowd is freaking out. They're scrambling to understand why someone of Julius's level is here. Whispers fly. Isn't this the guy Evelyn was talking about? The one who hunts down rare talent. Speaking of Evelyn, she looks like the floor just vanished under her. The commander's landing literally wrecked the stage, and she's standing there trying to figure out where her life went wrong. And Julius? He's got this beastly vibe, just standing there with a wild grin. His presence alone has Theo sweating bullets. But guess what, Theo's panic? Totally unnecessary. Julius just laughs, throws a heavy-handed slap on Theo's back like a proud big bro, and says he's blown away by his talent. Then drops the bomb. Yeah, killing Rindan was bold, maybe rude, but honestly, the guy had it coming. And then it happens. Julius straight up invites Theo to join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. You heard that right. The elite unit. Evelyn's not even surprised. She saw this twist coming. But the crowd? They're practically foaming at the mouth. Theo hasn't even awakened yet. And here he is getting handpicked by one of the deadliest men alive. Oh, and lurking in the back, Remington. He's grilling some poor dude like. You ever hear of an apprentice swordsman getting recruited like this? The guy Remington's questioning? Totally clueless. Just stammers out, no, this has literally never happened. And of course, Remington already knew that. He just wanted someone else to say it out loud. Meanwhile, inside Theo's head, the gears are turning. You can't truly gauge someone's potential until their mana hall opens. Sure, Julius can see his sword skills, but his magical abilities? Even someone like Julius can't see that far. Still, Theo doesn't flinch. No hesitation, no drama. He just straight up turns down the offer. Like, nah, I'm good. Silence. The kind that make your ears ring. Julius Ragnar, the legend himself, just got rejected. The entire hall is frozen. No one knows how to react. And word? It spreads like wildfire. Suddenly, everyone's talking about Theo. Some say he's just being modest. Others are calling him a cocky brat. Either way, the buzz is everywhere. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace. Emil Ragnar, furious. Things are slipping out of control, and Rindan's death has only made it worse. One of her guys tries to calm her down, pointing out that Rindan was basically a reject. Only got his spot because there was nowhere else to put him. Emil shrugs it off. Honestly, she couldn't care less. Rindan was never important. Then we jump over to a meeting between Emil and her brother, the Sky Dragon himself, Ed Troyven. You might remember him from the pub earlier. Emil lays it out. Julius personally approached Theo. That's bad enough. But now rumors are swirling that Evelyn orchestrated the whole thing, which means they can't pull any strings to assign Theo a new master anymore. If Theo starts building momentum, their whole plan to seize control of Rose Palace could fall apart. Right then, Axion walks in like he's on vacation. Cool, relaxed, not a care in the world. He casually asks why everyone's stressing out. According to him, the clan head won't bother getting involved, so everything's still on track. But Emil shuts that down quick. She spells it out. Theo needs to stay weak. If he gains power, their takeover gets messy. Axion just nods like he's already thought it all through. He's convinced Theo's still the same powerless kid. Probably just caught Julius and Evelyn's attention because they're suckers for lost causes. But Ed Troyven, he's not buying the casual act. He tells Axion to wake up and take this seriously. Axion just grins and pulls out a letter all smug. Says if they're that worried, he'll just mess with Theo a bit. Give him a reminder of where he belongs. What could possibly go wrong, right? We jump to the training grounds, where Evelyn watches Theo wrap up another intense session. She's clearly impressed. He's come a long way. Theo thanks her, saying it's been a whole different experience training under someone who actually knows what they're doing. Then Evelyn hits him with a question everyone's been dying to ask. Why didn't he join the White Armored Dragon Cavalry? Theo pauses, thinking it over. He admits, just a little, he does feel a bit of regret. That was his dream in his past life, after all. But now, things have changed. He realizes joining too early would only cap his growth. He's aiming higher, way higher. And to get there, the awakening ceremony is key. So he smiles and tells Evelyn straight. He doesn't want shortcuts or special treatment. Right now, he's content training with her and focusing on what's ahead. Evelyn seems to accept that, though she warns him, Julius probably isn't thrilled about being turned down. Theo just shrugs. He's got bigger things on his mind. Then something cool happens. Theo tries out his new observation skill for the first time on Evelyn. What he sees, no surprise, she's a top-tier swordmaster. But that's not all. The skill also reveals her admiration for Theo's humility and strong character. Training him has given her a renewed sense of purpose, something she hadn't felt in years. And here's the shocker. She actually misses her days in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo's caught off guard by that. He makes a mental note, but doesn't have time to dwell on it, because that's when someone new walks in. He introduces himself as Sybil Dre from the Southern Inspection Post. Says he's got something important to discuss with Theo. Instantly, Theo's on edge. Sybil's presence is intense. He radiates the kind of pressure that makes your skin crawl. So, of course, Theo fires up observation again. What he learns? Sybil's itching for a spar. Not a chat. Not a friendly intro. A fight. Theo's stress level skyrockets. And, right on cue, the system delivers his next tutorial quest. Shed the title, Imbecile of Ragnar. He's made progress, but he's still got a long road ahead. Sybil doesn't bother sugarcoating anything. He says it plain, he wants to follow Theo. Then, in the most brutally honest way possible, he admits he used to ignore Theo completely. Thought the Imbecile of Ragnar title suited him perfectly. Theo, he appreciates the honesty, kind of, but it still stings. I mean, Sybil's basically trashing him to his face, without even realizing it. But Sybil's shift in attitude? It didn't come out of nowhere. It all started when he saw something that completely floored him. Theo's insane dedication. Every morning, without fail, Theo was out there pushing himself harder than anyone else. And the results? They spoke for themselves. What really sealed it for Sybil, though, was watching Theo absolutely dismantle that fraud Rindan in their epic duel. He still can't get the image out of his head, Rindan's head soaring through the air. And then came the moment that shocked everyone. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself, publicly inviting Theo to join the white armored dragon cavalry. From that moment on, Sybil wasn't just impressed, he became a full-on fan. He opens up to Theo, admitting that he'd basically given up on himself. Labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, he never thought he'd amount to anything. But watching Theo rise changed everything. Now, all he wants is one thing, to test his blade against the man who gave him hope. Theo's taken aback by Sybil's honesty. Normally, he'd question someone like this. But thanks to the observation skill, he knows this guy's the real deal. Sybil's respect is genuine. He doesn't want clout. He doesn't want favors. He just wants a fair fight. That's when something clicks for Theo. After crushing Rindan and attracting the attention of Julius Ragnar, he figured people would come after him out of jealousy or insecurity, trying to prove themselves. But what's actually happening? They're starting to respect him, follow him. And that means one thing. There's still real Ragnar pride out there, something he can tap into. If he's serious about becoming the next head of the Ragnar clan, he'll need loyal people by his side. People like Sybil. Plus, it's the perfect opportunity to push forward on his final tutorial quest, shedding the disgraceful title of Ragnar's Imbecile, once and for all, a stain that haunted him in his previous life. Determined not to waste a moment, Theo turns to Evelyn and asks for permission to spar. She doesn't hesitate, gives him the green light, encouraging him to show what he's learned. Theo steps forward and formally introduces himself. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, awaiting the awakening ceremony. Student of Master Evelyn, the one-armed sword master. Evelyn smiles in approval. Sybil, clumsy but full of heart, salutes back. He introduces himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post, trained in the Karai clan's swift and precise sword style. And with that, the duel begins. Sybil rockets forward, wasting no time. He's going all in from the first move. Theo's ready. He meets the blow head-on, swords colliding in a spray of sparks. And right away, it's clear Sybil might have been called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but his speed is the real deal. He's confident in his technique, but after just one exchange, he knows Theo isn't someone you take lightly. Meanwhile, Theo's in the middle of the action, trying to wrap his head around one thing. Why does this guy even have a nickname, idiot? Because honestly, if this was his previous life, Theo knows for sure he wouldn't have been able to keep up with someone moving this fast. But this isn't the old Theo. He's different now. Stronger. Sharper. With one clean, powerful move, he switches gears and launches his own attack, driving his blade forward with brutal force. Sybil? Sent flying like a rag doll. He crashes into the stands, his sword slipping from his grip midair. The hit landed square in the solar plexus, and Sybil's barely staying upright. Looks like he's one breath away from throwing up. But to his credit, he pulls himself together. Shaken, yeah, but he stands. Despite the crushing loss, Sybil bows his head and praises Theo's swordsmanship. No bitterness, just genuine respect. Theo returns the gesture. Calm, composed, graceful in victory. He salutes Sybil and calls it a good match. And as he raises his sword, something catches his eye. His reflection in the blade. It gives him an idea. What if he used observation on himself? He tries it, and it works. Suddenly, his stats are right there in front of him. laid out crystal clear. He's officially a level 1 swordsman with balanced attributes and a staggering 190 points in magic power. Way more than he expected. Turns out, this is a total game changer. With his talents now visible, he realizes he can unlock even more through completing quests. 4 locked slots left to fill, meaning there's still a lot of potential waiting to be tapped. And now, with this ability to check his growth whenever he wants, Theo's fired up. The reason? His past life's magic and that dragon heart beating in his chest are paying off in a big way. But not everything looks great. One stat has him grinding his teeth, luck. A brutal minus 49 points. He stares at it, irritated. Is this why everything went sideways in his last life? All those setbacks, betrayals, disasters? Could it all be because of this cursed stat? Whatever the reason, Theo knows one thing. He needs to fix it, and fast. But while he's busy processing all of that, the sparring match and the stat reveal, he doesn't even notice what's forming around him. A quiet crowd of young swordsmen has gathered, circling the arena, watching him like hawks. Their expressions unreadable. Theo figures it makes sense. After all, after decapitating Rindan and earning the personal respect of Julius Ragnar, this kind of attention was inevitable. In a clan like Ragnar, where strength rules all, people either envy you or they follow you. Evelyn, watching from the sidelines, sees the bigger picture instantly. These young swordsmen, they're not here to pick a fight. They're here to witness greatness. You can see it in their eyes. The rumors about Theo, they're seeing them come to life right in front of them. He's the real deal. No doubt about it. Some of them are even imagining themselves in Sybil's place, wondering if they could last even a second against Theo. Just the thought has them itching to test their skills. One of them stands out, Yodi Nalen, a young swordsman in the crowd. Theo spots him, and that alone catches Yodi off guard. Without missing a beat, Theo calls him forward for a spar. Yodi, a bit surprised but composed, steps up and salutes. He introduces himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, trained in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returns the salute, ready to go, and then they clash. Every swing, every block, it's sharpening Theo's swordsmanship in real time. But Yodi's no slouch. He's quick, calculated, and manages to land a near-impossible strike, one that looks totally uncounterable. Right then, everything slows down for Theo. He shifts his grip just slightly and with pinpoint precision blocks the strike. Yodi's sword goes flying. A clean, decisive win. Yodi accepts the loss without hesitation. But more than that, he offers Theo something more valuable, his eternal respect. And here's where things get really interesting. The moment Theo gains Yodi's recognition, something unexpected happens. His luck stat increases. He's stunned. Could this be the answer? Could his luck be directly linked to his reputation? If so, then all he has to do to fix his disastrous minus 49 luck is keep stacking wins and gaining respect. Time to test the theory. Next up, Banat Ramiro. Easy win. Theo's luck ticks up again. Then comes Eric Moran, a decent challenge, but still not enough to slow Theo down. After that, it's Manfred Nombert, followed by Manuel Noir. Neither stand a chance. Even the rough-looking Vero Perenk gets obliterated in under a minute. Theo's on a roll now, locked into the rhythm of spar after spar. He's tearing through the lineup like a storm, each victory building momentum. Daniel Riemann? Just another name on the growing list of defeated challengers. Theo can feel the fatigue setting in, but the fire's still burning. He wants more. He calls out for the next opponent, but silence. No one steps forward. He's cleared the field, dominated the arena. But when he checks his quest log, the one for erasing the title Ragnar's Imbecile, he sees it's only moved by 1%. 1%. Frustration hits hard. These people, they already respect him. That's not enough to make a dent. If he wants real progress, he'll need to challenge stronger opponents, or prove himself in front of those who still think he's a joke. Time to find the doubters and shut them up for good. Just as Theo's figuring out what to do next, a man steps out from the crowd. He tells Theo he looks worn out and should probably take a break. But Theo shrugs it off. He says he'll rest when he really needs to. For now, he's still got energy to burn. Then, out of nowhere, Remington Narcio, the Silver Lion himself, steps forward. One of the North's 4 hounds, and easily among the strongest swordsmen in the entire Ragnar clan. Right up there with names like Axion Ragnar and Hulkus Lank. Everyone freezes, including Theo. Remington politely requests a sparring match. He says he showed up early just to see Theo's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. With a respectful salute and a calm smile, he thanks Theo for accepting his challenge. Remington's reputation precedes him, a prodigy with sharp instincts and an unmatched dedication to the sword. But today, he's not here to lecture. He's just genuinely excited to face someone who might be a real contender. Theo responds with pride. He salutes back and introduces himself as Theo Ragnar, 31st son of Kyle Ragnar, Guardian of the North. In his past life, Theo never imagined he'd get the chance to spar with someone as legendary as Remington. This is a moment he won't take lightly. The crowd stirs with anticipation as both warriors square off. Theo's adrenaline is pumping. He's ready to prove himself. Their eyes lock. Then, boom, the duel erupts. Remington unleashes his aura, a wave of pressure so intense it rattles the arena. Theo flinches for just a second, wondering if he's really ready for this. But there's no backing out now. They charge in. Blades clash, sparks fly, and the ground trembles with every strike. Theo stays locked in, laser-focused as steel fragments scatter with each blow. Remington's smile grows. He's loving every second of it. But then, crack, a blade snaps. Silence. The shattered pieces of a sword hit the floor with a cold, echoing clang. Everyone looks. It's Theo's sword, split clean in two. Remington's blade stopped just short of Theo's neck. The outcome is clear. Theo lost. The crowd is speechless. Theo had been in top form all day, but this was something else. Facing one of the four hounds is a whole different league. Syl, watching from the sidelines, is stunned. He doesn't want to believe it. To him, Theo was unbeatable. But even he can't deny what just happened. Remington's on a completely different level. And just when everyone is ready to chalk up the match as Theo's loss, something unexpected happens. Remington raises his hand and declares the duel a loss on his part. The crowd goes dead silent. With perfect posture, Remington salutes Theo and thanks him sincerely for the match. He explains that Theo's blade was already worn from the earlier bouts, and on top of that, he was clearly exhausted. Under different circumstances, if both were at their peak, he believes the outcome could have gone the other way. But Theo doesn't bite. He calmly states that real battles don't come with ideal conditions. Once his sword broke, he lost. Simple as that. Remington nods, a respectful smile on his face. And just like that, something shifts, something deeper than a duel. A bond of respect is formed between them. The Silver Lion and the so-called disgrace of the Ragnar family shake hands as the arena watches in stunned silence. One of the North's four hounds had just openly acknowledged Theo. This wasn't just a duel, it was a statement. The effects are immediate. Theo's quest progress leaps to 35%. His luck stat spikes by 10 points. And most importantly, his reputation skyrockets. All the young swordsmen who once looked down on him, they're seeing him in a new light. From the sidelines, Evelyn exhales in relief. Everything had gone better than expected. Theo, meanwhile, gained something far more valuable than stats. For the first time, he truly understands the weight behind the title of Four Hounds. Even with all the progress he's made, crossing blades with Remington revealed just how far he still has to go. Yes, it's a shame the duel was cut short because of his worn-out weapon and fatigue. But even in that brief clash, Theo saw what true mastery looked like. And now he's more determined than ever to climb higher. His journey to shake off the label of Ragnar's Fool is far from over. If he wants to reach the top, he'll need to chase down greater challenges and face even tougher opponents. Then, as things start to settle, Remington makes another move. He admits he didn't come just to spar. He hands Theo a letter, an invitation to the Scale Dragon Society. The crowd gasps. This isn't just some club. The Scale Dragon Society is infamous, exclusive, ruthless in its selection. For Theo to get an invite, that's monumental. Theo, always humble, questions whether he's really qualified. But Remington brushes it off, saying Theo more than deserves the spot. He plays it cool, claiming the society is just a place for young elites to socialize while waiting for the awakening ceremony. But Theo isn't buying it. He knows exactly who runs the Scale Dragon Society, his half-brother, Axion. That place is crawling with snakes, and every one of them sees Theo as nothing more than a joke. But Theo sees it clearly. This is the perfect opening. Not only will it help push his quest forward, but it's also the ideal chance to gather intel on Axion inside Camellia Palace. With more to gain than lose, Theo accepts the invitation. He thanks Remington and promises to attend, fully aware he's about to walk into the enemy's lair. Remington, pleased to have pulled another rising talent into the fold, gives Theo a firm handshake and offers his support. He mentions that the gathering will take place in 2 weeks, just enough time for Theo to prepare and come up with a strategy. As Remington heads off, Evelyn watches from the sidelines, taking a slow drag from her cigarette. She doesn't say anything, but the look in her eyes says it all. She's worried. Theo's about to enter a dangerous game, and they both know it. It doesn't take long for the news to travel. Word of Theo's invitation to the elite gathering reaches Rose Palace in no time. Before he can even process it, his mother, Cecilia, bursts into his room, beaming. She was on her way to tell him the news herself. But of course, Theo already knows. Still, she's overjoyed. This is the first time her son has ever been included in something of this magnitude, and she's not going to let him show up unprepared. Without wasting a second, Cecilia summons the palace's grooming team. She's well aware that everything from Theo's looks to his posture will be judged. The Scale Dragon Society is filled with cunning minds like Axion and Remington. Every detail counts. Tape measure in hand, Cecilia starts taking his measurements, all while giving him a flurry of advice about clothing choices and proper behavior. She's confident Theo can hold his own in terms of manners, but when it comes to the finer nuances of high society, this is where she shines. After all, she was once a celebrated actress. If anyone understands how to master appearances in a world where image is everything, it's her. And Theo knows. He knows how hard it must have been for her all these years, raising a child with no real status, looked down on because of his concubine lineage. In a clan like the Ragnars, where power defines worth, Cecilia endured more than he can imagine. In his previous life, she bore the weight of his shameful reputation. But this time, things are different. Cecilia might be all smiles now, bustling around with excitement, but Theo sees the truth. She's a mother worried sick for her son. She pulls him into a hug, firm and warm, and tells him she believes in him, no matter what, that he can reach as high as he dares. And for the first time, Theo doesn't push the feeling away. He lets it in. The warmth, the care, the trust. He hugged her back, and silently, he makes a vow. This time, he'll work hard enough to finally ease her worries. While Cecilia is focused on Theo making a solid impression at the Scale Dragon Society, Theo's thoughts are far from diplomacy. All he's thinking about is tearing the whole place apart. He knows exactly what kind of vipers lurk in that society. If he's going to survive, thrive, he'll need to crush every single one of them. 2 weeks fly by, and the night of the banquet finally arrives. True to form, Remington shows up at Rose Palace in a luxurious carriage, ready to escort Theo in style. But the moment Theo steps out, Remington freezes for a second. He does a double take. This isn't the same kid who lived in training clothes. Thanks to Cecilia and the palace staff, Theo's dressed in full aristocratic fashion. The fit is impeccable. He doesn't just look sharp, he looks like he belongs among the elite. Remington's genuinely impressed. Theo tries to play it off, joking about the makeover, but Remington isn't laughing. He means it. The transformation is real. In just 2 weeks, Theo's not only bulked up from nonstop training, he's grown more refined, more composed. The change is undeniable, and it's not just an appearance. Remington had trained alongside Theo every day over the past fortnight, and during that time, their bond tightened. Theo also managed to gather a loyal group of young swordsmen who now look up to him with admiration. Sile and the others practically worship the ground he walks on. Evelyn, she's been stuck wrangling what's become an entire platoon of Theo fanboys. It's been chaotic to say the least, but Theo handled it. Now it's time for something new. His first formal banquet. Though still recovering from all the attention, Theo feels ready. Remington reassures him there's no need to be anxious, but he slips in a warning. Axion Ragnar, his friend, and the one who sent the invitation, isn't exactly known for playing fair. Turns out, the whole banquet was arranged just for Theo. That's right. The gathering wasn't some regular event. It was staged from the start with one purpose: to size him up, or more likely, to humiliate him. But Theo doesn't flinch. If anything, he's more fired up. He's fully expecting to be mocked, insulted, maybe even baited. But that's fine. This is the kind of scenario he knows how to flip to his advantage. Meanwhile, at Camellia Palace, Axion Ragnar, the infamous Dark Tiger, is already lounging with a drink in hand, smirking. He's been waiting for this night, eager to toy with the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. To him, the banquet is nothing more than a setup, one big game. But that's exactly what Theo's counting on. The carriage arrives at the grand estate. Glistening marble, golden arches, guards in polished armor. Theo steps out, eyes scanning everything. This is Camellia Palace, the heart of the clan that ruined his life once before. But this time, he's walking in on his own terms. Axion and his circle, they're the ones who wrecked everything. Theo, his mother, Rose Palace, all of it. The memory alone makes his blood simmer. Thoughts of revenge flash through his mind, but Remington's voice cuts in, snapping him back. He reminds Theo that Axion himself will be welcoming them at the entrance. Of course he will. Theo knows exactly why the Dark Tiger extended the invitation. It wasn't about courtesy, it was control. Axion thinks it's his duty to put a stop to Theo's rising momentum. But Theo's not walking into this pit of snake blind. He's got his own plans, and tonight he intends to make a statement. As they near the palace gates, something catches Theo's eye. Up on the higher floors, a strange flicker, blue light. The unmistakable shimmer of a system quest. He locks eyes with it for a second, wondering what it means, distracted just long enough for disaster to strike. Without warning, something crashes down from above, fast and aimed right at him. Remington reacts instantly, lunging to intercept, but it's too late. Boom! A thick cloud of white powder erupts around them. Remington shouts Theo's name in a panic, but when the smoke clears, Theo walks out, coughing but unharmed. Just a sack of flour. A prank. A childish, humiliating prank. Remington is livid. He looks ready to start a fight right then and there. Theo? He's irritated, mostly because he knows he couldn't have dodged it, and more than anything because the outfit his mom worked so hard on nearly got ruined. As the powder settles, Theo takes a breath and reflects. In his previous life, he might have suspected Remington was part of the setup, but now he can tell the White Lion is just as furious and just as blindsided. Remington's fists are clenched. He's seconds away from dragging someone off the balcony. Theo, meanwhile, figures this dumb flower trick is probably the peak of creativity for the bored nobles watching from behind their windows. Then a voice cuts through the noise. That smug, familiar drawl. It's Axion Ragnar, finally making his entrance. He waves it off with a smirk, calling it a friendly greeting between brothers. Just a little courtesy, he says, like it's no big deal. Remington isn't buying it for a second. He glares at Axion, disgusted. But Axion? He's enjoying every bit of it. This is his game, and he thinks he's already in control. Theo doesn't flinch. Instead, he activates his observation skill, and what he sees only confirms what he already knew. Madness. Psychopathy. Sword talent through the roof. Axion sees Theo as nothing more than a new toy. Something to break when he's bored. But Theo doesn't let it show. He just smiles and thanks him. Yep, thanks him for the warm welcome. That throws Axion off. Just for a second, the smug mask flickers. Theo keeps smiling, cool as ever. He says he's feeling honored, really. If this is how Axion treats guests, then the party must be something special. And with that, he steps forward, ready to crash the banquet meant to break him. Axion's confusion doesn't last long. It quickly morphs into something else, delight. To him, Theo finally seems interesting, and he's loving every second of it. The two step into the grand banquet hall, where the Scale Dragon Society is already gathered. This isn't your average party. Only the most elite young nobles make the cut. They're here to drink, scheme, and flaunt their status. But tonight, all eyes are on one unexpected guest, Theo Ragnar. And let's just say, the welcome is ice cold. Whispers ripple through the room, barely concealed. Most of the nobles can't believe Axion invited Theo, the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. Sure, he's got the bloodline, but his reputation? It follows him like a curse. A disgrace, a failure, a joke. Even dressed to kill, thanks to his mother's meticulous preparation, they still look at him like dirt in designer shoes. They don't bother hiding it. The snide comments are loud enough for anyone to hear. Axion must be bored out of his mind. Playing with his new pet, is he? Smirks, snickers, sideways glances, it's nonstop. Remington, standing nearby, clenches his jaw. He leans toward Theo and apologizes, clearly uncomfortable. He swears it's not usually this bad, not this openly nasty. But Theo? He doesn't blink. He hears every insult, every jab, and he lets it slide. Because in the end, the louder they laugh now, the more satisfying it'll be to shut them up later. In the midst of the tension, Theo spots it again, that same blue light from earlier. The quest signal. It's close, somewhere in the hall. He can feel it's important, but now isn't the time to investigate. Too many eyes. Then, descending the grand staircase like some twisted prince, Axion Ragnar makes his dramatic entrance. With that ever-present smirk, he saunters over and asks if his dear brother is enjoying the festivities. Theo keeps his expression calm. He sticks to the plan. He smiles. Thanks Axion again for the kind invitation. Axion, grinning like a serpent in silk, gives a mocking chuckle. He brings up the flower prank, claiming maybe, just maybe, he went a bit overboard. And then, in a blink, he's standing right in front of Theo. No warning. He grabs Theo by the shoulders, holding him tight, making sure the entire hall sees it. With a voice full of fake sincerity, he demands that Theo accept his apology. Right here, right now. Remington stiffens, ready to step in. But Theo raises a hand. He's got this. Cool and controlled. He responds without missing a beat. There's nothing to apologize for, he says. Just as Axion put it earlier, it was merely a friendly greeting between brothers. Axion's face twitches. For the first time, his carefully crafted smirk slips, just a little. Theo's too calm, too composed. The old Theo would have snapped, flinched, or sulked. This one, he's unshakable. There's a beat of silence. And then Axion laughs. A loud, hollow chuckle. He slaps Theo on the back like a proud big brother. He says Theo's changed, grown up. And finally, he's starting to be fun. The nobles watching the exchange between Theo and Axion can't get enough of it. They're whispering, laughing, making a show of their contempt. To them, Theo is nothing more than Axion's lapdog, an illegitimate nobody playing dress-up. They don't hold back. They gossip loudly about Theo's mother, Cecilia, sneering at her status as a concubine from commoner blood. And while Theo shares the Ragnar name, they see him as a pale imitation next to Axion, the prized heir of the Troivan clan, one of the East's elite swordsmanship families. Theo hears every insult, every muttered jab, and rather than lose his cool, he lets it burn inside him. Fuel for the fire. But there's one thing that throws them off. One detail they can't wrap their heads around. Why is Remington, the White Lion himself, so close to Theo? The same smug nobles who were ridiculing Theo now turn their venom on Remington. They go so far as to question his background, snidely hinting at his own mixed blood and status in the Narcio family. Theo sees it. Remington is a breath away from exploding. And that's exactly what Theo won't allow. Not yet. Before Axion can steer him upstairs, Theo calmly takes the lead. He says, since he's just arrived, it's only polite to greet his new friends first. Then, without hesitation, he walks toward the table where the mocking nobles are gathered. The entire banquet hall falls silent. All eyes are on him, the so-called imbecile of Ragnar. Theo picks up a bottle of wine from the table, quiet, composed. He strolls over to the noble who'd been dragging Remington's name through the mud. The guy leans back, still wearing that arrogant smirk. Theo lifts the bottle like he's about to pour a drink. The noble raises his glass, playing along. Did I say something wrong? He asks, taunting. Then crash. Theo slams the bottle down on the man's skull without hesitation. Glass shatters. Blood flies. The banquet hall goes still. No one moves. No one speaks. Even Remington freezes. Even Axion, Mr. Nothing Phases Me, is speechless. The noble clutches his bleeding head, shrieking in pain as red stains his golden hair. Theo doesn't flinch. He stands over him, calm as ever, still holding the jagged remains of the bottle. The noble tries to curse him out through the pain, spitting out rage and blood, until Theo's foot slams into his face with a brutal kick. Crack. Jaw broken. The rant ends instantly. Theo's eyes go cold, nearly unhinged, as he stares down at the collapsed noble. I just can't give a friendly greeting, he says flatly. But this was the thanks I got. The nobles are frozen, staring, silent, terrified. No one knows what to say. No one dares move. Somewhere in the background, unnoticed by all, Theo's quest progress ticks up quietly. 43%. Remington watches the scene unfold, jaw tight, mind racing. He can't help but wonder, is Theo doing this for me? After spending 2 weeks training side by side, Remington knows Theo isn't some reckless brute. This level of brutality isn't the Theo he thought he knew. Yet here they are, with Blondie bleeding out on the palace floor, and Theo standing over him like it's just another Tuesday. Theo plants his foot on the noble's arm, pinning it down. The tension in the hall coils tighter with every second. He leans in, voice as calm as death. Since I've said my hellos, I guess it's time for goodbyes. Blondie panics, begging, pleading, but it's too late. Crack. Theo stomps down hard. The sickening sound of bones shattering echoes through the banquet hall. Gasps ripple through the room. The nobles who were so smug just minutes ago now stare in stunned silence, mouths shut, eyes wide. Blondie collapses, jaw broken, arm crushed. Blood and drool pool beneath his cheek as he slips into unconsciousness. Theo kicks his limp body aside like discarded garbage. Then he turns to the rest of the crowd. So, he says casually, "Anyone else want to say hello?" The silence is absolute. And just like that, Theo's quest progress jumps again, now sitting at a solid 66%. Suddenly, armored knights emerge from the shadows, weapons drawn. They surround Theo in an instant, for blades pointed straight at him. These aren't random guards. They're personal bodyguards, furious over the insult to their young master. Theo doesn't flinch. The knights bark their demand. For such a vile act, the punishment is death. Theo simply smiles. This is exactly what he wanted. He tilts his head slightly and asks, almost playfully, "And who exactly is your young master?" The response comes fast, loud, and proud. "Ian Hanavi, third young master of the Hanavi clan." Theo lets out a quiet chuckle. Hanavi, of course, one of the 6 snow clans that serve under the Ragnar banner. Everything's falling into place. Theo knew the second he struck one of these pampered nobles, the dogs guarding them would pounce. These are the same types who used to mock him, call him worthless. And now they're the ones caught in his trap. Eyes flashing with cold fire, Theo raises his voice, just enough for the entire hall to hear. "So let me ask you something." He steps forward, gaze sharp as a blade. "What's the problem if I roughed up your young master?" The knights, brimming with righteous fury, shout again, Theo must die for what he's done. But Theo doesn't back down. His voice drops to a low, lethal tone. "Do the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannermen." He pauses, dare to threaten the life of a direct bloodline of Ragnar. The words hit like a hammer. And then, the killing blow. He reminds them of one simple truth. Kyle Ragnar is his father. And Kyle Ragnar doesn't tolerate threats to his family. That sinks in immediately. The knights freeze, swords trembling in their grip. The color drains from their faces. It's one thing to defend their young master, but threatening the legitimate son of Kyle Ragnar, that's not just dangerous. That's suicidal. The knights who'd been so sure of themselves just moments ago suddenly felt their courage drain. Theo's words hit harder than they expected. Their fingers loosened around their swords. Whatever anger they had for the disgrace their young master suffered quickly gave way to something far more chilling. Fear. Not just any fear. This was the fear only the Ragnar clan could invoke. Theo wasn't the joke they used to laugh at. The overwhelming force he now radiated was suffocating, a brutal reminder that he was a direct descendant of Ragnar, and that made him untouchable. These knights weren't facing some nobody. They had just threatened someone born of the dragon's blood. A mistake of that magnitude could wipe out their entire snow clan. Ragnar wasn't some backwater noble. He ruled the entire northern region, the supreme leader of the 6 snow clans. To lay a finger on his heir was to dig your own grave. And while people had long dismissed Theo as worthless, they forgot the shield his lineage provided. Not anymore. The knights grasped the weight of their mistake. They had to make things right, apologize, grovel, do whatever it took. But the chance had already slipped away. Theo had given a silent command, an invisible signal to someone waiting in the shadows. Then it happened. A flicker of steel split the air. In a flash, for heads rolled across the palace floor, blood spraying across the hall as their lifeless bodies collapsed. The entire room went still. And Theo? He stood in the center of the chaos, still and calm, untouched by the storm he had just unleashed. The one who carried out the execution landed soundlessly on the bloodstained carpet. It was Evelyn, his master. The nobles who'd been laughing and whispering earlier now sat frozen, the air heavy with dread. No one had expected things to spiral this far. Theo's quest progress surged to 70%, and even Axion, the one who staged this entire banquet, could only watch in disbelief as his plot unraveled before him. This wasn't entertainment anymore. This was Theo's declaration of power. Evelyn turned toward Theo with a nonchalant question. When had he realized she was following him? Theo, not quite sure himself, simply said it felt obvious. He didn't know why she came all the way to Camellia Palace, but one thing was certain. Her arrival had shifted everything. Now, the power was entirely in Theo's hands. The nobles sat in terrified silence, afraid to speak, afraid to move. Just moments ago, they'd mocked him without restraint. Now, they were holding their breath. But let's rewind for a moment. This wasn't some spur-of-the-moment bloodbath. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had quietly visited Evelyn. He'd come to complain, pressuring her to stop spending all her time training Theo and to take on other disciples for a change. Truth be told, Julius had been slipping into Evelyn's quarters for ages, mostly to raid her wine stash and get on her nerves. She usually ignored his antics, but this visit was different. This time, Julius had questions. He wanted to know what Evelyn saw in Theo. Why was she putting in so much effort to train this kid? What made him so special? After all, even Axion had once trained under Evelyn, so claiming Theo surpassed expectations was no small statement. Evelyn didn't sugarcoat it. She told Julius flat out that Theo was something else. His mindset, his dedication, his raw ability, they were unlike anything she'd seen before. In fact, she believed Theo had more potential than both Axion and Julius combined. That hit hard. Julius respected Evelyn's eye for talent. After all, she had two good eyes, while he only had one. Even he had to admit, there was something strange about Theo. How does someone go from being a nobody to this overnight? The only explanation that made sense was that Theo had been hiding his power the whole time. But why? Why suppress it for so long, only to unleash it now? Evelyn had her own thoughts. She believed those who rush ahead too quickly are the first to stumble. But Theo wasn't running ahead. He was being chased. It was like something unseen was driving him forward. That's what worried her about the banquet at the Scaled Dragon Society. Julius, polishing off yet another bottle, agreed Axion was definitely a threat. But that wasn't the reason he'd urged Evelyn to shadow Theo tonight. He had a gut feeling something big was going to go down. Being a Ragnar himself, Julius knew exactly what happened when blood-hungry wolf cubs gathered in one place. It was always about dominance, establishing a pecking order, no matter the cost. Of course, Julius didn't just come to talk about Theo. He also tried, yet again, to get Evelyn to return to the white armored dragon cavalry. He couldn't accept that she'd walked away from the battlefield just because she could no longer ride a dragon. Before he left, he laid a spotless cavalry uniform on her table. A silent offer. Maybe it was just a gesture, but maybe, just maybe it sparked something in her. That night, Evelyn may have lost another bottle of wine, but she regained a sense of purpose. Back in the present, in the blood-soaked banquet hall, Evelyn began connecting the dots. This wasn't just some fluke. Theo must have known she was following him from the beginning. Everything that happened tonight, it was part of his plan. He may have joined the Scaled Dragon Society with this exact outcome in mind. Her worries? Maybe they'd been misplaced. She started wondering, at what point had he realized she was there? Turns out, Theo sensed her from the moment he stepped into the carriage. His dragon heart gave him a sixth sense, an energy awareness that tipped him off right away. But all of that's irrelevant now. What matters is this. Theo's plan for vengeance is already in motion. Theo turned to Evelyn, then addressed the entire hall with a voice that cut through the silence like a blade. What's the punishment for nobles who openly disrespect a Ragnar successor candidate? The air thickened. Those who had crossed the line felt their hearts drop. They knew the answer. It wasn't going to be pretty. Evelyn, ever the one to stick to the rules, responded without hesitation. According to clan law, the penalty can be as severe as immediate execution. Theo smiled. This was exactly what he wanted. But instead of calling for their deaths, he offered them a sliver of mercy. They're just kids, after all, he said casually. Let's call it even with one arm from each of them. Panic broke out instantly. The guilty nobles tried to protest, but it was already too late. Evelyn moved, fast, precise, lethal. She became a blur of motion, slicing through the room like a storm made of steel. The second son of the Byron clan tried to dodge. His right arm hit the ground a second later. The first son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps let out a howl, blood gushing from his stump. The fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild was next, her arm gone before she even processed what happened. The third son of the Clark clan tried to run. Big mistake. He was caught and cut down in moments. Even the first daughter of the Howard clan couldn't escape. She, too, collapsed, bleeding and broken, her arm left behind on the polished floor. Theo's quest progress surged, now at 79%. One terrified noble crawled across the floor toward Axion, eyes pleading, body trembling. But Axion didn't lift a finger. He echoed Theo's earlier words with a cold calm. This is just a greeting between brothers. And before the crawling noble could beg again, A flash of steel appeared in the corner of his eye. His arm was gone, the blood spraying dangerously close to Axion's robes. The first son of the Perenk family screamed in agony. Axion stood over him, unflinching. Across the hall, Evelyn met Axion's gaze. No words were needed. He gave her a silent nod, acknowledging her presence and her role. He hadn't expected to see his old master here, but now was clear. This wasn't his moment anymore. This banquet? It belonged to Theo. Evelyn had struck only those who dared mock the Ragnar bloodline. As a fellow successor, even Axion had no right to interfere. Theo's plan was playing out with surgical precision. In mere minutes, Evelyn had disabled 14 nobles. Their sword arms gone, their futures as warriors destroyed. Sure, a priest could reattach the limbs, but the shame? The damage to their names? Permanent. And with that, Theo's quest progress ticked forward again. Still at 79%, but everything was falling into place exactly as he intended. Meanwhile, Axion's mind was racing, but not with rage. Curiosity bubbled beneath the surface. How did Theo, the disgrace of a Rose Palace, manage to win over both Remington and Evelyn? That Theo now stood with such powerful allies wasn't just unexpected, it was unsettling. Still, beneath the intrigue and psycho smirk, Axion felt something else entirely. Excitement. He wanted nothing more than to crush this new Theo under his heel, to break whatever this monster in the making had become. Theo, having done exactly what he came to do, called for Evelyn and Remington to follow him. Together, the trio walked through the blood-soaked hall, the stares of the stunned nobles trailing behind them. But before stepping out, Theo stopped. His eyes met Axion's, brother to brother, rival to rival. The room may have gone quiet, but between them, the tension crackled like lightning. Theo stepped closer. Without a word, he grabbed Axion's arm and squeezed, just enough to crumple the fine fabric of Axion's suit. Then, after a beat, he let go. With a sly smile, Theo gave a little wave. "Thanks for the fun," he said, and turned his back. As they disappeared into the corridor, a notification popped up before Theo's eyes. Tutorial quest complete. Escape the title of Imbecile of Ragnar. Back in the banquet hall, Axion exploded. His perfect plan, his carefully crafted power play, shattered right in front of him. He stormed out of the palace, screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. He wanted to act, to strike, but he knew now wasn't the time. Theo, on the other hand, was soaring. With all tutorial quests now completed, his transformation was undeniable. The label of imbecile was dead, and his reward? An experience elixir, a potent tonic that boosted a user's level by 5 if they were under level 30. This wasn't the end. It was just the start. Theo's true revenge was only beginning, and word of the banquet massacre spread like wildfire. All across the palaces, jaws dropped at the news. The mighty scale dragon society, humiliated and torn apart by the one they once mocked. Later that night, Theo's crew took him out to celebrate. The mood was rowdy. The drinks flowed. The once scorned noble had made a spectacular entrance into high society, painted in blood and sealed in silence. Even Evelyn showed up to join the festivities. Theo, drink in hand, couldn't help but wonder how the Scale Dragon Society was feeling now. After all, they used to call him an imbecile. Now, they were licking their wounds. Back at Camellia Palace, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Emil Ragnar, Axion's mother, was furious. She'd heard what went down at the banquet, and she was struggling to believe it. Theo hadn't just found an excuse to act. He'd gone full tilt, slicing off Noble's arms right in front of Axion. Emil didn't hold back. She lit into her son, her voice sharp with frustration. She had warned him, told him not to underestimate Theo. But now, they'd basically handed Theo a blank check to do whatever he wanted. Axion tried to defend himself. He argued that the more attention Theo attracted, the harder it would be for him to maintain control of the Rose Palace. He told her not to worry, but Emil wasn't buying it. She pointed out every flaw in his thinking, every mistake that had led to this disaster. Their carefully laid plans had unraveled, all because of Axion's arrogance. Realizing he wasn't winning this argument, Axion fell silent and left the room. As her son's footsteps faded, Emil muttered to herself in frustration. How could he be so insufferable? Her brother, Ed Troyven, tried to lighten the mood with a smirk. He's just like you used to be. Emil shot him a look. Not in the mood. Ed quickly raised his hands in surrender and offered a real apology. Then, more seriously, he attempted to put her at ease. Yes, the situation was chaotic, he admitted, but it wasn't beyond saving. He explained that the Rose Palace, despite being neglected for years and labeled a haven for misfits, still technically fell under the protection of the clan leader's authority. That made it a tough target to seize outright. But now, thanks to Theo's rampage at the banquet, they finally had the leverage they needed. Theo's own actions gave them the legal ground to suppress him. Emil slowly began to calm down as she processed what Ed was saying. Her fear of Theo rising in strength had always come from the possibility that he'd gain influence and power over time. But if they could weaponize his public display of violence, they could put walls around him before he got too far. Now, with Ed's plan in motion, they could legally restrain Theo and push the Rose Palace into submission. Emil saw the angle, and she liked it. Ed assured her that things were already underway. By tomorrow morning, she'd receive news worth smiling over. He even suggested she take the night to unwind, mentioning that he'd had a special aromatic candle prepared for her bath, imported from the volcanic regions of the south. At last, Emil allowed herself to relax. She nodded in appreciation and thanked her brother before retiring to her quarters, Hope quietly returning to her sharp gaze. Meanwhile, over at the tavern, the mood was loud and cheerful, except for one oddly serious moment at Theo's table. Remington, who apparently couldn't handle his drinks despite only sipping on orange juice, was acting drunk and emotional. He turned to Theo with a look of awe and blurted out how shocked he was by everything that went down at the banquet. He hadn't realized, not until that moment, just how much Theo cared about him. Theo, blinking in confusion, asked what he meant, half amused, watching his friend get so sentimental over juice. But Remington wasn't joking. He remembered clearly how Theo had stepped in without hesitation, throwing himself into the fire the moment those nobles insulted him. Despite all the abuse Theo himself had taken over the years, he stood up for Remington without blinking. That hit deep. Remington admitted he felt ashamed. He should have done more to stand up for himself. Instead, Theo had carried the weight for both of them. Now, looking at him, Remington saw Theo in a whole new light. This was no longer the so-called failure from the Rose Palace. This was someone who had clawed his way through ridicule, humiliation, and rejection, and still found the strength to fight. In Remington's eyes, Theo wasn't just going up against Camellia Palace. He was pushing back against every force that had ever tried to bury him. Getting misty-eyed, Remington confessed that Theo's boldness, drawing his sword, facing the nobles, was all for him. Theo was about to protest, but before he could even open his mouth, Remington stood up. Inspired, he declared that he was done following his clan's orders. From now on, he'd follow Theo. The whole tavern roared in support. People cheered, raising their drinks, clapping as if they'd just witnessed the rise of a legendary duo. Theo, now fully red in the face, tried to explain that this was all a big misunderstanding, but then he heard Evelyn's voice in his head. Calm and amused, she spoke to him telepathically. "Just let it be," she said. "This isn't such a bad misunderstanding." From across the room, she watched the scene unfold, eyes calm, as if everything was going according to plan. Theo sighed, giving in to the moment. A small smile tugged at his lips, but deep down he still couldn't shake the feeling. He wasn't anything special. All of this, the strength, the power, the momentum, it came from the system. The status window. He opened it again and stared. Every bit of progress he'd made, every leap forward, it all traced back to this mysterious interface. He'd once wondered if it was just a reflection of his own regrets, something born from the scars of his past life. But the longer he looked at it, the more convinced he became. This thing wasn't just about him. It was bigger, beyond him. There was something familiar about it, something that gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. He didn't have the answers yet, but whatever it was helping him grow. And for now, that was enough. After the Scale Dragon Society incident, Theo noticed something new. His level had gone up. With each level, the system granted him stat points to allocate however he saw fit. For the first time, Theo realized he had total control over his growth. The future, wide open before him, felt like both a gift and a looming storm. As he sat deep in thought, his mind spinning with possibilities, Evelyn happened to glance his way. The subtle, almost sinister smile playing on his lips didn't escape her. It was faint, but enough to spark concern. Still, Theo had more pressing matters than her unease. He knew full well that Camellia Palace wouldn't stay silent. After what happened at the banquet, retaliation was inevitable. And so, it was time to prepare. He turned to Remington, his tone casual. "Hey, Remy, I need your help with something." Remington blinked at the nickname, surprised, but nodded without hesitation. Of course. Whatever it is I'm in. Theo pulled out a folded piece of paper and handed it to him. This is serious. The war between me and Axion. It starts now. I'm going to need everything you've got. Remington took the paper in silence, and for a moment, his thoughts drifted back to his past life. Back when he eventually rose to become head of House Narshio. A time when his forces were strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Ragnar clan. Theo understood the weight of the man standing beside him. Having Remington on his side wasn't just helpful, it was a game-changer. And Theo was ready to solidify that bond. Remington's eyes sharpened with resolve. I'm with you, no matter what. Theo gave a rare, genuine smile in return. Thanks, Remy. With you here, this fight might just be winnable. But before they could plan another move, the tavern doors slammed open. A squad of knights burst in, voices booming as they called out Theo's name. The room went silent. The lead knight stepped forward. By order of Camellia Palace, Theo Ragnar is under arrest for assault, threats, and intimidation. Gasps erupted from the patrons. Evelyn immediately stood, her hand twitching toward her weapon, but Theo raised a calm hand to stop her. It's fine, he said coolly. Let them play their move. He stepped forward, reading the arrest warrant. The ink was still wet. They were desperate. Theo didn't resist. He knew this was just another trap, another gambit in the political war. Better to play along than give them more ammunition. As they shackled his wrists, he turned back toward his allies with a confident smirk. I'm counting on you. Evelyn and Remington stood frozen in disbelief. Remington especially couldn't believe what was happening. But then his gaze dropped to the piece of paper Theo had just handed him, now the only clue left behind. At Rose Palace, the news of Theo's arrest lands like a thunderclap. Cecilia, his mother, is left speechless. When she hears he's being dragged to the tribunal, her legs give out and she drops to the floor. A servant rushes to catch her, clearly alarmed, but she brushes him off, claiming she's all right, though her face says otherwise. Trying to make sense of it all, Cecilia demands to know why Theo was taken. The servant hesitates before revealing it. It's tied to the Scaled Dragon Society incident. Theo's being accused of stirring up rebellion. Cecilia, still reeling, can hardly believe it. She thought Theo's invite to such a prestigious affair would elevate his status, not land him in the crosshairs of the tribunal. The servant adds that with the destruction Theo caused at the banquet, there's talk of an actual trial. Escaping punishment won't be easy. Even so, Cecilia refuses to doubt her son. Shocked as she is, she knows Theo's not one to crumble under pressure. All she can do now is hold on to faith and hope he comes back unharmed. Elsewhere, inside a carriage rattling toward the tribunal, Theo sits in silence. As the vehicle slows, he recognizes the towering structure ahead. It's been ages since he last stood before it. He knows full well this won't be some routine hearing. After annihilating the Scaled Dragon Society, he's expecting more than just a lecture. And as a Ragnar successor, his claim to the throne is about to be ripped apart and scrutinized. When the knights bark for him to step out, Theo doesn't hesitate. His walk is calm, even bold. Let his enemies think they've cornered him. He's smiling. Because this is exactly what he wanted. The knights announce his arrival, and the doors open to a room thick with power. The tribunal chamber is packed with Ragnar's elite. Theo's eyes scan the room. He can feel the weight of every gaze. There's Julius Ragnar, known as the Demon Dragon, leader of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Then 4 of the 9 dragons make their presence known. Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, the Sword Dragon from Plum Blossom Palace, OSA Ragnar, and Wolfgang Ragnar, the Elder Dragon and Head Counselor. In another life, Theo would have felt crushed just standing among them. But not now. Even so, one presence still carries a sting, Wolfgang. The Elder Dragon's dislike for Theo is no secret. To him, Theo's existence is an embarrassment, a blemish on the Ragnar name. Wolfgang locks eyes with him, voice sharp. Do you even know why you're here? He asks coldly. Then, not waiting for Theo to answer, he throws down the charges. One after another, Byron clan, the Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, the Hanabi clan. They've all pulled away from the main house. And according to Wolfgang, it's all because of Theo's recklessness. Wolfgang's fury boils over as he slams Theo with a vicious insult, calling him a bastard and demanding to know if he can truly shoulder the disgrace he's brought upon the Ragnar name. He makes it crystal clear Theo will answer for dragging the clan's honor through the mud. But Theo doesn't flinch. In fact, he agrees. Calmly, without missing a beat, he admits he was too lenient. Instead of just taking their arms, he says flatly, I should have taken their heads. The room freezes. No one utters a word. Still unfazed, Theo presses on. He reminds them all, the clans that dare defy Ragnar aren't outsiders. They're subjects. The Lord gave them land, gave them honor, he says. Their only duty is loyalty, even unto death. That's the chivalry code. Theo's voice grows sharper. He says that if he had known of their betrayal earlier, he wouldn't have stopped at crippling them. He would have executed them outright. And now, he believes they deserve to be punished. Only then can Ragnar's name be restored. The chamber is silent, stunned by his boldness. Even Julius lets out a short laugh, impressed. He figures Theo might just walk out with a slap on the wrist after making a speech like that. But Wolfgang isn't amused. He sees right through it, or so he thinks. To him, this is just calculated arrogance dressed up as conviction. He's about to tear into Theo again when Osa Ragnar, the sword dragon lady, unexpectedly speaks. She admits Theo's not wrong. Ragnar might be powerful, but true greatness? That's something else entirely. To survive, the clan can't just rule with brute strength. They must earn the trust of their knights and vassals. Domination alone leads to collapse. Only with loyalty and mutual respect can Ragnar truly endure. Wolfgang is caught off guard. He didn't expect Osa to step in, much less take Theo's side. But her words are hard to argue with. Power alone won't hold an empire together. Theo, for his part, is just as surprised. Osa Ragnar, the clan head's first wife and one of the greatest swordsmen in the north, wasn't someone he thought would defend him. But she does. Still, she reminds him the punishment is valid and he should understand its seriousness. Remaining composed, Theo nods. Then what is my punishment, he asks. Wolfgang steps in again, this time with finality. 3 months probation, he declares. But before the moment can settle, Theo speaks up. He wants something in return, permission to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Wolfgang bristles, taking it as defiance. But once again, Osa interjects, calm, measured but firm. She hears Theo out and allows it. Ed Troyven, quietly watching from the sidelines, feels the shift immediately. He's been pulling strings in the background, and now things seem to be falling into place. The noble's children Theo injured were all contenders for next year's awakening ceremony. And now, thanks to Julius Ragnar's influence, Theo walks away with just a light sentence. But Ed isn't angry. Far from it. He sees it as a perfect setup. With Theo disgraced, Camellia Palace can slowly edge out Rose Palace. Ed smirks, already imagining his next move. To him, Theo's already caught in the web. But then, Theo drops a bomb no one saw coming. He demands an appeal. The chamber erupts in disbelief. Even Ed is momentarily taken aback. Still, he masks his surprise with a grin. This kind of arrogance? It only makes Theo easier to bring down. Ed is certain Theo just opened the door to his own ruin. Julius Ragnar steps forward, sharp-eyed and cautious. He asks Theo if he truly understands what an appeal means. Theo answers without hesitation. He's not here to quietly serve out a punishment. He wants justice, real justice. In Ragnar tradition, to appeal is to challenge the system itself. It's not a negotiation, it's a declaration of war. Theo states it plainly. Only the strong get to speak the truth. And he believes he deserves more than punishment. He deserves recognition. The tribunal chamber falls into stunned silence. Meanwhile, far away in the hidden northern branch of the series' merchant guild, chaos erupts. Flames consume the compound as Evelyn slices through the last of the guards. Remington looks around, realizing this is the exact location Theo had tipped them off about. Amid the destruction, they uncover something, a key piece of evidence that could turn the tide in Theo's favor. Back in the tribunal, Ed Troyven can barely contain his glee. Everything is unfolding exactly how he hoped. Theo, standing before some of the highest authorities in Ragnar, is now escalating what could have ended quietly into a public clash. To Ed, it's a dream scenario. Wolfgang, on the other hand, is furious. He accuses Theo of insolence, demanding if he really believes he can take on the forces of 15 clans by himself. But Theo doesn't blink. He explains clearly, this situation can't be swept under the rug. It needs to be addressed head-on. In their world, appeals are fought through proxy battles. One champion from each side, one duel, winner takes all. That's how honor is reclaimed. Everyone knows what this means. If the appeal is accepted, the opposing side will almost certainly send Axion to fight. Julius narrows his eyes, already playing out the possibilities. He warns Theo. If he's expecting someone to volunteer to fight for him, he might be waiting a long time. This isn't a simple favor. Still, Theo stays firm. No hesitation. He formally requests the proxy battle be held in 1 week, just as the rules demand. Ed Troyven watches with smug satisfaction, thinking he's uncovered every angle of Theo's strategy. In his mind, Theo's betting on someone like Julius or Evelyn to stand in for him in the duel. But Ed's confident. No one will volunteer. That means Theo will have to fight alone, and once Ed names Axion as his proxy, the outcome will be inevitable. Theo doesn't stand a chance. But before Ed can savor the moment, everything stops. Footsteps echo through the chamber, each one silencing the room further. Then a calm voice cuts through the tension, praising Theo for his cleverness and growth. The air shifts, eyes widen, and into the tribunal walks Kyle Ragnar, the clan head himself. The moment Kyle enters, the room bows in unison. Even Theo drops to one knee. But just then, a familiar flicker appears before his eyes. A system window flashes open. A new quest has begun. Take over Camellia Palace and uncover its hidden secrets. Theo instantly recalls the mysterious blue light from earlier. He hadn't had time to piece it together until now, but there's no room to dwell on it. His father, the strongest man in Ragnar, is standing right in front of him, and every move matters. Theo raises his head and asks why Kyle has come. The clan head, voice steady and commanding, tells him to stand. He says he's already heard the details and knows Theo intends to invoke an appeal through proxy battle. When Theo confirms it, Kyle nods thoughtfully, acknowledging how risky it will be if Theo steps into the arena himself. Then Kyle poses the question everyone's been waiting for. Who will be your representative? Theo immediately senses this is more than just a question. It's a test. He has every chance to name someone else, someone powerful. But instead, he steps up. Without flinching, he tells his father there's no one who can fight in his place. He'll stand as his own champion. Kyle studies him for a moment, the weight of the room pressing in. He doesn't hide his skepticism. To him, Theo is walking straight toward defeat. But Theo pushes back, voice calm and resolute. He says judgment should come after the battle, not before. He's ready to earn his place with his own hands. Kyle's reaction is unexpected. He throws his head back and laughs, genuinely amused. He turns to the rest of the tribunal, his voice booming. Did you all hear that? He says proud. For the first time, it's clear he sees something in Theo. This is the Ragnar spirit, unbreakable, unyielding. The refusal to bow, no matter who stands in front of you. And in that moment, Theo gains something far greater than approval. He earns his father's respect. Theo can't help but grin. Everything's falling into place, just as he'd planned. The proxy battle? It was never the goal. It was the bait. While the clans are busy focusing on the duel, Remington and Evelyn are out there digging up the dirt on Camellia Palace. And if they succeed, Theo won't even need to lift a sword. His victory will be total, clean, and undeniable. But then, Kyle Ragnar throws the entire room off balance. With a sharp, serious gaze, the clan head declares that he wants to test Theo himself. No proxy battle, no drawn-out trial. Just one condition. If Theo can take a single strike from him, just one, all charges will be dropped. No punishment, no consequences. Silence crashes down on the tribunal. Theo freezes. One blow from the strongest man in Ragnar. It's not just a challenge, it's a death sentence. Before Theo can respond, Ed Troyven jumps to his feet, voice raised in protest. He sees it immediately. If Theo endures this test, he won't just be cleared. He'll be endorsed by the king himself. And that would shatter everything Ed's worked for. Camellia Palace's rise, his plans to usurp Rose Palace. It would all crumble. Ed argues frantically, try to pull out every rule and technicality he can. But Kyle shuts him down with a single statement, icy and final. If a vassal dares challenge the will of the Ragnar bloodline, they no longer deserve to serve it. Ed is forced to back down, his face tight with fury, glancing toward Theo with a growing sense of dread. Kyle then looks to Julius. Anything to add? He asks. Julius chuckles, completely unfazed. Just surprised you're stepping in personally, he says. You haven't done that since things got serious. Kyle turns back to Theo, eyes locked. So, what's your answer? He asks. Theo hesitates only for a breath before gathering himself. He knows what's at stake. Accepting could break him, literally. But backing down now, that would end him politically. Still, he doesn't just say yes. Instead, he calls out. This isn't exactly a fair comparison, Theo says. One blow from a clan head versus a duel between bannermen? Hardly equal terms. Kyle raises an eyebrow, mildly entertained. Are you refusing? Theo smirks. Not refusing. I'm just asking for something fair in return. Kyle, now fully intrigued, leans in. Then tell me, what do you want? Theo turns to Ed Troyven, eyes glinting with ambition. He doesn't even try to hide the challenge in his expression. With a grin, he says the words that freeze the chamber once again. I want something like Camellia Palace. Ed Troyven is stunned into silence. The scheme he'd so carefully orchestrated to humiliate Theo has completely backfired. Now, instead of being crushed, Theo is stepping into the spotlight. Watching it all unfold, Ed can hardly believe the nerve Theo had to present such a bold proposal directly to the clan leader. Wolfgang jumps in, calling Theo's demand outrageous. Forming a pact with the clan head? That kind of deal demands equal footing, and as far as Wolfgang's concerned, Theo doesn't come close. But then comes the real shocker. Kyle Ragnar, the clan leader himself, accepts Theo's challenge. The room freezes. No one saw that coming. Kyle sees something rare in Theo's gutsy move. He respects the audacity, the fire, qualities worthy of a future heir to the Ragnar name. Kyle turns to Ed Troyven, asking if he has any complaints. Cornered, Ed forces a smile and says it all belongs to his lord anyway. How could he possibly object? With that, Kyle gives the order. Prepare the stage immediately. He's going to test Theo with his own hands. As Theo prepares to face his father, the rest of the vassals and bannermen begin to gather, eager to witness what's about to unfold. Ed, simmering beneath the surface, tries to keep composed. In his mind, it's a done deal. Theo doesn't stand a chance. Even skilled swordsmen can't survive a single blow from Kyle Ragnar. No way this upstart gets out of this in one piece. But it doesn't know what Theo has hidden up his sleeve. After completing the tutorial, Theo earned an experience elixir, and with it, his strength has tripled. He's confident he can take what's coming. Kyle notices something's changed. His son feels different, stronger. He suspects Theo may have consumed an elixir, but even that wouldn't explain the dramatic shift. Still, he decides not to dwell on it. This test will reveal the truth. Kyle turns to Theo, asking if he's ready. Theo nods, keeping his composure despite the weight of the moment. Kyle notes that normally, he'd be wielding his great sword, but since Theo hasn't learned to use mana, he'll hold back and use an old rusted steel blade. He offers Theo one last chance to back out. Theo doesn't flinch, he's ready. With that, the duel begins. The moment Kyle releases his aura, the pressure in the room skyrockets. The force is suffocating. Theo feels like the air is crushing him, but he doesn't back down. Kyle watches, slightly impressed. His son is still standing. Maybe there's more to Theo than he thought. Inside the ring, Theo stays laser-focused. After downing the experience elixir and leveling up 5 times, he invested every single point into raw strength. For the first time, he feels like he's broken free from the weak and stepped into the world of the powerful. All he needs is to survive one strike. That's enough. Then it happens. Kyle Ragnar moves. His strike blazes through the air like a crimson flash, obliterating the stage and sending a thunderous shockwave through the hall. The sheer force of it leaves everyone frozen. As the smoke and debris settle, all eyes search for Theo. Ed Troyven is convinced. It's over. There's no way Theo made it through that alive. But when the dust clears, Theo is still standing, battered, barely holding himself up but alive. The hall falls silent. Kyle Ragnar's serious expression gives way to a grin. His son survived. For him, that's all the proof he needs. Theo's resolve, his spirit, his strength, it's real. He's proven himself. The test ends. And with it, a system alert flashes before Theo's eyes. He's completed the emergency quest, single strike from Kyle Ragnar. The reward, a mysterious blue key and a new inventory slot. But there's no time to dwell on that now. Later, Theo slowly regains consciousness, dazed and unsure of where he is. By his side is his mother, Cecilia. Her voice trembles as she speaks, clutching his hand. She tells him how terrified she was when she heard he'd gone up against the clan leader himself. She checks to see if he's injured, ready to call a doctor at any sign of pain. Theo eases her fears, telling her he's okay. though the unfamiliar room still leaves him confused. That's when Julius, known as the Demon Dragon, enters with news that stuns him. By Kyle Ragnar's orders, Camellia Palace has been vacated. Emil, Axion, and everyone loyal to them are gone. Theo's eyes widen as it hits him. This place, this room, it's Camellia Palace. And now it's his. As if on cue, the system pings again. The next objective appears. Uncover the palace's hidden secret. His journey isn't over yet, but this is a massive victory. Meanwhile, outside in the palace garden, Emil Ragnar is fuming. Stripped of her power, she lashes out at the servants, who scramble to avoid her wrath. Her fury is unchecked. This isn't just a loss, it's humiliation. From the sidelines, Ed Troyven watches in silence, rage simmering beneath his calm exterior. He leans in and gives a chilling command to Axion. End him. Kill Theo. Axion had been quietly making preparations for the upcoming awakening ceremony, carefully laying the groundwork for whatever scheme he had in mind. But Ed Troyven's sudden order throws him off. Kill Theo now. No more waiting, no more delays. The fury burning in Ed's eyes leaves no room for hesitation. Axion understands this isn't just about strategy anymore. This is personal. Meanwhile, back inside Camellia Palace, Theo is finally able to catch his breath. Despite all the setbacks and close calls, his plan worked. Camellia Palace is his, and he didn't even need to play his trump card. Now, with this unexpected victory, his influence has grown even stronger. He opens his inventory and pulls out an apple, taking a bite as he reflects on how far he's come. The system continues to surprise him with its perks, simple things like snacks at your fingertips or strategic tools when they matter most. Then his gaze lands on the blue key he earned from the trial. Something about it keeps tugging at his thoughts. He eyes a door in the corner of the room, and suddenly, a soft glow lights up around the keyhole. This is it. Theo inserts the key, and the lock clicks open. The door creaks aside, revealing a steep tunnel spiraling downward into darkness. A system alert confirms what he suspected. He's just uncovered his very first dungeon. Better yet, experience gained inside will be doubled. A dungeon hidden beneath Camellia Palace? There's no way that's a coincidence. This has to be tied to his larger quest. Before stepping in, Theo loads up his inventory with every weapon and item he might need. Once ready, he descends into the shadows. Not long after entering, Theo encounters a massive wolf, far too large to be a regular beast. Its glowing eyes and overwhelming presence scream one thing: demonic monster. It lunges at him with frightening speed. Theo reacts quickly, bracing with his shield, but the beast's momentum knocks him backward. He tries to retaliate, but his blade barely scratches the creature's hide. It's not enough. Theo quickly realizes brute force won't cut it here. The wolf is too fast, too tough. He thinks back to his father's devastating strike, the one that nearly ended him. That kind of focused, overwhelming power is what he needs. He tries to mimic it. Tight grip, full force, single motion, but nothing happens. It's not that simple. That kind of strength doesn't come from copying alone. Understanding hits him like lightning. Power like that needs total focus and commitment. It's not about swinging harder. It's about putting everything into one decisive blow. With that clarity, Theo changes tactics. He tosses the shield aside. Speed is his new weapon. Drawing from the sword arts Evelyn taught him, he tightens his stance and sharpens his movements. The wolf charges again. This time, Theo darts in, slipping past the beast's jaws and driving his blade straight into its eye. The monster howls in agony, stumbling backward. Theo doesn't wait. He presses forward, blade ready, eyes locked. This time, he's finishing the fight on his terms. 2 months have flown by, and back at the training grounds, Theo's absence is all anyone can talk about. Yodi and Sybil stand off to the side, watching the crowd grow each day. More and more people are asking about training with Theo. Ever since the rumor spread about the clan leader personally striking him, interest has exploded. Everyone wants to see the guy who survived a blow from Kyle Ragnar. As Sybil talks about the growing buzz, someone approaches, swaggering, smug, and clearly looking for trouble. It's Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. With a sneer, he tosses a glance at Sybil and calls him a lackey, demanding to know when the almighty young master plans to show his face. 2 months, and still no sign of Theo? Henry laughs it off. To him, the guy's just hiding from the spotlight. He keeps going, needling Sybil with every word. He mocks the rumor about the strike, claiming no one actually saw it. Then he flat out says it. Theo's just a fraud who made up a story to boost his name. The whole thing? Fake. But Sybil's had enough. The tension that's been building for weeks finally erupts. With one swift punch, Sybil smashes Henry's face in, sending him crashing to the ground with his pride shattered and his nose definitely broken. Another guy from Plum Blossom Palace rushes in, furious. He hurls insults at Sybil, calling him a dropout and mocking his loyalty to Theo. But this time, the energy around the training field shifts. Everyone aligned with Theo turns their eyes on the Plum Palace loudmouth. The air is thick with threat. Sybil doesn't flinch. He glares back and throws out a blunt insult, calling the guy a shit-face, warning him not to ever talk trash about young Master Theo again. Even Iodi is caught off guard. He never expected Sybil, of all people, to talk about looks, especially since Sybil isn't winning any beauty contests himself. But Sybil doesn't care. He's done playing nice. He's tired of watching these punks walk around, disrespecting Theo. With a sharp motion, Sybil and his crew draw their swords. The message is clear. This isn't just talk anymore. They're ready to throw down. The Plum Palace guys meet the challenge, blades flashing as they draw their own weapons. Just as the clash is about to erupt, everything freezes. With a single, chilling move, all weapons lock in place, frozen in midair. Everyone turns. Sybil's eyes go wide. He knows that presence. Ray Ragnar, one of the 4 Hounds of the North, has arrived. Before anyone can react, loud, amused laughter echoes through the grounds. Another figure joins in. Hulkus Lanka, also one of the 4 Hounds. He steps onto the scene, clearly entertained by the chaos. Sybil stares, dumbfounded. 2 of the 4 Hounds of the North, Ray Ragnar and Hulkus Lanka, have just appeared out of nowhere. Hulkus, loud as ever, scans the crowd with impatience and suddenly starts shouting for the Luster Tiger, completely throwing the Plum Blossom guys off. The confusion only grows. Hulkus doesn't care. He wants answers. He demands to know where Theo Ragnar is, calling him out as the master of the training ground. The air turns electric as Hulkus grins wide and announces his real purpose. He's here to challenge Theo himself. Meanwhile, deep beneath Camellia Palace, Theo is nearing his breaking point. His sword lies shattered, his body bruised, and the dungeon has taken its toll. But just as the fatigue starts to weigh him down, the system chimes in. He's leveled up again. Stat windows pop open across his vision. His strength, speed, and stamina all jump. He's defeated 170 demonic beasts. Surrounded by the remains of his enemies, Theo sits atop the pile, breathing hard, soaked in sweat and blood, but victorious. And yet, it's not over. The system delivers its next message. The boss is waiting. Theo downs a healing potion, letting the warm surge of energy repair his wounds. He thinks back on the past 2 months spent in this dungeon. There were countless close calls. More than once, he nearly died, but each time the potions pulled him through. What once felt impossible became routine as his level climbed. The real shock? How fast it all passed. 2 whole months, gone in a blur of blood and battle. Now, only one enemy remains. He spots the stairs leading to the final floor. He rises slowly, but his gaze drops to the remains of his sword. Useless now. He reaches into his inventory and pulls out another blade, the last one he has. A ceremonial sword, a gift from his mother on his birthday. His fingers tighten around the hilt, and memories crash into him. In his past life, he hadn't appreciated this sword, hadn't appreciated her. He'd been obsessed with awakening his bloodline, blind to everything else. He'd cast the sword aside, convinced that it, and his mother's efforts, meant nothing. And now, the regret is sharp. This time, things are different. He won't make the same mistakes. Sword in hand, Theo steps forward, entering the final room of the dungeon. The system's voice warns him, extreme danger ahead. The door creaks open, and there it is, a dragon. For a second, Theo freezes. But as the creature stirs, he sees it more clearly. It's a lesser drake, not a full dragon, but still a fearsome opponent. Even so, its appearance makes him pause. Could it be related to the Ragnars? They're said to be descended from dragons, after all. Coincidence or fate? No time to think. This is it. If Theo wants to complete the dungeon and return to the surface, he has to slay this beast. Inside the dungeon, the system blinks to life and presents Theo with his objective. One final monster remains. The last hurdle is the Lesser Drake, a dragon-type beast and far from an easy target. Theo readies himself, but even with his current power, he wonders if it'll be enough. Dragons, even lesser ones, are in a different league. He locks into focus, Relying on the move he's drilled into muscle memory, the single flash. It's the same technique he used to cut down countless wolves in this place. Nowhere near the level of his father's legendary dragon flash, but if he pushes his dragon heart to its limit, he might be able to make a real impact. Charging forward with everything he's got, Theo aims directly for the eye. His blade lands true, plunging into the drake's eye socket. The beast lets out a thunderous cry, writhing in pain. For a second, Theo feels like he might have done it, but the moment shatters as the drake's tail whips at him violently. He barely dodges, and it hits him. His strike didn't go deep enough. It hurt the creature, but didn't finish the job. The drake bellows and thrashes wildly. Theo can feel the pressure in the air shift, the danger rising fast. Death is on its way, but he doesn't flinch. Instead, he dives back in, landing swift, clean hits. They're not fatal, but he's not aiming to kill. He's searching. Every dragon has a weakness, the reverse scale. Then the drake unleashes another chilling roar, and something changes. The weight of its presence crashes down on Theo like a wave. His body locks up, seized by fear. He watches the next attack come, unable to move in time. Just before it hits, he raises his sword instinctively. The force of the blow launches him across the battlefield, slamming him into a rock wall. Pain explodes through him. He knows he can't take many more hits like that. Gritting his teeth, Theo gets back up. The drake is already coming for him again. There's no more time to hesitate. If he's going to win, he has to land a clean shot on the reverse scales fast. As the beast lunges, Theo springs into action, scaling its huge body while dodging its snapping jaws and claw swipes. Then he finds a spot and drives his blade in hard. Blood erupts, and the drake screams. Theo doesn't stop. He attacks the same point over and over, feeling the tide of the battle shift in his favor. But just as he braces for victory, the drake doesn't fall. It's still standing, still fighting. And now, Theo's face says it all. This monster's not done yet. Back at the training grounds, things are heating up fast. The tension between the four hounds is about to explode. Hulkus Lanka, as hot-headed as ever, is fuming, his anger aimed squarely at Ray Ragnar. He demands a match with Theo, but Ray just scoffs. She doesn't hold back, mocking him for the defeat he suffered 3 years ago. Still the same loser, she sneers. Hulkus fires back, claiming he's grown stronger, spent every single day closing the gap between them. But Ray's not buying it. She throws the insult right back at him, harder this time, and that's the last straw. Hulkus challenges her then and there. Winner gets to face Theo. Weapons are drawn, and in a flash, Hulkus swings his massive blade. Ray meets it head-on, easily blocking the strike without flinching. On the sidelines, Sybil and Henry look on in disbelief. Watching two elites of the Four Hounds clash is nothing short of terrifying. Just as the intensity starts to climb, a familiar figure steps in, Remington. He moves between them, calm but commanding. This is young Master Theo's territory, and he won't allow any chaos here. Hulkus lights up at the sight of Remington, even tossing out the idea of sparring with him instead. But Remington shuts it down. His tone leaves no room for argument. This ground is sacred. Then, without warning, a suffocating aura crashes down on the training field. Everyone freezes. A wave of killing intent floods the area, thick and overwhelming. All eyes turn toward the source. Theo has arrived. He walks in slowly, but the energy around him is unmistakable. Even Remington, usually unshakable, is caught off guard. Something's changed. Something big. What happened while Theo was away? Ray and Hulkus are on edge now, but not with fear. It's excitement. The one they've been itching to challenge is finally here, and the atmosphere shifts completely. The pressure Theo carries now, it mirrors what he faced deep in the dungeon. Because back in that dungeon, Theo had finally struck the fatal blow. After hammering the drake's weak point over and over, the beast couldn't hold out. It collapsed. The system lit up, confirming his victory. At one point, when he touched the reverse scales, the drake went berserk, and Theo thought it was over. But the rampage drained the monster's last strength, leaving Theo standing tall. After wrapping up his mission inside Camellia Palace, the system flashes a string of rewards across Theo's screen. He's earned the tooth and claw of the lesser drake. The tooth, perfect for enhancing weapons. The claw, ideal for boosting sharpness. Right away, Theo thinks of his mother's sword. That blade is more than a weapon. It's a memory, and he's determined to keep it intact. But that's not all. The system grants him a new ability, Lesser Drake's Fear. It lets him instill fear in anyone with weaker magic power. Theo is floored. He always thought that kind of skill was reserved for elites. Excited to try it out, he can't help but wonder how useful it'll be in a place like Ragnar, where powerful warriors are everywhere. Alongside that, completing the Camellia Palace quest also earns him a mysterious item, the Nest Compass. He's not exactly sure what it does, but something tells him it'll be important later. Without wasting time, he tucks it into his inventory and heads back to his quarters, drained from the intense dungeon run. But rest will have to wait. A maid comes running, clearly in a panic. She sees his injuries and shows concern, but Theo waves her off. There's trouble in Training Ground 4. A fight has broken out, and they need him to deal with it. Dragging his tired body across the grounds, Theo arrives, and he's in no mood to play referee. Without a word, he activates Lesser Drake's Fear. Instantly, the air thickens with deadly pressure. The aura hits like a wave, and several onlookers drop unconscious. Theo's voice cuts through the chaos. He tells them all to clear out. He needs sleep, not drama. But Hulkus Lanka isn't the type to run from a fight. In fact, Theo's aura only fires him up. The intensity, the power, it's exactly what he's been waiting for. Without hesitation, he charges. Hulkus swings his massive blade with full force. But Theo, fresh off his dungeon trial, doesn't flinch. With one clean move, he counters the attack and knocks Hulkus back. The crowd watches in stunned silence. One strike, that's all it took. Even Theo is caught off guard. The strength he's gained, it's real. Still, Hulkus won't quit. Known as the weakest of the four hounds, it's not for lack of power. He's strong, brute strong, like a black bear, but he's reckless, unrefined. And now, with his pride on the line, he charges again, daring Theo to stop him this time. Despite Hulkus's brute strength, Theo moves with precision and confidence, meeting the charge head-on. With one swift, perfectly timed slash, he brings Hulkus down. The impact sends a shock through the training ground. Hulkus coughs up blood before collapsing unconscious. Theo pauses, realizing he might have gone too far. But Hulkus is tough. He'll pull through. The young master lets out a breath, watching the fallen warrior with a mix of regret and relief. The crowd is frozen. Sybil and the others are speechless. No one imagined Hulkus Lanka, the so-called black bear of the four hounds, could be dropped in a single move. Then, as the realization hits, the silence breaks. Cheers erupt across the training ground. Theo tries to reassure them. Hulkus is alive, just knocked out cold. But before he can even take in the victory, his sword, the cherished blade once given to him by his mother, cracks under its own weight, then shatters completely. Theo stares at the broken pieces. It stings. That sword meant something to him. To everyone else, though, the moment only adds to the legend. The crowd roars even louder, treating the shattered blade as proof of Theo's overwhelming power. Theo doesn't really get the hype. To him, the broken sword is a loss. But to them, it's a symbol, a young master strong enough to break his own weapon just by swinging it. Off to the side, Ragnar watches quietly. But her mind isn't in the present. It drifts to a long-ago winter. She remembers being cold, wearing thin clothes, wandering without direction. Then, out of nowhere, Theo found her. Concerned, he'd asked what she was doing out there. Without hesitation, he wrapped his scarf around her and led her home, promising to wait until the snow stopped. The memory brings a rare smile to Ray's face, soft and quiet. Watching him now, standing at the center of the cheering crowd, she feels something different. Admiration. She turns to leave, her thoughts lingering on the boy who once showed her kindness. Remington catches sight of her smile and is visibly surprised. Ray isn't the type to show emotions. Meanwhile, back at Camellia Palace, Theo can't help but feel a little awkward as the maids rush to congratulate him. He's just been given a new title, Luster Tiger. The name echoes through the halls, and the maids are ecstatic. One of them, beaming with pride, encourages him to keep pushing forward until the awakening ceremony. Her excitement is contagious, and for the first time in a while, Theo feels it too, a rising sense of confidence. Maybe he really can do this. Out of nowhere, Cecilia bursts into the room, a steaming abalone dish in hand and determination in her eyes. Without warning, she starts shoving spoonfuls into Theo's mouth, not giving him a chance to resist. He tries to push back, but she's relentless, determined to fatten him up right then and there. As she keeps feeding him nonstop, Theo chokes down the bites, overwhelmed but oddly comforted. The scene, chaotic as it is, pulls at something deep inside him, a memory from another life. In this second chance he's been given, moments like these feel priceless. Between mouthfuls, he manages to mumble that the food is amazing, and Cecilia beams with pride. But her joy vanishes the moment her eyes land on something behind him, his broken sword. The room's energy shifts. Theo starts sweating as he fumbles for an explanation. "It snapped during training," he says quickly. "I'm really sorry. It was your birthday gift." Cecilia doesn't get angry at him, but her expression hardens. She's furious, just not at Theo. Her anger is aimed at the person who forged the blade, the one who promised it wouldn't break. "That sword," she says, "was crafted from white snow steel and ebony steel wood. Materials so rare they might as well be myths." Theo blinks in disbelief. "Wait, ebony steel wood? From the southern jungles?" She nods. "Exactly. And it wasn't easy to get either. That sword was supposed to be indestructible." Theo's jaw nearly drops. He had no idea the sword was made of such legendary materials. And now he's feeling more than guilt. He's in awe. How did she even manage to get her hands on something so rare? Cecilia's not finished. Her voice rises as she declares she's going to confront the blacksmith personally. And not just for an apology. She plans to demand a replacement. One even better than the last. Theo tries to talk her down, insisting it's fine and that he can just use another weapon. But she shuts that idea down immediately. He's not just anyone anymore. People are starting to recognize his strength. And with the awakening ceremony coming up, appearances matter. There's no way she's letting him walk in with a subpar blade. He deserves the best. Theo's left speechless. Beneath her fury is something else, deep care. And that, more than anything, fills him with gratitude. Just as he's starting to relax, thinking the conversation's over, Cecilia drops a surprise. "Get up. We're going." Theo looks up, puzzled. "Going where?" She crosses her arms and smirks. "To the Basque Workshop, the best smithy in all of Winterra." The Basque Workshop isn't your average forge. It's massive, industrial, and ranks among the top 3 manufacturing workshops in all of Winterra. Known for its scale and unmatched craftsmanship, it's the kind of place where legendary weapons are born. But what truly sets it apart is the master behind it all. Curson, the elf of capitalism. One of the rare few to earn the title of master craftsman. Curson's name alone commands respect. Theo is floored. He never imagined he'd get the chance to meet someone of her status. Even more surprising, his mother apparently has a connection to her. But nothing could have prepared him for what comes next. As they walk into the workshop, the first thing Theo hears is Cecilia's sharp voice cutting through the air, addressing Curson as mother. Theo stops in his tracks. Mother? That means Curson is his grandmother. For a moment, he can't speak. It all hits him at once. His mother's mysterious past, the secrets she never shared. She'd always claimed to be an orphan, but now the truth is staring him in the face. Curson, one of the most elite blacksmiths in the land, is family. That makes Theo part elf, and suddenly, his striking looks make perfect sense. Curson, clearly not thrilled by the title, fires back. "Don't call me that," she snaps. When not on those terms. The tension between them is sharp and obvious. Cecilia doesn't care. She pulls the broken sword from her bag and tosses it down at Curson's feet. "This," she says coldly, "is defective." Curson narrows her eyes, skeptical, until she examines the blade. Her jaw tightens when she sees the clean break. The silence speaks for itself. She didn't think it was possible. "Who used this?" she finally asks. Cecilia points over her shoulder. "My son." Curson blinks. "That kid," she says, astonished. Cecilia's response is instant. "Watch your mouth. He's not just any kid, he's a genius. One day, he'll rule over Ragnar." Theo, staying composed, steps forward to introduce himself. He bows his head slightly and thanks Curson for the opportunity to meet her. He even calls her by her title, acknowledging her as the master of the Basque Workshop. Curson raises a brow, clearly surprised by the boy's poise. "You raised him well," she mutters to Cecilia. "But they're not done with the sword." Curson turns back to Theo. "You're the only one who used it." He nods. "Yes." Now Curson's expression shifts from annoyed to curious. The break in the sword might not be a flaw in the craftsmanship after all. This could be something much deeper. She exhales, realizing this won't be a quick fix. "Come inside," she says, motioning them in. "We've got a lot to talk about." As they step into the workshop, Theo's thoughts drift to Curson. What was her connection to his mother? Unable to hold back his curiosity, He asks if the demon craftsman is really part of their family. Cecilia gives a small nod, confirming his suspicion. While following Curson further inside, Theo's curiosity only grows. He turns to Cecilia again, asking if Curson is actually her birth mother. Cecilia clears the air. Curson wasn't her real mother, but she did raise her for a short time. She shares that Curson has always had a passion for anything beautiful, whether it was music, gemstones, plays, or even people. That's what drew her to Cecilia back then. But Curson, true to her gruff nature, snaps that dredging up the past is a waste of time. Cecilia scoffs at the remark, clearly unfazed. Theo notices something warm hidden behind Curson's harsh tone. Still curious, he asks how his mother ever ended up leaving a place like this. Curson sighs, her annoyance creeping in as she reveals the truth. Cecilia left to marry the head of the Ragnar clan. It wasn't something she ever imagined Cecilia would choose. The Ragnar clan was dangerous, their world cruel, and Curson couldn't believe Cecilia willingly stepped into it. Yet somehow, she made it through. Last year, she even came back, asking Curson to forge a sword for Theo. Curson didn't hide her disapproval, calling Cecilia shameless, but that only fired up Cecilia more, sparking a fresh round of bickering. As they trade jabs, Theo can't help but smile. He's never seen his mother like this before, sharp, playful, alive. In his previous life, he'd been so consumed with chasing rank and reputation that he never really saw her. He never noticed the people who truly cared. Watching them now, he begins to understand. Curson might be rough, but her care runs deep. And he wonders, if she was around back then, why didn't she ever step in? Or maybe this time things really are different. They finally arrive at Curson's private chambers. As soon as they enter, she suddenly grabs Theo by the arm and slams the door shut, locking Cecilia outside. Her muffled protests echo through the door, but Curson doesn't flinch. Her eyes are locked on Theo. Without wasting a breath, she hits him with a strange question. Does he have the relic of the primordial dragon? Theo blinks, caught off guard. He asks if she means the ancient ancestor of the guardian dragon, the one said to protect the Ragnar clan. He's heard the legends, whispers of powerful treasures hidden across Winterra for the Ragnar bloodline. But to him, they always sounded like fairy tales. Curson cuts him off sharply, her voice tight with frustration. The relics aren't myths, they're real. Her hands tremble as she inspects the broken sword, the same blade she'd forged with everything she had. It shouldn't have shattered, not unless it had clashed with something unbelievably powerful. Something like a relic. The idea that her work failed so easily clearly stings more than she lets on. Theo lowers his head, guilt creeping in. He explains that the sword broke during a fight with a lesser drake. He hadn't meant for this to happen. And as for relics, he doesn't know the first thing about them. But Curson doesn't wait for him to finish. Instead, she moves to a nearby chest, tightly bound with chains, and places it between them. She asks if he notices anything strange. The moment his eyes land on the casket, Theo's system flares to life. Blue light pulses across his vision, the same glow he saw at the dungeon gate back in Camellia Palace. It's unmistakable. This is no ordinary item. He asks if this is part of a quest. Curson can't see what he's seeing, but his reaction tells her everything. He's sensing it. She confirms it. Inside that casket lies a relic of the primordial dragon. No matter how many times she's tried to open it, the seal hasn't budged. As she sets the box down, she begins to tell the legend. The primordial dragon, a creature of immense power, once tore out its own fang and had it forged into a blade. That blade became known as the White Moonlight Blade, a weapon of unparalleled might. Then she lays it all on the line. If Theo can break the seal, the White Moonlight Blade is his. But if he fails, he might not survive. The process could kill him. She gives him one last chance to walk away. But Theo's answer comes instantly. A spark lights in his eyes, his heart racing with anticipation. The risk, the legend, the chance to claim something this powerful. He doesn't hesitate. With a bold grin, he declares the sword already his. Just then, the system responds. Scenario quest activated. Be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. Standing before the chain casket in the heart of Curson's workshop, everything starts to click into place. This isn't just any relic, it's that sword. The one wielded by the Black Dragon, a figure shrouded in mystery, feared across all of Winterra. The same blade carried by the Black Snow Leader, one of the 9 dragons. Whispers of the white moonlight blade have always ended in silence, because anyone who knew the truth never lived to tell it. A wave of memories crashes into Theo. He vividly recalls his encounter with the Black Dragon 4 years ago, an event he still can't make sense of. The Black Dragon could have ended him then and there, but didn't. And in that brief moment, Theo caught a glimpse of the real form of the sword. Now, standing before that very relic, he can hardly believe it. How had Curson been holding onto the primordial dragon's relic all this time without him knowing? Curson's voice snaps him back. She asks if he's ready. Theo doesn't hesitate. Determination burns in his eyes. He will make this sword his. He steps closer, inspecting the casket. The pattern, the markings, it all feels familiar. That's when he realizes it's just like the door to the Camellia Palace dungeon. Trusting his instincts, he reaches into his inventory and pulls out the same blue key he used before. Curson watches, confused as he fits the key into the seal. With a soft click, the chains begin to unravel on their own. A strange light pours from the casket, ominous and pulsing, and Curson's expression shifts instantly from curiosity to alarm. But before Theo can react, black mist erupts from within, curling around him like living shadow. It clings to his body, dragging him downward. He struggles, clawing at the fog, but it's useless. It swallows him whole. Darkness. Then flames. Theo opens his eyes to find himself standing in the middle of a burning palace. Rose Palace. The fire rages all around him, just like it did in the past. His knees weaken as the memories come flooding back. He remembers this moment all too well. The destruction, the helplessness, the searing pain of failure. This place had haunted him for years. His fists clench as a surge of rage fills him. He remembers Rendon. He remembers his enemies. He remembers the Camellia Palace. He wasn't strong enough then, but now he's going to change that. He'll burn it all down if that's what it takes. But something feels off. From the inferno, a massive griffin rises. Its gaze locks on Theo, intelligent and sharp. It doesn't charge at first. Instead, it seems to twist around his mind, playing tricks, feeding off the hunger for power swelling inside him. Then, without warning, the griffin lunges. Theo throws up his arms and grabs its beak just in time. The creature tries to push into his thoughts, to break his will by showing him everything he craves, everything he fears. But Theo sees through it now. This griffin isn't just some hallucination. It's no ordinary beast. It's the spirit of the Moonlight Blade, the wolf forged into the weapon itself. A guardian, a test. Its voice rings in his ears, calling him arrogant for daring to claim the sword's power. But Theo doesn't flinch. He looks the creature in the eye and fires back. He's already endured worse than this. He's faced despair, failure, and death. He's not here, chasing empty dreams. No illusion can shake him now. As Theo wrestles with the beast, something catches his eye. The griffin is smaller than it should be. In his memory, the creature loomed over him like a mountain, at least 10 meters tall. But now, they're evenly matched in size. A smirk spreads across Theo's face. So that's it. The griffin's strength must have faded after being sealed for so long. Emboldened, he tightens his grip and tells the creature flat out. The Moonlight Sword is his now. The griffin thrashes violently, trying to break free, but it's too late. Theo's will doesn't waver for a second. With a wild grin, he cocks his fist back, ready to end this. The test is already over. He's won. Back in Curson's workshop, the atmosphere is completely different. Tension fills the air as Cecilia hovers over Theo's unconscious body. Panic grips her heart. She calls out to him, shaking him, pleading for a response, but he doesn't stir. Tears stream down her face as she turns to Curson, demanding answers. What's happening to her son? Why isn't he waking up? Curson, usually composed, is at a loss. She admits this is unlike anything she's ever seen. Something is interfering with the process, something powerful. She senses a monstrous energy coursing through Theo's veins, mingling with his own. It's not just the relic, it's something else. Another relic, maybe, one she didn't account for. Cecilia's voice cracks as she warns her mother. If Theo doesn't make it through this, she'll never forgive her. The room goes quiet, save for Cecilia's sobs as she clings to her son. Then suddenly, light begins to radiate from Theo's chest. Both women freeze. The air shifts as the moonlight sword hums to life, glowing with a blinding aura. Theo's hand moves on its own, reaching toward the sword. The light intensifies, wrapping around his body like a cocoon. Cecilia rushes to him again, calling his name, and this time, his eyes open. He looks up, calm and steady, as if he hadn't just been on the edge of death. Cecilia pulls him into a hug, tears pouring freely now. She doesn't care about appearances. Her son is alive. Theo gently reassures her, his voice quiet but firm. He's okay. More than okay. The system chimes in, confirming what just happened. Quest complete. You have defeated the Moonlight Griffin and claimed the White Moonlight Sword. Theo takes a deep breath, letting it all sink in. He was lucky. The Griffin had just awakened and hadn't recovered its full power. Its mind tricks didn't work on him because he'd already faced worse. But then comes another notification. The energy of the Moonlight Sword has fused with the monster energy inside him, boosting his magic level far beyond expectations. His stats spike. His magic power now exceeds 200. He's officially crossed the threshold into the realm of high-ranking swordsmen. His body begins to radiate power, glowing faintly with this new energy. But there's a catch. The full extent of this power remains sealed. Until the awakening ceremony, he won't be able to use it completely. Kirsten steps forward, clearly impressed by the display she just witnessed. She offers her congratulations. Theo had done it. He'd claimed the Moonlight Sword. But Theo, ever grounded, cuts straight to the point. Was she going to honor her promise? Kirsten raises a brow, but with a faint grin, assures him elves don't go back on their word. Still, Theo can't shake the uneasy feeling creeping in. The sword doesn't feel completely his. Its energy, wild and untamed, refuses to settle. It's like it's testing him. Kirsten picks up on his discomfort immediately. She tells him not to worry. That reaction is normal. After being sealed for 400 years, the Moonlight Sword isn't going to behave like a loyal pet. It's a beast finally released from its cage. It wants to roar. Theo frowns. He asks if the weapon will ever calm down. Kirsten suggests a simple fix. Let the sword blow off some steam. Hit the wall. Let out. Theo blinks, unsure if she's serious. But she doubles down, tossing in a jab for good measure. With a smirk, she tells him not to worry. Someone with his level of experience wouldn't even scratch the Basque workshop. Legendary sword or not, she doubts he can make a dent. The challenge is clear. A little annoyed but intrigued, Theo decides to go for it. It's the perfect opportunity to test the Dragonheart ability in a controlled setting. He steps forward, gripping the Moonlight Sword as its volatile energy courses through his arms. The weapon is practically begging to be used. He gives a quick heads up, raising the blade. Kirsten watches with a casual glance, until the moment he swings. Single flash. The strike tears through the air like lightning. The wall, thick and fortified, shatters. A deep, clean cut slices straight through it, and the entire structure trembles. Rubble rains down. Smoke rises. Half the workshop crumbles before their eyes. Cecilia freezes, speechless. Kirsten's mouth parts in stunned silence, her eyes widening with a mixture of disbelief and dread. She didn't expect a dent. She thought maybe a scratch. But this? Theo had just sliced her workshop in half like it was paper. And he hadn't even meant to. She watches the destruction with tears forming in the corners of her eyes. First, he broke the sword she'd poured her soul into. Now, he's reduced part of her life's work to rubble. Again, she's on the verge of despair. Even Theo stares at the aftermath in shock. He hadn't anticipated that kind of force. One strike had drained nearly all his magic. The sword's power was real and terrifying. Before he can even catch his breath, Kirsten blurs forward. She's at his side in an instant, laying her hand on his shoulder. A surge of mana flows into him. Theo hadn't even seen her move. Kirsten narrows her eyes, feeling the magic rushing back into his system. He's strong, far stronger than she imagined. But he has zero control, no restraint, no stability. And yet, watching what he did to that wall, she can't deny it anymore. This boy is no ordinary talent. He's a prodigy, a real one. A sly smirk creeps across Kirsten's face as she plants a hand on Theo's shoulder. With a proud voice, she announces that she'll be backing him from now on, his official patron. She urges him to soar high and show the world what he's capable of. But let's not kid ourselves. This isn't just an act of generosity. Kirsten's eyes practically sparkle with the promise of profit. In her mind, Theo's about to become a walking endorsement for her beloved Basque workshop. If he dominates with one of their swords, business will boom. Theo, sharp as ever, doesn't miss a beat. He points out the obvious. He can literally see the dollar signs in her eyes. The blunt remark catches Curson off guard, but instead of getting flustered, she bursts into laughter. She doesn't deny it. Sure, she's greedy, but she's also genuinely proud. Backing Theo isn't just a business move, it's her way of pushing him higher. As the day comes to a close, and with half the workshop now reduced to rubble, Theo and Cecilia get ready to head out. Before leaving, they share a few final words with Curson, who's clearly still reeling from Theo's raw power. Oh, and Theo didn't leave without handling the damage. He handed over some Drake fangs as a sort of wall repair donation for the chaos he caused. Curson, being the savvy elf she is thrilled. Those fangs are rare and valuable. She's not only impressed that he managed to take down a lesser Drake, but also feeling a swell of pride in her daughter, Cecilia, for raising such a remarkable son. Just as she's basking in all that maternal pride, a voice slices through the air, calling out to her by her notorious title, Demon Craftsman. Curson stiffens. She knows that voice. She turns slowly, only to come face to face with none other than the Crow of Ragnar. Red eyes glowing, aura intense. He doesn't say much, but the tension is thick. Curson's voice trembles slightly as she demands to know why he's here, leaving us hanging on the edge of a cliff. Skip ahead 5 days, and the long-awaited awakening ceremony is finally here. Theo is back in action, locked in another sparring match with Evelyn, his one-armed sword master. Blow after blow, it's obvious Theo's leveled up. Faster, stronger, sharper. Evelyn can feel the difference. Spectators watch in stunned silence, beads of sweat forming as they realize the gap between them and Theo has only widened. After a fierce round of sparring, Evelyn pauses, catching her breath. She finally admits it. Theo's actually pushing her back. It's a rare compliment, and Theo knows it. He tries to play it cool, but that smug grin gives him away. Getting praise from Evelyn? He never imagined it, and inside, he's absolutely reveling in it. Evelyn, keeping her usual composure, tells him he's come a long way and might even have a shot at becoming valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo flashes her a cocky grin, tossing out a playful thanks before adding that if he does end up on top, he'll make sure to mention her name in his victory speech, right in front of the entire clan. Evelyn shoots him a tired look, equal parts amused and mildly horrified, silently questioning if he really needs to go that far. But Theo's not alone in the moment. His friends rush in, fired up, each demanding a shout-out in the speech too. The teasing is loud, chaotic, and full of laughs. Theo, soaking it all in, thinks to himself that maybe this whole being popular thing isn't half bad. Meanwhile, Evelyn watches the scene unfold with a blank stare, wondering if all this attention is starting to mess with his head. Cut to the main event, the awakening ceremony. At the heart of the central headquarters, Theo steps in with confidence. Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace, he declares as he makes his entrance. All around him, the hall buzzes with energy. The awakening ceremony isn't just any gathering. It's the Ragnar clan's grand stage, where young talents get their shot at real recognition. The place is packed. Veterans, rising stars, and elites alike, everyone's here. Among them are the 9 dragons and, even more surprising, the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. Theo spots her immediately and feels a sense of relief. She's over 150, yet still here, still watching. Her presence adds a heavy dose of gravity to the occasion. Then, boom, a deep drumbeat echoes through the hall, silencing the crowd. Vanna, Ragnar steps forward. A swordsman from the Dragon Gate and the event's lead judge, his voice carries authority as he lays out the rules for the preliminary round. It's brutally simple. Grab a sword and leave your mark, literally, on the steel wall in front of you. This wall isn't your average slab of steel. It's crafted from white snow steel, a rare alloy so tough that regular blades don't stand a chance. But there's a trick to it. If a participant can unlock their mana hall and infuse their sword with magic, then, and only then, can they hope to leave a mark. To level the playing field, Vanna distributes a Soma pill to each contender. This special elixir holds the equivalent of 10 years' worth of magical energy, designed to awaken their latent power. The test is simple. The deeper the cut, the higher the score. Then comes the first name, Theo Ragnar. He steps forward, eyes steady as he takes the Soma pill. In the back of his mind, he remembers how things went in his past life. Back then, it was his half-brother, Axion, who claimed the title of valedictorian. But not this time. This time, the spotlight is his. With fire in his chest, Theo grips a sword and moves toward the gleaming steel wall, every pair of eyes locked onto him. This is more than a test. It's a chance to erase the shadow of who he used to be and prove just how far he's come. As he approaches, a system prompt flickers into view. Quest. Become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Theo can't help but grin. This is it. No more holding back. No more hiding his strength. He's going all in. Up in the stands, Hilda Ragnar watches intently. Her gaze shifts to Kyle Ragnar, the current clan leader, and she raises a brow. Is this the boy you spoke of? She asks. Kyle gives a subtle nod. Hilda leans forward, curiosity piqued. She's heard the rumors. Now she wants to see if there's real weight behind them. Back at the center of the arena, Theo rolls his shoulders, doing his best to shake off the pressure. Vanna steps forward, reminding him to take the Soma pill. Theo nods, pops it in, and swallows. But this time it's different. In his past life, the pill nearly shattered his dantian. He couldn't control it. But now he's ready. As the Soma dissolves, power floods his body like a tidal wave. Mana bursts from him in waves, spreading across the field. Vanna's eyes widen. That much mana, erupting so suddenly. It's dangerous, even for someone with a dragon heart like Theo. But just as fast as it flares, Theo reins it in. Smooth, controlled, unshaken. Power courses through Theo's veins, and for the first time in both his lives, everything just clicks. With his mana hull wide open and the might of his dragon heart fueling him, he's standing at the peak of his potential, and it feels effortless. With a calm breath and a confident grin, Theo takes to the air, sword in hand. He channels his magic, every drop of mana pouring into the blade. Then, boom, a brilliant surge explodes from his weapon, taking the form of a colossal dragon made of pure mana. It crashes into the steel wall with a deafening roar, shattering the silence and sending a massive crack snaking across the surface. The arena goes dead silent. Vanna stares, slack-jawed. He's seen powerful strikes before, but nothing like this. With no hesitation, he declares it loud and clear. Theo Ragnar has passed. The audience? Stunned beyond belief. Theo's attack didn't just pass the test, it demolished it. A system window flickers open in front of him, delivering news he's longed to hear. The curse of misfortune has finally lifted. His name is beginning to echo beyond the clan. His fame is starting to spread. Theo's lips curl into a wide, satisfied smile. He's finally on equal footing. No more being the outcast. No more playing catch-up. Then more system messages roll in. He's caught the attention of some of the biggest figures in the Ragnar clan. OSA Ragnar, the sword dragon, wants to make him a disciple. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, isn't pleased. He clearly doesn't enjoy watching the spotlight shift. Robur Ragnar watches it silently, analyzing. But the one that matters most? Hilda Ragnar, the former matriarch, the one with the legendary Garuda heart. Even she's taken interest. That alone sends a jolt of ambition through Theo. Earning her recognition is one thing. Claiming the Garuda heart one day, that's the dream. Still, the test continues. Other participants step up, hoping to prove themselves. One poor soul swings with everything he's got and barely manages a faint scratch on the wall, so thin it could pass for a crack in glass. Defeated, he stumbles back, the weight of Theo's overwhelming power sinking in. The gap between them is undeniable. Next up are Ray Ragnar, Hulkaslanka, and Remington. Each one steps forward with confidence, delivering powerful strikes that leave deep, visible scars across the white snow steel wall. The audience nods in approval. These guys are top tier, no question. But even with their solid performances, none of them come close to matching Theo's devastating slash. The crowd starts murmuring again. If the strongest names can't top Theo, then who can? That's when Axion Ragnar steps forward. Theo's half-brother, the same one who claimed the valedictorian title in Theo's past life. The atmosphere shifts instantly. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Everyone's wondering if the real showdown this year is between the two Ragnar brothers, Theo, the rising star now dubbed the Luster Tiger, and Axion, the long-established Dark Tiger. Axion hears it all, and it grates on him. The comparison to Theo, the one he used to look down on, is infuriating. Face tight with anger, he downs the Soma pill in one swift motion. Mana floods through him, wild and red-hot. Then, with a fierce roar, a massive red dragon explodes from his blade, tearing through the air and smashing into the wall. The result? A massive crack, nearly identical to Theo's. Gasps ripple through the crowd, and for a moment, there's only stunned silence. Even Vanna, who spent the day calling out one jaw-dropping result after another, takes a moment to compose himself before finally declaring that Axion Ragnar has passed. Cheers erupt. Axion's power is undeniable. Now, the question on everyone's lips: whose cut was better? The difference is razor-thin. Both slashes left massive damage, and now the final verdict will rest on one deciding factor: precision. As the sun dips below the horizon, Vanna steps forward once again. With a booming voice, he announces the conclusion of the first stage of the awakening ceremony. This year's batch has exceeded all expectations, with many pushing past their limits. But the crowd? They're focused on one thing and one thing only: who's going to be named valedictorian? The scene opens with a thunderous announcement. Stage 1 of the awakening ceremony is officially complete, and the results are in. All eyes shift to the crowd of candidates as the camera locks on Theo Ragnar and his cousin, Axion Ragnar, standing shoulder to shoulder, waiting for the verdict. Then, the unexpected happens. Theo Ragnar. The announcer's voice echoes across the arena. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Even Theo is stunned, absolutely blindsided. No one predicted this. Against all odds, he's been named the top performer of the first stage. But the shock doesn't stop there. The announcer continues, revealing Theo earned a perfect score, 10 out of 10. Every category, skill, form, magical control, speed, he nailed them all. Whispers start to build. They're calling him Flash Tiger now. Disbelief spreads. He beat Axion? People murmur. Axion, the prodigy everyone thought was unbeatable. What really throws them is Theo's sword imprint. It's nearly a match for the legendary Thorkel Ragnar. The crowd is stunned into silence. Meanwhile, far off in the snow-covered mountains, we catch a glimpse of a solitary figure trekking through the frost. It's Thorkel Ragnar himself, one of the frontrunners in the clan succession. His quiet presence hints at bigger things ahead. Back at the ceremony, the announcer calls the next name Axion Ragnar. He's second place. Even though he also scored a perfect 10, his sword mark fell just short of Theo's. Axion raises his head slowly, eyes sharp with fury. The crowd senses it. The air tightens with tension. While the announcer continues to list the remaining qualifiers, all attention lingers on Axion, his rage bubbling beneath the surface. Eventually, the speaker wraps things up with a final message. The second stage of the awakening will take place in 3 days, deep in the Winter Mountains. Only 87 examinees made the cut. The real challenge lies ahead. The scene shifts to a snow-covered wooden cabin. Warm light spills from inside. Theo's there, celebrating with Remington and a few friends. Cheers fill the room, but Theo quickly grounds them. He thanks everyone, but reminds them the job's not done. The next trial is coming, and they need to tackle it together. He puts a reassuring hand on Remington's shoulder. Remington forces a smile, clearly troubled by his own performance. But Theo shrugs off the praise, chalking his win up to luck. "We're friends," he says. Stuff like that doesn't change anything. It's a quiet moment that hits deep. Remington straightens up, finding his resolve again. They raise their drinks together, ready to face what's next. Back in the snow-covered mountains, we find Theo standing alone, the cold wind swirling around him. He stares out into the distance, lost in thought. First place. In his past life, he wouldn't have even dreamed of it. But he knows better than to get comfortable. Beating Axion now didn't prove anything. That wasn't a real fight. It was chance, nothing more. His hand tightens into a fist. In his mind, 2 names stand out: Axion and Skydragon. They're the ones he truly needs to face. This is just the beginning. He pulls out a strange device from his cloak, a compass unlike any other. A glowing system window appears, Nest compass activated. The needle spins, then locks onto a direction, toward the heart of the Winter Mountains. Theo narrows his eyes. There's more to the second stage than they've been told. Maybe, just maybe, the nest is hidden out there. Suddenly, a presence behind him. Without hesitation, Theo vanishes and reappears, sword drawn, blade hovering right at a man's throat. The stranger raises his hands. "Easy," he says. Gets by Jotun, Gale's sword unit. He explains they've been watching him. His captain was impressed and wants to offer Theo a chance to take their elite unit's entrance exam. Theo doesn't lower his blade just yet. "If you're interested in me, why make me test?" he asks. Gets by smiles, saying even an invitation is a rare honor. But before the conversation can go any further, another voice interrupts, sharp and mocking. Sword platoon fools, it sneers. A new figure steps in. Ian So Sorry, the fierce vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. Nicknamed the Fire Goblin, she doesn't waste words. She offers Theo a spot in her unit and scoffs at the Gale Sword unit's proposal, claiming her offer is clearly superior. Then things spiral. One by one, more elite unit reps show up, each throwing their own offers at Theo, all desperate to recruit him. The whole scene turns chaotic, with voices clashing and egos flaring. Ian looks like she's about to explode. Theo just watches the circus unfold, wondering if it might be better to sneak off before this turns into an actual fight. But then, another voice. Soft. Commanding. The moment it's heard, everything stops. Flower petals begin to drift through the air as a woman steps forward, graceful and composed. It's Prunus Ragnar, Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace. Everyone stares, stunned. Her presence alone quiets the storm. She smiles gently and says, I'm here for the same reason as the rest, to meet Theo Ragnar. Cut to a different scene, much darker. Axion Ragnar, wild with fury, is tearing through a group of sparring partners. His attacks are savage, relentless, driven by nothing but rage. He's lashing out at everyone, blinded by Theo's unexpected rise. Then, without warning, a hand stops his blade mid-swing. Just 3 fingers. His uncle. Cool, composed, unshaken. Throwing tantrums won't change anything, he says calmly. Axion seats. Uncle. The man leans in, voice low and deliberate. Calm yourself and follow me. I'll show you how to turn the second stage into Theo Ragnar's grave. Just as the chaos around Theo starts to calm, Prunus Ragnar steps forward, graceful, confident, and radiating undeniable authority. She's not here for games. Her sole purpose? To see for herself the young man who's suddenly turning heads, Theo Ragnar. She walks through the crowd like she owns the place, her presence causing a stir. Internally, she questions the whole situation. Why should she, the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, even bother proving herself here? But still, she came for him, and that decision alone is making waves. The spectators can't believe what they're seeing. Some try to intervene, maybe out of pride, maybe fear, but they don't get far. A pulse of energy bursts from Prunus, quiet but overwhelming. It shakes the onlookers to their core. Whispers start flying. Is she creating a private space for him? Is she really going to teach him? And then, like something out of a dream, the world around Theo and Prunus shifts. The two of them now stand isolated, wrapped in a gentle yet powerful aura. Flower petals drift around them, as if reality itself is bending to her will. Theo's stunned. He can hardly believe he's standing beside Prunus Ragnar, a name spoken with reverence. She mentions that the Ragnar Lord might not approve of her being here, but she clearly doesn't care. She's made her choice. She looks at Theo and says she wants to give him a gift. Theo blinks, unsure what she means, until she draws her sword. What follows is mesmerizing. Her blade flows like water, every movement precise and beautiful. It's nothing like the brute force of Lord Kyle Ragnar. This is elegance made lethal. Her signature style, Celestial's flower rain. Petals swirl with every motion, forming a spectacle that leaves Theo completely speechless. When she finishes, the air settles. Theo, still processing what he just saw, tries to burn every detail into his memory. Prunus smiles gently and tells him not to stress about mastering it. Not yet. What matters is that he's learned something today. Then, with a final surge of radiant energy, she marks him, not just with power, but with promise. Before leaving, she tells him to find her after the ceremony if he wishes to continue learning. And just like that, she's gone, leaving Theo with a mix of awe and responsibility. That moment, it meant something, more than just a technique. It was a turning point. 3 days pass. Now, we're in the northern mountains, near the legendary Great Wall. Snow blankets the vast landscape, but the scale of the region is staggering. These aren't just mountains, this is the front line. For over 1,000 years, the Ragnar clan has stood guard here, holding back the darkness beyond. And it's here, in this frozen fortress of history and danger, that the second stage of the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Jackie Ragnar steps forward, voice steady and commanding, as he faces the gathered participants. He lays it all out. The Ragnar clan has stood between humanity and the horrors of the demon sea for generations, a cursed land crawling with monstrous beasts. One day, These very apprentices will inherit that burden. But for now, the trial is simple. They must remain inside the Great Wall. Going beyond it is a death sentence. Their mission? Hunt down the beasts roaming the winter mountains, collect the bells tied around their necks, and survive out here for 15 full days. Each bell's color tells a different story. More difficult beasts, higher rewards. Then Jackie drops the real bomb. There's one beast out here that's on a whole different level. No one can take it down solo. It's worth big points, sure, but only for those who can work as a team. This test isn't just about strength. It's about strategy, survival, and adaptability. And here's the kicker. Everything's fair game. You can snatch bells from others. Steal, ambush, overpower. It's survival of the fittest. The Ragnar way. To help them stay alive, Jackie introduces a special totem. Safe zones. If things get too rough, these are the places where participants can rest, heal, and restock. Then, without another word, he gives the signal. In an instant, the group scatters, charging into the snowy wilderness. Theo's allies rush ahead, diving into the trees with a plan. Gather what they can and support Theo however possible. Not far off, a pair of flame-haired siblings, Hulkus Lank and his sister, are practically bouncing with excitement. They're here to fight, and they're loving every second of it. Meanwhile, Axion Ragnar is already slicing through the landscape at full speed. Every step, every breath is driven by one goal: take down Theo. His uncle's words ring in his ears. This could be Theo's final moment. Axion isn't just competing. He's hunting. Trailing just behind, another figure watches in silence. Ray Ragnar, one of the clan's infamous four hounds. His eyes never leave Axion. Back with Theo, he's preparing to head into the forest when a voice calls out. It's Remington. He walks up, serious and calm, and tells Theo what's been on his mind. Their friendship? Still strong. But now, there's more to it. He sees Theo as a rival, and he's determined to rise above him. Theo doesn't flinch. Instead, he smiles. Same here, he says. They're not just friends, they're competitors. And that mutual respect, it only fires them up more. Remington nods, grateful, then disappears into the trees with new purpose. Alone now, Theo feels the energy surge inside him. The competition, the pressure, the stakes, it's exactly what he's been waiting for. He takes a moment to steady himself, then pulls out the compass. It glows softly in his hand. The needle points straight ahead, guiding him toward the dragon's nest hidden somewhere in this vast, frozen wilderness. Theo's grip tightens. His eyes lock forward. It's time. Deep within the frozen peaks, the camera pans to a sheer, snow-draped cliff glowing faintly with a strange blue light. It lingers there, like a secret waiting to be discovered, silent, still, and full of promise. Cut to Theo, trudging through thick snow at the mountain's edge, muttering under his breath. He's been following the compass for hours, and it's led him to this miserable, frozen mess. Should have brought a shovel instead of Griffin, he jokes, glancing at the sleek, silent blade strapped to his back. The moon-white sword, loyal as ever. Just then, as he grabs the hilt, Griffin stirs with a faint tremble, reacting to his touch like it's more than just steel. Theo doesn't have time to think about it. With a deep breath, he raises the sword and slashes forward, letting loose a burst of blue energy. Snow explodes outward, revealing a hidden path buried beneath the icy layers. But before he can take a step forward, something shifts in the air. Theo's eyes narrow. He can feel it. Someone's watching. Without turning, he calls out, daring the stalker to come out. Sure enough, a man steps from behind the trees, laughing. "When did you spot us?" he asks casually. "We've been trailing you a while." Theo turns, now facing three figures, each armed and smirking. One of them, a heavy-set guy, jabs a thumb toward his friend, blaming him for making too much noise. The bald one grumbles, already regretting this decision. "He's stronger than we thought." The leader steps forward, oozing arrogance. "Hey there, first place," he says with a mocking grin. Theo recognizes them instantly. Hyde, Chow, and Loon, the infamous roughnecks of Book Mountain. He knows their reputation. In his past life, he'd uncovered their atrocities while working with Hyuk-Seol. Missions had been their excuse, but what they left behind was a nightmare. Over 700 lives lost, civilians torn apart, skulls crushed, names lost forever in pools of blood. Theo had been the one to clean up the aftermath, and the memory never left him. Seeing them now, he knows this confrontation was inevitable. Just didn't expect it would happen so soon. You working for Axion? He asks, voice sharp. The fat one stares blankly. The leader scoffs. Please, like we take orders from some kid. Theo's eyes narrow. Then who sent you? They don't answer. Instead, they close in, circling, grinning like it's a game. One of them laughs. You wouldn't believe it if we told you. Then it hits Theo like a thunderclap. The Senate. Of course. Theo's words land like a hammer, and the roughnecks freeze. For a second, just one, they hesitate. The leader's grin returns, slow and slick. Not bad, he says impressed. Didn't expect you to figure that out. The fat one shifts uneasily. Maybe we're in over our heads. But the leader waves him off, sneering. Relax. Once we take him out, who's gonna know? He steps forward, drawing his weapon. Too bad, though. Shame to mess up that pretty face of yours. Theo doesn't flinch. He calmly reaches for Griffin. The moment his fingers wrap around the hilt, the blade hums, and in a single, blinding flash, a dragon-shaped surge of blue energy erupts from the sword. It roars like thunder, charging straight at them. They barely have time to react. The leader's smirk vanishes as the energy tears into him. Before the others can move, Theo follows up. 3 swift slashes, each clean and deadly, like the claws of a dragon ripping through flesh and steel. Blood paints the snow in crimson arcs. In an instant, the 3 roughnecks are reduced to a pile of torn bodies and stunned silence. Their severed heads land near Theo's feet. He stares down, eyes glowing red. I won't become monsters like you, he says coldly. He leaves their heads untouched, not out of mercy, but as a message. As the mountain wind howls around him, Theo remembers the horror of their massacre in his past life. They'd been stronger then, more vicious. Maybe this time around, they weren't as terrifying, or maybe he'd just grown stronger. Without hesitation, he kicks their heads off the cliff. No need for trophies. His thoughts drift to Lady Prunus's technique, Celestial Flower Rain. He's mimicked it 3 times so far, but it's still just a shadow of her true form. She could unleash over 100 strikes in a single breath. He's not there yet. He exhales sharply, pushing the thought aside. One thing at a time. Just as he turns to leave, something catches his eye, a faint outline at the cliff's edge. Curious, he walks over and peers down. A staircase, carved into the rock, hidden beneath layers of snow and shadow. Just as he spots it, a system notification appears. Hidden quest activated. Find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Without a second of hesitation, Theo leaps down, following the spiraling stone path deep into the mountainside. Meanwhile, far from the icy cliffs, inside a grand monitoring hall, tension is mounting. A man unfurls a scroll, reading off the current rankings. Axion Ragnar is in first place. Ray Ragnar's close behind. Julius, seated at a massive round table, leans forward. What about Theo Ragnar? The announcer hesitates. He's yet to score any kills or team up with anyone. Julius raises an eyebrow, intrigued. The room goes quiet. Maybe, the announcer ventures, he's waiting in ambush. Or hiding something big. At the round table meeting, as the chatter shifts toward Theo, Prunus opens her mouth to speak, only to be cut off by a smug, mocking laugh. Wolfgang. He leans forward, voice dripping with contempt. Just because he shined in the first trial doesn't mean he'll survive this one, he scoffs. He paints Theo as a fraud. No real combat experience, just a lucky fluke. Then he goes even lower, hurling insults about Theo's lineage, calling him an illegitimate brat. Wolfgang's grin widens as he boasts about sending the roughnecks after him, clearly convinced Theo's already been wiped out. Across the table, Ed Troyven narrows his eyes. Did you send those 3 after him? He asks Wolfgang silently through telepathy. Wolfgang chuckles darkly. Oops, forgot to loop you in. Ed's jaw tightens, hands curling into fists under the table. He's insane, Ed mutters inwardly. Ever since Theo took over the Camellia Palace, Ed and his allies have been forced to relocate to the Rose Palace. That shift gave Ed access to some of the palace's hidden archives. And yet, despite all his searching, the ancient dragon artifact remained out of reach. Now, he's starting to suspect something dangerous. Theo might be the key, and Ed's not planning to let that slip through his fingers. Without a word, he turns toward one of his subordinates and issues a telepathic command. Find Axion. Tell him to finish it. Now, back at the table, Prunus turns to Julius, her voice calm but firm. The Senate's moving pieces behind the scenes. We should prepare a contingency. But Julius waves her off, unbothered. Theo isn't the type to sit quietly for no reason. If he's laying low, he has a plan. Then he glances at her, smile tinged with suspicion. And I haven't forgotten. You met with him behind my back. Prunus just laughs. What matters isn't what you think, it's what he thinks. She leans back, fully confident in the path she's chosen. Cut back to the mountains. Theo steps into the mouth of the blue cave, his figure swallowed by shadows. Inside, the scene is grim. Piles of skeletal remains litter the ground. Skulls stare blankly from the dark, bones cracking beneath his boots. A low, eerie growl echoes through the cavern, and the air feels heavy, thick with dread. Then the skeletons begin to stir. Roars echo off the walls, warped and unnatural. A psychic pressure builds, trying to claw its way into Theo's mind. But he doesn't flinch. His mental fortitude is too high, his will too sharp. These tricks, they're nothing. With a quiet sigh, he places one hand on the icy stone wall. Sensory perception, he whispers. A wave of energy pulses through the cave, lighting up the darkness in his mind's eye. Every crevice, every twist, every hidden path reveals itself. And there, deeper within the cave, a glowing trail blazes into view. Theo's smirk returns. This is it, the hatchling's nest. A memory flickers. Back in his previous life, Hyuk-seol had stumbled upon something here, long after this trial had ended. A legendary artifact. By then, it was already too late to stop him. But this time, Theo's going to claim it first. Following the trail, but just as he steps closer, the door stirs. A strange sensation washes over him, and then he sees it, an enormous eye, unblinking, staring straight at him through the darkness. Theo stands frozen, stunned as he slowly pushes the door open and steps into the unknown. What greets him looks like something out of fantasy epic. Endless gold, exotic weapons, and rare treasures scattered everywhere. But instead of awe, a sense of dread creeps in. This isn't the hatchling's nest he expected. No, this is something far more dangerous. This is the lair of an ancient dragon. He inhales sharply, a single bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. The truth hits hard. Facing a dragon like this, he wouldn't even make it out alive. The treasure, no matter how legendary, feels completely out of reach. As he scans the cavern, trying to piece together how things went so wrong, a question gnaws at him. Was Hyuk-seol's information off? Or did he simply get here way too early? Maybe even years ahead of schedule? With no better option, Theo decides to fall back and rethink everything. But just as he turns, he feels it, a chilling presence. Something is watching him. Slowly, he pivots back around and locks eyes with a massive golden iris, staring him down with terrifying intensity. The dragon is awake. Theo can't move, his heart thundering in his chest. Then, the dragon speaks, its voice echoing across the cavern like ancient thunder. You are the first selector in ages. Resting atop its hoard, the dragon's gaze never wavers. Theo struggles to steady his breath as the creature introduces itself. Roadbroke, the guardian dragon of the Ragnar clan, sovereign of Winter Mountain. The weight of realization crashes down on him, and overwhelmed by the magnitude of the moment, Theo drops to his knees, bowing low to greet Roadbroke as his ancestor. Would you like the next part continued in the same style? Roadbroke tilts its head, mildly amused. Ancestor, it echoes with a raised brow. Theo quickly speaks up, recalling the stories passed down in his clan. Wasn't the guardian dragon the eternal partner of their forefather, Sigurd? And wasn't it also the mother of the legendary dragon, Friedrich? The dragon lets out something between a snort and a chuckle. So if that fool Sigurd really went around telling tall tales, it says. Roadbroke sets the record straight. Yes, they were comrades, and yes, their bond was deep, but it was built on mutual respect, not blood. There was no romance, no offspring, just a contract, powerful and ancient. After all, dragons and humans? Not exactly biologically compatible. Theo flushes at the implication, but pushes on. Then, the whole thing about Ragnar descendants having dragon blood, is that all just a myth? Roadbroke gives a slow nod. Not completely false, but not what you think. The contract left a mark on him, a symbolic trace of my power. Enough to inspire awe, not enough to call him kin. Theo relaxes just a little. For the first time, this doesn't feel like a battlefield. It feels like a chance, a rare opening to ask real questions, ones that could help him climb to the top of the Ragnar clan. Roadbroke picks up on his thoughts and sighs. As Guardian Dragon, I'm bound by oath. If a selector is deemed worthy, they may ask 3 questions. No more. Theo can barely contain himself. This is bigger than any treasure. Meanwhile, far from the dragon's lair, the scene cuts to Axion Ragnar. He's in the middle of a fierce battle, taking down a monstrous beast with a technique that roars through the air. 1,000 dragons roar. One devastating strike, and the tiger-like creature collapses instantly. Axion kneels, picking a small green bell off the beast's neck. With a smirk, he counts it, his 57th. He tosses it to one of his men and casually asks if there's any news on Theo. Orion, one of his most loyal subordinates, shakes his head. Still no sign. We don't know where he's gone. He glances at Axion with admiration, marveling at the strength that lets him crush monsters most wouldn't dare face. He lets slip a quiet comment about Theo's cleverness, but that's a mistake. Axion's smile vanishes. In a flash, he grabs Orion by the throat, lifting him clean off the ground. His glare is ice cold. True strength doesn't fear anything, he growls. Orion claws at his arm, gasping for air, and manages to choke out an apology, just as another messenger rushes in. The messenger delivers the update. Orders from the Central Intelligence Bureau. Accelerate the mission. Axion lets go of Orion, who drops to the ground, wheezing, while Axion turns his attention to the newcomer. His voice is sharp, laced with menace. Tell them this, he says coldly. No one wants Theo dead more than I do. His entire frame radiates killing intent. The message couldn't be clearer. Back in the dragon's lair, Theo sits silently, weighing his options. Each question matters. After a pause, he steadies his breath and finally speaks. Why are you here? Roadbroke's massive eye narrows slightly, a spark of approval flickering within. A worthy start, it rumbles amused. Then it begins to explain. Far beyond the limits of the world, past lands no one has ever seen, lies a terrifying force, an entity known only as the Nameless Monarch. For millennia, Roadbroke's role has been to guard against this very being. Winter Mountain, for all its majesty, is just one post in a much greater war. Hearing this, Theo feels the chill of realization. If even a dragon like Roadbroke speaks of the Nameless Monarch with caution, then the threat must be beyond imagination. Still, he presses forward, refusing to be paralyzed by fear. What is the ancient dragon's relic, he asks. Roadbroke lets out a low hum, clearly impressed. Now that, it says, is a question most wouldn't even think to ask. The dragon reveals the truth. There are 3 relics, each forged with fragments of its soul. But then it adds something unexpected. Theo already holds 2 of them. His eyes widen. 2. Instantly, he recalls them. One is the dungeon hidden within Camellia Palace. The other? His white moonlight blade. But that leaves one more. Roadbroke continues. The 3rd relic is known as Papnir. Long ago, the dragon's soul was divided into 31 fragments, entrusted to humanity as weapons against the Nameless Monarch. Each relic is unique, sometimes a blade, sometimes a relic, sometimes something stranger. Theo's thoughts spin. A soul split 31 ways? Could one of those pieces be behind his return to the past? 20 years of memories, wiped clean, and then suddenly finding himself back at 17? Was Papnir the cause? The idea rocks him. If true, it means his rebirth wasn't a miracle, but a piece of a forgotten plan. After a long pause, Theo steels himself and asks his final question. Why was I chosen? Deep down, he's grappling with doubt. He was once powerless, dismissed by everyone. Why him? Why not someone stronger, someone more gifted? Roadbroke holds his gaze, then counters with a question of its own. Who said you're the only one? Theo's breath catches. His thoughts spiral as the realization hits. He's not alone. Others were chosen too. The relics, they didn't choose just one person. Names rushed to his mind. Ed Troyven, Curson, even a black dragon. Could they have known about the relics? Could they have gone through the same regression? He thought he was walking a unique path. But now, he might be just one of many pieces in a much larger puzzle. The Nameless Monarch, Roadbroke's eternal mission, and now the possibility of other regressors. It all feels overwhelming. Then, the dragon speaks again. You've asked your 3 questions. The hidden quest is complete. Theo snaps out of his thoughts as a system window materializes before him, announcing the quest completion and offering a reward. His heart races. He'd originally come here seeking Amon's relic, but now, The possibilities seem endless. Roadbroke gestures to the treasure-filled chamber. Choose whatever you like, it says. Elixirs, gems, ancient relics, techniques, weapons, whatever you choose will be unlike anything in the outside world. Theo scans the mountain of treasure, eyes flicking from glowing tomes to radiant blades. But then a bold thought takes root. A grin spreads across his face. I want you, Roadbroke. The lair falls silent. The ancient dragon stares at him, utterly stunned. And with that, the scene fades to black. Roadbroke froze mid-step, clearly caught off guard by Theo's unexpected words. For a moment, confusion flickered across her features. Then came a thunderous laugh, echoing through the cavern like crashing boulders. She called his demand a ridiculous joke, mocking the idea that someone would dare say such a thing to her. If nothing else, it proved how legendary she still was. But the laughter didn't last. Her amusement vanished, voice turning sharp and cold. She cut straight to the point. What was he really after? Theo didn't answer right away. He met her gaze, unwavering, before speaking with quiet certainty. He told her the treasure he wanted was right beneath her feet. The moment the words left his mouth, her expression changed. The laughter stopped. Her eyes, like molten gold, narrowed. Her voice dropped low, edged with suspicion. You weren't joking, were you? Theo's answer came calm and confident, without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, Roadbroke's wings burst open with a violent sweep, sending a fierce wind ripping through the cavern. Theo staggered but held his ground. The air thickened, heavy with dragon fear, an overwhelming pressure that threatened to crush him where he stood. Her voice thundered, absolute and commanding. You seek my treasure? My knowledge? Everything I possess. The sheer force of her presence was unbearable, pressing down on Theo like a collapsing mountain. Blood streaked from his eyes and lips, yet he stood firm. Drawing on his will, he released the lair drake's fear, ghostly blue smoke spilling from his body. Roadbroke scoffed at the sight. Pathetic, she snarled. You think such a feeble trick can scare me? Theo didn't back down. His voice, strained but unwavering, fired back. He reminded her of her own words, that he could claim any treasure from her hoard, no restrictions. Then, with deliberate boldness, he declared she was the true treasure, the very core of the nest. Silence fell, thick with tension. Roadbroke stared him down, her burning gaze locked on his. Theo, battered and barely holding on, stepped forward. He knew the gamble. He knew who she was, the guardian dragon, bound by ancient oath to Sigurd of the Ragnar clan. But that's exactly why he had to take this stand. With all the strength he had left, he claimed her as his prize, and vowed never to leave her side. For a long, tense moment, neither of them spoke. Then something shifted in Roadbroke's gaze, a trace of familiarity, a glimmer of a memory long buried. Someone else, once just as defiant. Her fiery aura slowly faded, wings folded in, and with a deep breath, she gave her answer, tinged with a strange warmth. Very well, she said. I'll accept. Theo stood rooted in place, stunned. Before the weight of her words could even settle, a dense fog spilled around her massive form. Glimmers of gold sparked inside the mist, pulsing with an ancient brilliance. As the fog thinned, her figure began to change. From the haze, a silhouette emerged, a woman stepping forward from the pile of treasure. When the mist fully cleared, it revealed her new form, stunning and regal. Horns curled elegantly atop her head, her golden eyes gleamed, and an air of timeless majesty radiated from her every step. She caught Theo's stunned look and laughed lightly. Caught your eye, have I? She teased, voice teasing and light. But the mood shifted as her expression turned serious. She spoke of her age, more than 2 millennia, and of a loss she'd endured 50 years ago. Her heart taken, her time running out. Bound to her nest, she had only 3 years left. She reached toward him, her voice calm but resolute. Even knowing that, do you still choose me? Theo didn't hesitate. Though bruised and bloodied, he smiled. My answer hasn't changed, he said. I choose you, Roadbroke. A system prompt appeared before him. Reward confirmed. Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbroke. She let out a quiet sigh, shaking her head with a half-smile. Foolish boy, she muttered, though there was something like pride in her tone. But maybe that kind of foolishness fits someone chosen by fate. Another system message followed. New titles gained. Guardian Dragon's significant other. Descendant of the progenitor Sigurd. Theo stood tall, blood staining his face, but eyes blazing with purpose. He swore to become stronger, to track down relics of the ancient dragons, and to find something that could take the place of her missing heart. His voice rang clear, filled with unwavering resolve. "I'll find a way to save you," he vowed. Then came one last system message. Soul link established, Guardian Dragon, road broke. His levels surged as a flood of experience surged into him, a mark of triumph earned through grit and heart. "To carry this title," Theo said firmly, "I must prove myself worthy of it." Roadbroke let out a faint chuckle, a mix of pride and playfulness behind her words. "Then I'll be counting on you in your new position, partner of my choosing." Still, she reminded him, her condition was worsening, and soon she'd be forced into hibernation, confined to her nest until a cure could be found. Before slipping into her rest, she reached into her treasure hoard and drew out a glowing blue book. With a blink, she was in front of Theo, pressing the book firmly against his chest. "This will unlock your mind gate," she said. "That's the only way our soul bond can truly activate. Don't waste this chance." She motioned toward the nearby cavern, pointing out the plentiful food by her nest, and urged him to study hard. Suddenly, a system alert flashed across Theo's vision. It declared he had obtained the Grimoire of Amon. For a few moments, he just stared, stunned, at the radiant tome in his hands. The system continued, explaining the Grimoire's origins, an artifact forged from the primordial sound of creation itself, a divine echo holding the secrets of the universe. The sheer weight of that truth left him breathless. This wasn't just any treasure. It was a direct thread to the very foundations of existence. Still dazed, Theo looked back at Roadbroke, his voice a mix of wonder and concern as he asked how long the mind gate awakening would take. She lounged atop a treasure chest, golden eyes flickering with mischief. "About a month," she answered casually. Theo's heart sank. The timing was terrible. He was already deep into the second phase of the awakening ceremony, and only 15 days remained to complete the trial. Panic edged into his voice as he asked if he could return to the nest after finishing the exam. But Roadbroke, with a sly grin and a tone that brooked no argument, replied, "You're not leaving until that mind gate is open." Theo stood still. She meant every word. The full weight of it hit him. He had only 13 days to master what others needed an entire month for. Meanwhile, his rivals were out there gaining ground, collecting bells, clashing, advancing. There was no room for failure, no option to retreat. 3 days earlier, far away at the Central Intelligence Bureau, the ground lay buried in thick snow. But the bitter cold in the air had little to do with the weather. Axian's uncle was nearby, his wicked grin exuding a chill that bit deeper than the frost. Axian stood silent, watching as the man dug through a container and pulled out what looked like an ordinary marble. But in this world, nothing was ever as simple as it appeared. With the flair of a villain straight out of a twisted fairy tale, Axian's uncle began explaining the marble's true purpose. Far from ornamental, it amplified the power of imprisoned fiends, creating a repulsive anti-field to drive away other fiends. Then, without hesitation, he crushed the marble in his palm. A thick cloud of black and violet mist surged out, churning until it took the form of a nightmarish beast, its cavernous mouth wide enough to swallow Axian whole. Before Axian could even move, shadows burst forth from beneath his uncle. They spiraled upward, solidifying into the shape of a colossal dragon. In a single, merciless blow, the shadow dragon obliterated the fiend entirely. Axian stood frozen, caught between stunned admiration and silent dread. The display was a brutal reminder of the power running through his bloodline. But his uncle paid no mind to Axian's reaction, already shifting gears to the next part of their plan. The rules for the second trial were simple: kill fiends, earn points. But Axian's role came with a cruel twist. He was to draw Theo out using the marbles. Axian, blunt as ever, suggested capturing and torturing Theo to extract the secrets of the Rose Palace relic. But his uncle shut the idea down immediately. Theo wasn't someone to approach so recklessly. "Subtlety has never been your strength," he muttered, earning a sharp, icy glare from Axian. Instead, their strategy would be to hit where it hurt, targeting Theo's allies from the training camp to provoke a reaction. Now, back in the present, that plan was starting to fall apart. Theo had yet to take the bait. While the other contenders hunted fiends and climbed the ranks, Theo had vanished. No activity, no presence, just silence. With only 12 hours left before the stage closed, Axion simmered in frustration. His score, 860 points, was little comfort. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Felix Ragnar, the swordsman from Plum Blossom Palace and current fifth-place holder with 446 points, strode in with his usual air of detective flair. He offered a theory. Theo might have been captured by the Seal Scoundrels, a rogue faction known for operating outside the rules. Axion's gaze turned icy. His glare cut straight through Felix before he spoke. "Your theories are as worthless as your rank," he said with a mocking smile. And to dig the blade deeper, he threw in a jab at Felix's loyalty to Lady Plum Blossom. Felix's fists clenched, his face tight with restraint, but he didn't respond. He knew better than to rise to the bait. Axion waved him off like a nuisance. His focus snapped back to his mission. "Enough waiting. It's time to drag Theo out, by force if we have to." Axion gathered members of the Scale Dragon Society and Plum Blossom Palace, laying out a ruthless new strategy. Hunt down Theo's allies one by one. The Scale Dragon members exchanged wicked grins, eager to sink their teeth into the task. But as the plan unfolded, they weren't alone. Hidden behind a tree, Ray Ragnar listened in silence. Ranked third with 561 points, his sharp eyes narrowed with interest, carefully absorbing every detail. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a dying forest lizard let out a final shriek before collapsing. A group of hunters stood over its corpse, blood mingling with the scent of moss and damp earth. This wasn't just any fiend, it was mid-tier, but their smug expressions suggested they believed it was some grand victory, unaware of the real threats moving just out of sight. Among the group was Sybil, ranked 68th with just 31 points, barely enough to stay in the game. He clutched a yellow demon bell, a hollow trophy from a battle against a weak fiend that hardly counted as a fight. His companions, Gordon and Romero, ranked 53rd with 52 points and 62nd with 36, respectively, shared in the shallow satisfaction. Their scores weren't impressive, but they were enough to keep them breathing. Sybil held up his bell, frowning. 12 hours left. Where the hell is Theo? His voice carried more frustration over wasted supplies than any real concern. Gordon, always the wannabe tactician, shrugged. He's probably plotting something bigger. He's not like us, scrambling just to survive. Romero, ever the hopeful one, lit up. Maybe he's gunning for first place again. His excitement earned tired stares. The others had long since lost their patience for blind optimism. But before anyone could reply, the sharp crunch of a blade ripping through flesh silenced the forest. Out of nowhere, Orion Gardner, ranked 14th with 1,173 points, drove his sword straight through Sybil's back. Sybil's proud smirk twisted into a grotesque mask as blood poured down his chest. Orion pulled his weapon free with a practiced flick, his voice cold and merciless. "You're just cannon fodder." Gordon and Romero stood frozen, stunned as Orion turned his gaze on them. His sword rose again, daring them to resist. In the next heartbeat, the clearing erupted into chaos. Steel flashed, blood splattered, and the forest echoed with violence. Far beneath the surface, in the depths of Roadbroke's nest, Theo stood motionless under the piercing gaze of the ancient dragon. Her amber eyes glowed like embers, scanning him with a mix of curiosity and silent judgment. Her voice, deep and thunderous, echoed across the cavern as she evaluated his progress. Against all odds, Theo had managed what few dare dream of. He'd partially awakened his mind gate in less than a month. A feat so rare, it would crush the pride of even the most gifted sorcerers. A system prompt flickered into view before him, announcing his partial mastery over the grimoire of Amon. Reading the message, Theo let out a dry laugh. "Story of my life," he muttered. "Always stuck a B+ in a world that only applauds A++. The grimoire wasn't some ordinary spellbook. It was steeped in mystery, tied to the original sound that birthed the universe. Mastering it required not just vast mana reserves, but a bond with the dragon's heart. Luckily, Theo had both. It was what allowed him to move at a pace others could only envy. Still, the system wasn't handing out easy wins. Instead of some grand, game-changing power, it granted him a skill called hatching, an ability to control lingering thoughts through psychokinesis. Powerful in concept, but hardly the trump card he'd hoped for. Roadbroke wasn't impressed. She closed her eyes, her voice flat and unimpressed. At best, you've barely earned the right to call yourself my consort. Theo blinked. Consort? What kind of messed up title system do you dragons use? Unfazed, she continued. If you want to master higher level techniques, you'll need far more discipline. And remember, I only have 2 years left. Fail to restore me, and we both vanish. Her bluntness struck him harder than any threat could. But instead of backing down, Theo squared his shoulders and grinned. Then I'll get it done. Looks like you're stuck with me. Pleased by his resolve, Roadbroke began the primordial covenant. Smoke curled around Theo's body, and her golden eyes blazed as her voice took on the weight of an ancient rite. You are now my consort, the first in 1,000 years. Then, in a flash, she disappeared. Theo blinked again, this time against the harsh glare of sunlight reflecting off snow. He now stood on a mountain cliff, the bitter wind howling through the icy landscape. White stretched in every direction, and the cold sank deep into his bones. He exhaled sharply, breath turning to frost. 12 hours left, and this is where I'm at. The clock was ticking down fast. First place wasn't just slipping away. It was a distant blur on the horizon. He stomped at the snow, frustration simmering beneath his calm exterior. Chasing demon bells across the wilderness? It felt less like a trial and more like a meaningless scavenger hunt. If he was going to take the lead, he needed something bigger, something real. Then it hit him, a flicker of a plan, desperate and wild. Axion had claimed the top rank during this very stage in another life. If Theo wanted to surpass him now, playing by the same rules wasn't an option. Hunting fiends? That was a losing game. The real points weren't in monsters, they were in people. Other participants. Their bells were worth more, and there were fewer of them. As the idea began to take shape, a heavier thought crept in from the edges of his mind. One name, one rival. A confrontation so risky it bordered on madness. The kind of fight no sane person would seek out. But before his mind could spiral deeper into that possibility, a soft rustle broke through the silence. Theo's head snapped in the direction of the sound, his heartbeat kicking up. A figure stumbled into view, leaving behind a trail of red smeared across the pristine snow. He tensed immediately, instinctively scanning the area, not just at the figure, but at the shadows beyond. Then came a voice. Quiet. Cold. It sliced through the air like sharpened glass. Theo's breath caught. The real threat wasn't the one in front of him. It was whatever, or whoever, was still hidden, watching from the edges of the treeline. The snow muffled everything, wrapping the forest in a suffocating stillness. Theo stood alert, eyes sweeping the frozen terrain. Then he saw it, a flicker of movement. Someone dragging their feet, barely upright. Ray? His voice cracked with a mix of surprise and concern. Ray Ragnar appeared through the trees, though barely recognizable. The strength she was known for had vanished. Her frame sagged, her pace faltered, and the fire usually burning in her eyes was gone. Beads of sweat clung to her skin despite the freezing air, and her hand clenched her sword's hilt like it was the only thing keeping her upright. Ray, what happened? Theo rushed to her, his gaze scanning her form. There, along her side, a deep gash oozing blood onto the snow. His stomach dropped. That's not a beast wound, he muttered. Ray, were you ambushed? She didn't answer. Her breathing came in ragged gasps, and her legs gave out beneath her. Theo caught her before she hit the ground, gently easing her down. You're hurt bad, he said, trying to keep his voice calm. Save your strength. Talk later. Ray shook her head, barely able to lift it. Her voice came out in a strained whisper, raw and urgent. Go west now. Theo gently lowered her against the trunk of a nearby tree, carefully supporting her weight. Her sword slipped from her hand, landing in the snow with a muted thud. Without hesitation, Theo picked it up. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, a surge of blinding light burst from the blade, engulfing him in a sudden flash. System notification. Hatchling synchronization initiated. Accessing memories within the sword. Reading the thoughts of its owner, Ray Ragnar. The world tilted. The snowy forest dissolved into streaks of color, spinning and distorting until the scene reformed. Theo now stood in a hidden part of the woods, dim light casting long shadows across the ground. He wasn't alone. Just ahead, crouched behind a thick tree trunk, was Ray Ragnar. Her gaze was locked on a clearing where a cruel spectacle was unfolding. At the center stood Axion, his presence heavy and cold. Surrounding him were Theo's allies, bruised, restrained, and on their knees. Their faces were swollen, evidence of the brutal beatings they had endured. Axion's men circled them like jackals, weapons gleaming in the pale light. No sign of Theo, one of the guards muttered. But we've left enough bait to draw him in. Another snorted with a grin. Even let monsters loose in the area. If he's breathing, he'll show. Axion remained silent, his eyes on the prisoners. His expression gave nothing away, but the cold violence in his aura was unmistakable. Then, almost bored, he let out a low chuckle. Should I start killing them? He mused aloud, as if pondering a minor inconvenience. Honestly, bringing this many was overkill. 2 or 3 would have done the job. One of his subordinates lifted a blade. Might as well make it count. The weapon rose, ready to fall, until a voice rang out, clear and commanding. Stop this. Ray emerged from cover, sword drawn, her stance unwavering despite the danger. Axion turned slowly, brow raised in surprise before his lips curled into a mocking grin. Ray Ragnar, he said with an air of amusement. Didn't expect you. This has nothing to do with you. Ray's reply was firm. They're Theo's companions. Let them go. Axion's smirk deepened. So you're backing him. Predictable. Ray didn't waste words. She surged forward, blades slicing through the air. Axion moved to meet her, his own sword flashing to intercept. Steel clashed with a shower of sparks as the two collided. Ray struck with purpose, each blow powered by resolve. But Axion parried effortlessly, countering with the speed and precision of a seasoned killer. Her tenacity was fierce, but so was the storm she'd thrown herself into. With one devastating strike, Axion's blade knocked Ray to the ground. She hit the earth hard, struggling to rise as her limbs trembled beneath her. Her strength was nearly gone. Axion stepped forward, towering over her, his sword raised high for the finishing blow. And then, everything shattered. The memory cracked and dissolved, snapping Theo back to reality. The cold forest returned, the silence of snow and wind settling around him once more. Ray slumped against him, her breaths shallow and ragged. Her word from earlier rang louder now than ever. Go west now. Theo's pulse pounded in his ears. This wasn't random. This wasn't just a game. Axion wasn't after points. He was after blood. Anyone tied to Theo was now a target. Gritting his teeth, Theo gripped Ray's sword tighter, a fire lighting in his eyes. The stillness of the forest seemed to brace itself as Theo turned toward her, his voice low and tense. Why, Ray? What is Axion doing? Ray faltered, guilt flashing across her worn features. Her voice came out soft and cracked. He's using them, your allies, to draw you out. You were too quiet, too smart. He got desperate. Theo's fist curled so tightly his knuckles turned white. Rage and clarity surged through him all at once. Where? He demanded, the word sharp as steel. Ray's lips trembled. You can't go alone. The Central Intelligence Bureau, they're behind him. He's not acting alone, Theo. You'll be walking into a death trap. But he wasn't listening anymore. His jaw clenched. Every second wasted meant more suffering, more pain. This had stopped being a competition the moment his friends were taken. This isn't a trial anymore, Theo snapped. This is war. Ray's voice cracked, desperation breaking through. It's a trap. They're waiting for you to walk in blind. Rally help. Regroup. Don't throw yourself away. But Theo's fury blazed hotter than her fear. No one else is coming, he growled. If I don't move now, they'll die. I've already lost too much. Ray's voice shook as she pleaded with him. I can't watch it happen again. I can't lose anyone else. Theo turned, eyes blazing. Neither can I. His voice was thunder in the cold. Final, unshakable, far away, in a snow-covered grove, stained red with blood. Axion stood before Theo's captured companions. The snow beneath their knees had soaked in the proof of their suffering. One of Axion's men approached, eyes wary. Sighted him, the man said. Northern Cliffs, with Ray Ragnar. A wicked grin crept across Axion's face. Good, he said, his tone dripping with venom. Let him come. A chilling voice slithered into Axion's ear. Low, sharp, and meant only for him. It reminded him there was no need to fight Theo head-on. Their real goal was to uncover the secrets of the relics. Theo could be handled later by someone more suited to the task. Axion's gaze darkened as he silently accepted the command. Still, he wasn't about to let Theo go unscathed. The voice advised using the summoning orb, a perfect distraction to keep the supervisors busy and out of the way. Meanwhile, back on the northern cliffs, Ray made one last attempt to change Theo's mind. Her words, filled with desperation, couldn't sway him. He thanked her for the warning, but made it clear he wasn't going to abandon his teammates. As he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. A heavy energy radiated from him, and a faint outline of a dragon shimmered behind him. It pressed down on Ray like a tidal wave, overwhelming and absolute. She could feel how serious he was. This wasn't something she could stop. Deeper in the forest, 3 competitors stumbled across a troubling sight. Snow-covered supplies were scattered across the ground, and thin trails of blood stretched into the distance. Remington, the competition's second highest-ranked fighter, knelt beside a blood-stained box. His face grew tense. He recognized the gear. It was Theo's team's. Without hesitation, he called to Hulkus and Erica, urging them to move quickly. Whatever had happened, they didn't have much time. The urgency among them was unmistakable as they prepared to follow the trail. Suddenly, the forest quaked. A towering white beast barreled toward Theo, weapon raised high above its head. Theo's gaze sharpened, his entire body ready. The earth split beneath the monster's feet as its weapon crashed downward. At the last instant, Theo slipped to the side, dodging the crushing blow. Dirt and stone exploded around him as the ground shattered. He exhaled sharply, tightening his grip on his blade. There was no room for hesitation. In a flash, he struck. His sword cut through the air, precise and ruthless, aimed at the beast's weak points. The monster screamed as it fell, its body hitting the ground with a thunderous crash. Theo didn't stop to look back. His thoughts were only on moving forward. Every second mattered. His comrades needed him. But as he sprinted through the forest, a sudden rustle stopped him cold. 5 creatures stepped from the shadows, each one identical, eyes glowing red, teeth bared. They growled low, a sound designed to shake his focus. Theo clenched his jaw. He understood right away these weren't just enemies. They were obstacles meant to slow him down and push him to his limits. Without pause, Theo drew on the might of his dragon's 3rd claw. Power surged through him like lightning, and his sword shimmered with a pale blue glow. With one fluid motion, he swung, sending a blazing arc of energy slicing through the beasts. They dropped instantly, falling like paper cutouts, clearing his path once more. His focus sharpened with every step. Theo's will was solid, his mind locked on what lay ahead. Axion was dangerous, unstable, but he wasn't the real threat. The true puppeteers were in the shadows, the Central Intelligence Bureau. Their influence was clear, twisting the battlefield from behind the scenes. If Theo didn't act soon, everything could unravel. As he pressed forward, the last of the creatures emerged, taller, broader, far deadlier than the others. Theo crouched low, legs tensed, then launched skyward with explosive force. His blade gleamed as he came down, aimed straight for the beast's skull. The creature roared and lunged, but Theo was faster. His sword pierced clean through its head, dropping the monster in a violent, final spasm. He landed softly, eyes locked ahead, his breath steady. Then came a single, quiet vow. Axion's next. Elsewhere in the forest, Ray Ragnar stood frozen, eyes locked on the path Theo had vanished down. Her thoughts drifted to their past, moments from childhood when Theo had led her through darkness with the same fearless conviction. Her hands curled into fists, her resolve crystallizing. He had always carried the burden alone, but not this time. She wouldn't let him face it by himself. Turning on her heel, she took off, determined to fight by his side. Back at the enemy's stronghold, Theo's captured teammates sat bound, bruised, and angry. Their faces were set in grim defiance. One of them snarled and fought against his restraints, spitting curses at their captors. Axion responded with cold contempt, driving his boot into the man's face and slamming him into the dirt without a second thought. Annoyed by the outburst, Axion drew his sword and held the edge to the prisoner's neck, a wicked grin playing on his lips. But before he could go any further, a cool voice drifted from the shadows, a reminder from the Bureau. Acting without permission would jeopardize the entire operation. Snarling, Axion backed off, though his fury simmered just below the surface. He sat arrogantly on the captive's back, using him like a stool. Then, through the trees, faint lights flickered in the distance. Axion's red eyes narrowed. The presence of high-ranking prosecutors meant only one thing. His own family had sent watchdogs. They didn't trust him to finish the job. Theo stepped into the clearing, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Every eye turned to him, even those of his bruised and bloodied comrades. Their shock was visible, disbelief flickering across their battered faces. Seated smugly at the center, Axion lifted his gaze, meeting Theo's eyes with a slow, deliberate smirk. The silence stretched for a breath before Axion broke it with mocking words, teasing Theo for showing up late. Theo walked forward, unshaken. His gaze swept the scene. Captives to his left, tense guards to the right, and Axion lounging arrogantly atop a human throne. Axion's jabs meant nothing. Theo's focus locked on the beaten man beneath Axion's feet, his grip on his sword tightening. Axion rose, fingers brushing the hilt of his blade, but a cold voice from the shadows warned him again. Don't let Theo bait you. Axion paused, then composed himself, shifting his tone. He spoke as if appealing to reason, suggesting their clash was inevitable. Theo cut in, his voice like ice. He asked plainly, was Axion afraid? He didn't wait for an answer. He pointed out the obvious. The hostages, the guards, the orchestrated trap. It wasn't strategy, it was fear. The words hit their mark. Axion's smirk faltered, and his fury surged. You're delusional, Axion snapped. Theo stepped forward, raising his blade, calling for a one-on-one fight. He invoked the name of Ragnar, questioning whether Axion had thrown away his pride. That was the final blow. Rage took over, and Axion roared his acceptance, swearing to finish Theo once and for all. Above the scene, hidden among the branches, covert watchers observed the tension explode. One whispered about the rising heat of battle, while another reminded the group to stay on course. They'd intervene only if Axion lost control. On the ground, Axion barked sharp commands, warning his troops to stand down. This wasn't their fight. He declared it a battle of honor, promising the hostages would remain untouched until it was over. Theo struck first. His speed was blinding. Axion barely blocked the opening slash, stumbling back, momentarily thrown. Theo's faint grin only fueled his anger. With a roar, Axion unleashed his trump card, the Thousand Dragons Roar. A colossal red dragon erupted forth, jaws snapping as it lunged toward Theo with terrifying speed. For a split second, Theo stood still, caught in the sheer force of it. But the awe vanished as quickly as it came. Theo raised his sword, now glowing with a fierce blue light, Dragon's third claw. In one swift, powerful motion, he sliced through the massive red dragon's energy. The roar was cut short, the beast torn apart in an instant. The battlefield fell silent. Axion froze, stunned. His strongest move obliterated like it was nothing. Theo didn't flinch. He stood firm, sword pulsing with energy, the faint blue light reflecting off his calm expression. A faint smirk formed on his face as he stared down Axion. Then, with a voice sharp as steel, he asked if the great Elder Ragnar had taught him anything worth remembering. Orion Gardner, ranked 14th in the Scaled Dragon Society, explodes with fury. His fists tremble, his voice booming through the air. Damn it, nothing's going according to plan. Across a vast, icy gorge, Theo is locked in combat. Orion watches from afar, tension creeping into every corner of his mind. He'd underestimated Theo, badly. Just how powerful is he? The question lingers like a storm cloud. A cold sweat trickles down his face, and his teeth grind together. This fight has turned into a mess. What rattles him more is Axion, always arrogant, always sure of himself, struggling. A dangerous notion starts to slither into Orion's mind. Maybe it's time to cut ties. Side with Theo instead? Axion's pride has always been unbearable. The thought takes root. Orion's gaze hardens. He falls silent, his mind racing. But then, reality strikes. There's no turning back. The Bureau's proctors have arrived. They'll take care of Theo. His focus needs to shift. We need a distraction, Orion mutters, eyes narrowing. Then he shouts, his voice slicing through the wintry stillness. Scaled Dragon Society, scatter, now! The command rings out, crisp and sharp. His subordinates vanish like ghosts in the snow, slipping into the trees without a trace. This is out of our league, someone whispers urgently. Axion's on his own now. Their voices fade into the howling wind. The scene cuts sharply. A young Axion stands inside an extravagant chamber, gripping an ornate dagger tightly. The contrast between his youth and the deadly blade is striking. A stern voice calls out, Axion. Emil, robed in black, stands beside Ed Troyven. They watch the boy, burdened by sorrow and resolve. Ragnar's future rests in your hands, Ed declares, his voice laced with gravity. He steps forward, his face a blend of wisdom and merciless resolve. The name Ragnar, he says coldly, is a mask, a grand deception. Axion stares back, his crimson eyes locked onto Ed's. You are a Troon. Never forget where you truly come from. That is your legacy. The memory dissolves. Now, in the present, Axion stands battle-ready, calm, precise, deadly. From a distance, Orion watches him, reluctant admiration in his eyes. He's grown strong, Orion admits, unease flickering in his voice. Suddenly, Theo charges forward, bridging the chasm in a blink. The ground shakes as he lands, his blade already mid-swing. Theo, Ragnar, Axion bellows, meeting him with a devastating counter. Their swords collide, the sound ripping through the frostbitten air. Axion launches into a brutal barrage, his blade wrapped in a fierce crimson glow. Each strike crackles with intensity and rage, lighting up the battlefield with raw, unrestrained force. Theo meets every strike head-on, their blades crashing together in a fury of sparks. The shockwaves from their blows rumble through the earth, sending snow flying in all directions. Their duel becomes a storm within the storm. Raw steel and sheer will colliding at the heart of the blizzard. Their eyes lock mid-battle, both unflinching, both unyielding. Every movement is deliberate. Each strike and counter a step in a deadly ballet. Neither gives an inch. Concealed high in the trees, Theo watches Axion through narrowed eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Everything is unfolding just as he intended. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber deep underground, shadowy figures gather around a vast circular table. Silence reigns until a voice cuts through it. Theo Ragnar has engaged Axion Ragnar. The informant announces, voice steady. A ripple of tension sweeps through the room. Julius breaks the silence with a booming laugh. Finally, he's making his move. Across the table, Wolfgang scowls, brows furrowed. I thought our men already took care of him. At the head of the table, Ed Troon exhales a subtle but telling breath. So he lives, he murmurs, satisfied. Good. That means we can proceed. His expression darkens, lips curling into a slow, chilling smile. Once Axion completes his task and retrieves what we need, his voice trails off, laced with malice. My swordsmen will finish the job. Neatly, efficiently. Two armored guards step forward, gold plating glinting dimly under the chamber's light. One bows. Lord Troyven, we've just received a fresh update. Ed glances up, eyes cold. Speak. The guard hesitates, then answers. Axion and Theo, they're fighting. Right now. Ed curses under his breath, barely audible. Back in the snowstorm, Theo's movements become a blur, fluid, unpredictable. His gesture's footwork explodes into motion, turning his sword into a whirlwind of calculated violence. Each slash is honed to perfection, every thrust aimed to overwhelm. Axion is pushed to the edge. He blocks, just in time, barely deflecting the barrage. Theo's blade whistles through the air, cutting closer with every swing. The relentless assault pounds Axion's defenses, draining his stamina, fraying his focus. Panting, muscles screaming, Axion grits his teeth. Still, he watches, listens, learns. He's tough, Axion concedes, barely above a whisper. Way tougher than I expected. But then he sees it, something subtle. A pattern, a rhythm beneath the chaos. A sliver of opportunity flickers in the storm. He's powerful, Axion thinks, eyes sharpening. But he's not untouchable. Axion's focus sharpens, his eyes locked on Theo's sword hand. He studies each movement, every twitch, every feint, reading the flow like a musician reading notes. Slowly, the rhythm becomes clear. Each strike, each shift in weight, predictable. Confidence surges. With perfect timing, Axion deflects a deadly blow, his blade swatting it aside like it were nothing. A smirk tugs at his lips. Figured you out, he says coolly. Every last move. But then, thunk. A projectile zips past his head, burying itself deep in the snow behind him. The unexpected attack halts him mid-step. His eyes snap to the embedded weapon. What the hell? He mutters, rattled. The cocky edge in his voice fades. Throwing technique? He blurts out, confused. Where did that come from? Not far away. Four-scale Dragon Society trainees recoil. Their eyes widen in disbelief. The sudden, unseen strike shakes them to the core, fear gnawing at their discipline. Theo stiffens as a memory surfaces, another time, another thrown blade. It hits like a haunting echo, a shadow from a life left behind. Axion lands softly, snow swirling around him like a veil. His every movement is calculated, deliberate. His stare, sharp and cold, cuts straight through Theo. "There's a problem with your whole approach," Axion says, his voice low and scornful. Theo doesn't answer. He just glares. "You choreograph your fights like a dance routine," Axion continues, tone icy. "All flash, no depth. Once I catch the rhythm, it's just repetition." He steps forward. A single drop of blood slips from his sword and lands in the snow with a soft plip, a bright red blot on a sea of white. Nearby, crimson spreads quickly beneath a fallen man. The silence is thick, broken only by the wind as it cuts through the battlefield. Theo's gaze drifts to the body. He freezes. His eyes narrow, confusion turning to something darker. The uniform, the symbol, realization crashes over him. "It was you," he whispers, the words heavy with shock. Images race through his mind. The cloaked figure. The final moment before his regression. It all clicks into place. Across from him, Axion stares at the same lifeless figure, unease settling in his chest. The man's expression, twisted in a frozen scream, sears itself into memory. And above them, cloaked in silence and snowfall, the figure in the shadows lowers his hood further. He stands still, a specter watching from the edge of the storm. Axion's restraint shatters. His eyes ignite with a fierce, almost unnatural light as he growls, "End this." The words cut through the air like shards of ice, cold, flat, final. Theo's rage boils over. His features contort, torn between sorrow and fury. The past crashes down on him. Flames devouring the palace, screams echoing through the night, the weight of everything he lost. The face of the one responsible. "I'll make you pay," he snarls, his voice laced with hate. Then, everything blurs. Memories flood back. The once splendid Rose Palace burns, its towers crumbling into ash. Fire devours everything. "The day I died." Theo's voice echoes faintly through the memory, heavy with pain. He sees himself sprinting through the smoke-choked halls, lungs burning, heart racing. He remembers the helplessness, the fear, the cruel finality. "I was meant to die there," he thinks bitterly, "and I never even knew who pulled the strings." A single tear slips down his cheek, trailing through soot and heat. All because I was weak, powerless. The memory fades, but the ache stays. His thoughts spin. Rendon's mistake. A moment of carelessness. The unmasking. A fatal error. Evelyn's investigation didn't stop, Theo says under his breath. His tone sharpens, and it led to the truth. Rendon, Camellia Palace, bound together by secrecy and bloodshed. A hidden alliance beneath layers of lies. And the Rose Palace, reduced to ruins. The cost of that secret. It all makes sense now. Camellia was behind it. Back in the present, the cloaked figure remains unmoving, a phantom against the snow. The stillness is suffocating, the silence heavier than the wind. Theo grips his sword tighter, his knuckles pale. He stares through the storm, heart thundering, mind razor sharp. This is no longer a fight for survival. This is justice. His thoughts snap into focus. A distinct technique, one he's only seen once before. Among the Troan, only one man fights like that. He mutters the words like a curse. Only one of them throws a sword. The truth hits, cold and merciless. Axion Ragnar. He breathes, the name burning on his tongue. His eyes study every move, every stance. That reckless style, so confident, so arrogant. Throwing a sword mid-battle is madness. Only someone too sure of their own strength would dare it. Someone like Axion. All hesitation vanishes from Theo's gaze. His eyes narrow with cold, absolute clarity. "I wasn't certain at first," he says quietly, voice steady as stone. But now, there's no doubt left. Blood streaks down his fingers as they close tightly around the jagged remains of his blade. The fractured metal digs into his skin, but he doesn't even flinch. A sharp crack splits the silence. The final death rattle of his sword as it breaks in two, crumbling like the last of his illusions. Theo's voice drops, rough and low. "What is it with you people? Why are you all so obsessed with trying to kill me?" Across from him, Axion freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief, stunned by what he's just seen. He broke that sword with his bare hand. He mutters, the shock clear in his voice. Theo lets the shattered pieces fall into the snow. His face doesn't shift. He glances briefly at his bloodied hand, then back at Axion, cold, focused, unshaken. This time's different, he states firmly. I won't make the same mistakes again. Without missing a beat, he reaches for another weapon, a sword half buried in the snow beside a fallen ally. His grip tightens around the hilt, the icy steel biting into his palm. A flash of resolve hardens in his eyes. I'm going to live, he says, not as a promise, but a vow. And I'll protect the ones who still stand with me. Suddenly, he hurls one of the broken sword halves at Axion with force. Axion scoffs, dismissive. That's it, he sneers. A clumsy mimicry of my technique? Pathetic. You're just pretending to be something you're not. But even as the insult leaves his lips, something shifts. His smirk fades. His brow creases. Theo vanishes. His form blurs, faster than before. Much faster. Axion's eyes dart, trying to keep up, but the tempo has changed. The rhythm is gone. All he sees is motion. Pressure. Chaos. What is that speed? He thinks, chest tightening. I can't follow it. A cold dread creeps up his spine. His skin prickles. His instincts scream. Then he feels it, the aura. Something raw. Something wrong. Not just aggression. Not just a killer's will. This isn't just bloodlust, Axion whispers, his voice cracking. It's something far darker. Theo's mana erupts in a crushing wave. The very air distorts around him, warping under the intensity. Axion stumbles back, struggling for breath. The pressure is suffocating. His muscles freeze. His mind reels. And in that moment, staring into the storm of Theo's rising power, he realizes he's facing something far beyond what he ever expected. How? Axion's mind reels. How is his mana this overwhelming? Then it hits him like a punch to the gut, ice flooding his veins. Has Theo been holding back all along? Was this whole thing a setup? Why would he hide that kind of strength? Axion breathes out, barely audible. But there's no time to think. Theo strikes, his blade aglow with a blinding light, surging with raw energy. A deafening blast follows, shredding through the forest. Trees explode into splinters. The earth shakes, and cracks rip through the ground. The entire world feels like it's coming undone. With a shout, Theo lifts his sword and brings it crashing down, straight for Axion's skull. Axion reacts on instinct, lifting his sword just in time. The weapons collide with a thunderous clang, shockwaves jolting through Axion's body. Fueled by desperation and rage, Axion lashes out, strike after strike, reckless and fast. He pours everything into each blow, fighting to turn the tide. Then, contact. His sword slices across Theo's arm, blood splashing onto the snow below like spilled ink on white paper. Theo stumbles, but doesn't slow him. Instead, a twisted grin appears as he leans into the chaos. So this is it. Theo mocks, his tone razor sharp. This is the great Axion? What a letdown. Axion's fury explodes. You'll regret that, he growls, voice low and savage. He lunges, grabbing Theo's wrist in a flash. It throws Theo off. He stumbles, clearly not expecting the move. Axion doesn't hesitate. His blade whips forward, aiming for Theo's head. Theo jerks back with a sharp gasp, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. But Axion isn't done. He springs up and blocks Theo's counterattack, a brutal kick that sends shock through his arms. The clash spirals into a ruthless storm of blades and fists. Every hit carries the weight of old scars and tangled fates. Snow whirls around them, wild and unrelenting, wrapping their battle in a storm of white silence. Theo steps forward again, eyes cold, sword ready. The snow thickens, serene yet menacing. Axion halts mid-step, head tilting. His senses flare. Something's different. What is this? He mutters, feeling the shift in Theo's presence. Theo says nothing. His eyes lock onto Axion, razor-sharp with deadly intent. Then he charges. Their blades clash with explosive force, unleashing a shockwave that ripples through the air. Snow whirls violently, debris lifted and scattered like confetti in a storm. The space around them warps under the pressure, the battlefield twisting in chaos. Theo doesn't blink. His expression is cold steel, his focus unbreakable. And then, he speaks, just one word, laced with venom. Axion. With a roar, he surges forward again, snow exploding underfoot. He throws everything into this strike. Rage, power, vengeance. Let me return the favor, he growls, voice low and lethal. He halts for a breath, letting his words hang heavy. Do you have any idea? Theo's voice drops, deadly calm. His eyes burn with fury as his blade glows brighter in the storm. What it's like to feel a sword pierce your gut. The question slices deeper than any weapon. Axian's eyes snap wide, caught off guard. Too late. Theo's sword flashes toward him, a blazing arc of light that splits the air, aimed straight for his head. Meanwhile, elsewhere, this wasn't caused by a monster. A voice notes, scanning the aftermath. Someone was clearly taken. Remington narrows his gaze. Only one person could pull this off, Axian. Hulkus, Erica, and Remington exchange tense looks. Axian, Hulkus repeats, stunned. But he's ranked first. Is he trying to rack up more bells? Remington's expression darkens. He must have taken Theo's people hostage to lure him out. His voice tightens. He's planning to eliminate Theo during the second blooming. What? Hulkus snaps, anger flaring. Why not fight him head on? What is he thinking? Erica stays composed. Looks like Axian's not as brave as people thought. So what? Hulkus shouts, fists clenched. Erica doesn't flinch. This is Ragnar's blooming. Stuff like this comes with the territory. Remington falls silent, eyes narrowing as thoughts churn behind his calm facade. After a long pause, he speaks, voice heavy with conviction. This is exactly why I despise Ragnar. Even if this is about strength, there are still lines that shouldn't be crossed. Erica's gaze sharpens. You better be careful with that talk, she warns. You mean that? Remington? He stands tall, unwavering. I'm going to save Theo's people. If the roles were reversed, he wouldn't hesitate. Hulkus turns to Erica, urgency rising in his voice. If you come with me, you'd be a huge help, he pleads. We have to go now. Nuna, you're in too, right? Erica shuts him down instantly. No, I'm not interested. She doesn't sugarcoat it. The only reason I followed you was to see Theo Ragnar. But he's not here. Her voice sharpens, icy and dismissive. And I can't stand weak men. I'm not saving anyone like that. Hulkus reels, stunned. Nuna, are you seriously garbage? Erica snaps. What did you just say? You little punk. Remington steps forward before the argument escalates. Erica, he says calm but firm. I know why you want to find Theo. That catches her off guard. Her eyes flicker in surprise. If you help us this time, Remington continues, voice steady and convincing, I promise it'll bring you closer to your goal. Suddenly, the still air shatters as the three of them bolt across the snow-covered field, racing toward danger. Remington glances back, determination carved into his face. Just hang on a little longer, everyone. But a sword slams into their path, seemingly from nowhere. A hand grips the hilt, unmoving. Stop, the figure commands, stepping into view to block their advance. From the shadows behind him, a group emerges, silent, armed, and ready. They line up, forming a wall of blades. Remington's eyes narrow in recognition. The Scaled Dragon Society. A familiar voice rings out, sarcastic and smug. Long time no see, Remington. Orion steps forward, smirk in place. Never thought I'd see you ditch us to run with a bunch of morons. He eyes Hulkus with mock amusement. And now you're tagging along with the dumb bear ranks? Hulkus bursts, fist clenched tight. What the hell? You calling us brainless muscleheads? Orion shrugs, pretending innocence. Hey, I never said that. Remington cuts through the tension with a sharp voice. Get out of the way, Orion. I'm not here to fight you. But Orion's smirk disappears. Too bad. I'm not moving. Remington's grip tightens. His tone drops. Then you leave me no choice. He swings his sword without hesitation, swift, final. I'll cut you down myself. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, blood sprays onto the snow, red against white, violent and sudden. Sybil gasps, eyes wide in pain and shock. He scrambles toward Axian's broken sword, the one Theo had thrown earlier and missed. This is it, Sybil realizes, fire lighting behind his eyes. Theo gave me this moment. I have to break free. I have to end this. As Sybil continues working on bindings, his eyes drift to the clash erupting nearby. Between Theo and Axian, a third figure suddenly intervenes, sword striking Theo's with a burst of sparks. The sharp clang of steel breaks the stillness of the forest. Theo, dressed in white, blocks the blow from his dark-haired opponent. His gaze lingers on the chaos around them, a single tear tracing down his cheek. He's finally making his move. He murmurs, voice carrying both pain and determination. Liam Troyven, he says quietly, realization settling in. Liam meets his eyes with a solemn look. Forgive me, young Master Axion, he says, voice heavy. I'll take whatever punishment comes. After the blooming ceremony, their duel escalates. Blades meet with precision. The rhythm of their fight swift and deadly. Protect the young master, Liam commands. Behind them, Axion remains still, his face unreadable as Liam's men move in. They form a circle around him, swords raised and ready. You've done your part, young Master Axion, Liam tells him firmly. We'll take it from here. A soldier steps forward, offering Axion his sword. Recover this for you, sir. Axion grips the handle tightly, gaze fixed ahead. His expression barely shifts, but there's a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. Liam launches another attack, fierce and unrelenting. His blade slices through the air toward Theo. Steel crashes against steel once again, the sound echoing like thunder through the trees. Theo grits his teeth, blocking the strike. With a quick motion, he forces Liam off balance and moves in for a counter. But Liam doesn't stop. His sword keeps coming, angling straight for Theo's vulnerable side. Theo steadies himself, eyes lit with fierce resolve. Liam's face stays cold, calculating, thoughts racing as he commits to the strike. I have no choice, he thinks, jaw clenched. He refuses to be outmatched, not by Axion or the senior prosecutors here today. He knows this is the only moment to end it before anyone can intervene. Regret flickers for just a second. Someone this skilled, it's a shame. But Troyvin comes first. With unwavering focus, Liam swings the blade down. Goodbye, Theo Ragnar, he says. Without warning, Theo's eyes ignite, glowing red with an eerie, unnatural light. The sudden shift stops Liam in his tracks, frozen by the sheer force of Theo's gaze. A close-up reveals the sharp glint of Theo's blood-red eyes, piercing through the silence like blades. Then chaos. A sickening sound rips through the battlefield. Blood sprays as a sword drives straight through Liam's chest. He gasps, stumbling back, hand flying to the wound as pain tears through him. His scream rings out across the snow-covered forest. Young master, Liam chokes out, stunned and broken, disbelief etched in every word. Nearby, Axion watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide, horror creeping across his face. What is this? He whispers, transfixed by the grim sight before him. Suddenly, Axion's voice cuts through the air, low, furious, and distorted with rage. I warned you, stay out of it. His eyes glow with a sinister light as he drives his sword clean through Liam's back. Crimson bursts across the snow, painting the white ground in blood. Liam stiffens, breath caught in his throat. His sword falls from limp fingers, clattering uselessly to the ground. He turns, eyes wide with confusion and agony as blood trails from his lips. Axion yanks his sword free without hesitation. The gruesome sound of metal leaving flesh echoes in the stillness, a chilling display of merciless intent. Liam crumples to his knees, hands pressed to his chest. Around them, Axion soldiers stand motionless, shocked, disturbed, speechless. One can barely form words. Another yells out, voice cracking with grief. Axion, what the hell are you doing? Axion's glowing eyes flare brighter, flickering with something almost inhuman. His jaw clenches as he spits out his fury. You jumped in because you thought I'd lose. You doubted me. You insulted the future heir. Theo watches, disbelief washing over him. Axion, you maniac, he mutters. That was your own kin. Axion turns slowly, lips curling into a twisted grin. You're strong, Theo Ragnar, he says coldly. But not strong enough. The scene fades, pulling us into a memory. A young Axion stands before Ed Troyvin, whose face is cloaked in shadow. His voice slices through the moment, calm, but full of venom. The weak have no value, Ed says flatly. But you were born gifted. His features slowly come into view, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You must crush everyone beneath you. Only then can you take the throne of Ragnar. The memory lingers on young Axion's face, his eyes lit with dangerous ambition, small frame already brimming with ruthless determination. Back in the present, Axion's smirk is sharp with pride, his eyes fixed on Theo with utter contempt. You must be weaker than me. That's the only truth that makes sense. He lifts his sword, every inch of his stance radiating raw ambition. I will become the strongest. The throne will be mine, and I refuse to lose to someone like you. Not here, not now. His grip tightens, knuckles pale against the hilt. The silence stretches, then shatters with his voice. Anyone in my path. With a thunderous cry, Axion charges, his blade slicing through the air like a crimson streak. Will die. Theo doesn't flinch. Steady, resolute, he meets the blow head-on. Their swords collide with a thunderous crash, the impact pulsing through the forest like a shockwave. Axion's eyes dart around in confusion. Where is he? Too late. Theo has already slipped through, a counterattack in motion. Steel slices through flesh. Blood arcs across the snow as Axion stumbles back, pain flashing across his face. Liam's men rush forward, catching their wounded master. Senior Liam, are you all right? One shouts, panic breaking through his voice. Liam coughs violently, blood spilling from his lips as he clutches the wound. NGH. One of the soldiers shoots a furious glare toward Axion, torn between loyalty and fury. Damn it, Axion. You've always been reckless. But this is insane. Even through the agony, Liam forces out a desperate command. Forget me. Help Master Axion. Kill Theo Ragnar. His voice is ragged, yet laced with unwavering conviction. One soldier falters, his eyes filled with doubt. Why? He asks, voice shaking. Why are you still loyal after what he did? Liam's face twists in pain, but his answer is clear. Just go. If Master Axion falls, we're finished. Axion spits blood into the snow, fury blazing in his blood-red eyes. Despite the wound, he refuses to back down. Theo presses in, his sword glowing with brilliant blue light. Each swing cuts through the cold air like lightning, the aura around him fierce and unrelenting. The glowing blade tears across the snowy field, a streak of defiance burning bright against the pale world. Axion stares in disbelief, breath hitching at the display of power. No, this can't be happening, he whispers. Another memory flickers into view. Ed Troyven, ever composed, casts a smug look at a young Axion. With Ragnar, he says with a knowing smirk, you never know what's coming. The scene shifts, dim light flickering in a quiet room, a lantern flame dancing in the gloom. Even a weak flame in the wind, Ed's voice echoes softly, can suddenly turn into a wildfire. Theo stands firm, sweat sliding down his cheek, but his gaze never wavers, laser-focused and unshakable. No, this can't be. Axion breathes, disbelief creeping into his voice. Then, like a ghost from the past, Ed Troyven's voice drifts back, cold and condescending. Why are you so concerned about that trash? He's a nobody, no talent, a waste. Axion had once laughed it off, cocky as ever, flipping a card between his fingers. I'll play around with him, he'd said smugly. Let him know where he really stands. But Ed's reply had cut like steel. You really think you're that far ahead? Ed warned, his face half shrouded in shadow. You're not. The difference between you and him, it's not as big as you want to believe. Now, in the present, Theo's blade whips through the air, glowing blue, slicing toward Axion with force and clarity. Axion's face twists with rage. Trash like you, he spits, can be torn apart without effort. Crimson energy bursts from his body as he roars, power erupting around him. I will rule the North. I'll take the Ragnar throne. Me, Axion Ragnar. Behind him, a colossal spectral beast takes form, its gaping jaws open in silent fury, raw energy pulsing from its core. But Theo doesn't back down. He plants his feet, power coiling around him. Throne, throne. That's all you care about, Theo growls, voice trembling with fury. Because of your hunger for power, my comrades are gone. His fist clenches, blue energy sparking violently around him. He steps forward. If you won't let go of that ambition, then I'll crush it myself. A brilliant explosion of blue erupts from Theo, his aura blazing like wildfire. Behind him, a majestic dragon rises, its glowing eyes burning with justice. With the strength I've been given, Theo roars, I'll finish this. The dragon dives, surging ahead with unstoppable force. 3 claws of the dragon. Theo's eyes shine bright blue, every ounce of focus pouring into the final strike. Axion's monstrous entity opens its jaws as Theo's dragon barrels toward it. Locked in on his opponent, Theo doesn't blink. I'll become strong enough to destroy anyone who stands in my way. From the sidelines, Liam, bloodied and broken, watches, eyes wide, stunned into silence by Theo's overwhelming force. Axion's men stand motionless, awe and terror etched across their faces. Farther out, Remington, Hulkus, and Erica look on, unable to tear their eyes from the titanic clash unfolding before them. An unstoppable storm of power and conviction. Axion fights to stay upright, his body trembling as he clashes with Theo's relentless power. The impact of their battle unleashes a blinding storm of energy, tearing through the forest with a deafening blast. An explosion erupts, shaking the earth and sending a violent wave of energy across the landscape. The forest falls silent in its wake, thick smoke and broken trees marking the aftermath. The air crackles with fading energy as snow and dust slowly drift back to the ground. Axion's boots skid through the snow, dragging deep trails behind him. Blood dots the white surface as he collapses, landing hard. His body lies still, a dark smear across the snow-covered field. Crimson spreads beneath him, staining the ice like spilled ink, a brutal reminder of his defeat. Theo looms over him, sword lowered but still pulsing with power. Against the gray sky, his figure stands firm, exhaustion pulling at his features as he stares at the fallen warrior. Liam's voice trembles as he steps forward, face pale with shock. Master Axion. Theo's blade hangs in the cold air, dripping red onto the white below. Axion's empty eyes stare at the clouds, unmoving. A tense hush settles over the field. Only the sound of ragged breathing cuts through the quiet. Liam's men stumble forward, horror in their eyes. Young Master Axion. Despite his injuries, Liam forces himself up, pain etched into every movement. His eyes burn into Theo's. Kill him, he wheezes. Kill that bastard. Theo stands still, the battlefield around him littered with debris and blood. His white coat is soaked red, the tip of his sword still dripping. The agents behind Liam shift uneasily, their hoods shadowing expressions of dread. Theo's gaze sweeps across them. His muscles are aching, lungs burning, energy fading fast. This is bad. He grits his teeth. Even at my best, taking on 4 senior proctors is risky. Like this? No chance. My man is almost gone. I've got nothing left. He braces himself, fingers tightening around the hilt. Just a little longer. You should be here soon. 2 figures step toward him, blades drawn. The air thickens as they close the distance. Theo steadies his stance. Almost there. Suddenly, movement rips through the tension like lightning. Dark shapes dash forward, hooded and fast. Steel glints, a short gasp is heard, and then thud. A body crashes to the ground, breaking the silence in an instant. Before anyone could make sense of the chaos, more figures burst into the fight, fast, sharp, and unstoppable. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stepped out from the fray, cutting through enemies with fluid precision. Their swords moved in perfect sync, clashing steel drowning out the panic. That's not who I was expecting, Theo shouted, caught between relief and disbelief. What, you guys? He gasped, eyes wide. Remington, silver hair catching the light, smirked as he blocked another strike. Isn't it normal to help a friend in trouble? Young Master Theo, he said coolly, as if the battlefield was a casual stroll. Theo stood frozen, momentarily stunned by their sudden arrival. Erica flashed a grin as she ducked under a blade. Theo, you're even hotter in person. First time meeting someone with your strength. Consider me a fan. Hulkus laughed, loud and fearless, his blade carving a path through the chaos. Then Sybil appeared, bloodied but unbroken, stepping beside them. We're here to help you, young Master Theo, he said firmly. After everything we've caused, we can't just walk away. Despite the rules, despite the risk, these supervisors chose to fight. You realize this is a massive violation, right? Remington yelled, sarcasm dripping from every word. We're technically not even allowed to step in. But none of them faltered. The choice was made. The momentum shifted. Members of the Central Intelligence Bureau reeled from the pressure, their ranks cracking as the fight turned against them. Liam's face twisted, rage and dread fighting for control as his perfect plan collapsed. Sir Liam, what now? A voice called out, shaking with fear. It's spiraling out of control. Do we take them all out? Another subordinate shouted in panic. Please, give the order. Liam stared, mind unraveling. We're finished, he muttered. Failure hit hard. They'd uncovered nothing about the Rose Palace's secrets. They couldn't kill Theo. And now, even Axion was gone. Everything had fallen apart. On top of it all, They'd exposed themselves, violated protocol, crossed the line. Terror gripped him, but slowly, something darker crept in. There's no way, he started, his voice low, then stopped. A cold grin spread across his face. Make it up, he said softly. Sir Liam. There's no time, someone cried. But he didn't care. His grin widened. Then there's only one way out. He raised his hand. Kill everyone. Liam's icy tone sent an uneasy chill down the spines of his men. His eyes scanned the battlefield, littered with devastation. Imagine an internal outbreak, he said quietly. What if every examinee was wiped out on the spot? Disguise it as an accident, and Trin walks away clean. From his coat, he drew out several shadowy spheres. A sinister energy pulsed from them, distorting the cold air around them. These fifth-grade beasts will do the trick. No one will question an accident. Got it. His glare pierced straight through them, daring anyone to argue. One man flinched, but managed a shaky, yes, sir. Just as Liam prepared to release the monsters, a voice rang out. What's happening here? He stiffened. Then, pain struck like lightning through his body. His breath caught. The grin he wore slipped as a choked sound left his throat. 3 figures had arrived, their mere presence halting everything in its tracks. Representatives from the White Dragon clan, Plum Blossom Palace, and Daffodil Palace. Selford Gardner, Sally Gardner, Natasha Koppel, and Aaron Bacchus stood tall, assessing the aftermath with stern expressions. Selford stepped forward, voice sharp and unyielding. What is going on here? Natasha spotted Liam and rushed toward him. Sir Liam, she called, urgency in her tone. The others moved quickly, surrounding the rest of the Central Intelligence Bureau's men. You 3 don't move, one barked. Come with us and live. Stay, and you'll end up just like Liam. The air grew thick with tension, a fragile moment between violence and retreat. Off to the side, Theo remained still, quietly watching it all unfold. He had made it barely, but the price had been steep. Supervisors, he said, his voice low but steady. I'm glad you made it. Remington gave a slow nod, the strain on his face betraying his relief. You showed up just in time. Ray walked up to Theo, pale but composed. A slight smile played on her lips. That was insane, Theo. What were you thinking? He didn't answer, but the look in his eyes said more than words could. Around them, under the ghostly moonlight, the snow-covered battlefield echoed with the cost of survival. Theo stood surrounded by those who had endured alongside him. Remington, Hulkus, and Erica stood nearby, silent and spent. The remaining members of Training Ground Number 4 gathered close, tearful and emotional. Young Master Theo, you fought for us. Even if we die now, we have no regrets. Theo looked at them all, the weight of their words sinking in. Ray, watching quietly, whispered to herself, this is what true strength looks like. Theo. Then, she stepped forward and held out her hand with a soft smile. Come on, give me the bell. I'm taking first place. Theo let out a faint smirk, worn down, but still standing strong. Under the pale moonlight, the battlefield stood silent, a frozen monument to everything lost and everything fought for. Far from the chaos, at the headquarters of the Central Intelligence Bureau, Ed Troyven sat frozen. The report played on, but his mind clung to one name. Axion, he whispered, as if saying aloud would change the truth. The room was gripped by silence. Around him, Wolfgang, OSA, and Julius sat in stunned disbelief. He's dead, someone finally said. All the plans, all the secrets, years of manipulation, gone in a flash. Everything they built had collapsed in a single moment. Back on the battlefield, a voice rang through the snow-filled silence. The second round of the blooming ceremony is officially over. The announcement fell like a heavy curtain. Those who remained glanced at one another, the weight of survival and uncertainty pressing down like the cold. Then came the sound of boots crunching in the snow, slow, deliberate. An examiner stepped forward. Each step carved a path into the quiet, drawing every eye. A low, commanding voice broke the tension. You've all done well. At the center of the clearing stood Pharaoh Ragnar, the ascendant dragon himself. His long white beard, his piercing crimson eyes, and the sheer gravity of his presence silenced all murmurs. Pharaoh addressed the crowd, his voice unwavering. Out of 87 candidates, 45 passed. Shock rippled through the gathering. Wait, the ascendant dragon came in person. He never shows up. Why now? Ignoring the whispers, Pharaoh pressed on. That survival rate isn't bad. Looks like this year's group really does live up to the hype. The mood shifted again. His words didn't just inform. They resonated, carrying power. And the top score this round, he paused, letting the moment stretch, is quite unexpected. His eyes glinted as they scanned the crowd. From this point on, all who passed the second round are no longer apprentices, he said clearly. You've officially reached entry-level status. A hush settled as the weight of his words sank in. You have every right to feel proud, Faro added, a rare flicker of warmth in his tone. Because now, you carry the title of Ragnar's inspectors. In the crowd, Remington stood quietly beside Sybil, their faces unreadable. Looks like everyone here earned it, Remington said, his voice low and thoughtful. Faro's voice rang out again, snapping everyone to attention. Now, I will announce the scores from the second round of the blooming ceremony. His glowing red eyes swept across the crowd, radiating an unspoken authority. The results. First place, Theo Ragnar, 1,121 points. The crowd erupted. No way. It's Theo Ragnar again. Over 1,000 points. How's that even possible? He had nothing until the end. What the hell happened? Didn't you hear? Axion. One voice started, but trailed off, leaving the name to hang ominously. Unfazed by the chaos, Faro continued steadily. Second place, Remington Narcio, 926 points. Third, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 789 points. Fifth, Hulkus, 742 points. A brief pause. 45th place, Isla Lehman, 28 points. With that, Faro concluded, that is all. Well done. But then, his voice cut through the settling murmurs like a blade. However, the blooming ceremony is not yet complete. One final round remains, the third. The candidates stiffened, tension rising as confusion spread like frost. He continued firmly. If you're qualified to enter the third round, raise your hand. Eyes darted across the field. Uncertainty churned in the silence. Did you qualify? One whispered, nervous. I didn't collect enough bells, another muttered, visibly frustrated. Even now, it makes no sense. What's the requirement? Someone else said. Then a sound, a soft thud, as Remington slowly raised his hand. His motion was steady, confident. Erica followed, unwavering. House faltered, unsure, hand hovering halfway. Ray took a second, then lifted her hand as well. And then, from the middle of the crowd, Theo raised his gloved hand high, its black leather catching the moonlight. Faro's eyes scanned them, gaze heavy with judgment but also interest. The hidden piece of the second round, he began, his voice echoing across the snowy clearing. The elemental attribute breathing method, an ancient technique. To use it, you needed more than just bells. You had to decipher the inscription within them. That's what made it a hidden piece, its complexity. He paused, letting the gravity sink in. Only those who truly understood and absorbed it during the exam are worthy of facing the third round. The crowd stirred, whispers weaving through the onlookers like wind through trees. All eyes shifted to the few raised hands, some filled with awe, others with quiet envy. Theo's flashback. His thoughts slipped away from the present. In my last life, he reflected, jaw tightening. I never truly grasped what those words meant. A memory flashed. One singular bell, its surface covered in strange, arcane markings. His eye, glowing in ethereal blue, flared to life, and a system message appeared before him. Hatchling synchronization activated. You can read the thoughts of things. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A fierce battle raged, light searing the skies, energy colliding in blinding bursts. Theo's voice echoed in his mind. The meanings didn't come as words. They came as images, vivid, alive. And this time, I understood it all instantly. He chuckled under his breath. It's rare for even one person to master this. But four? That's unexpected. In my last life, Ray and Remington couldn't even comprehend the quality breathing method. Is this the butterfly effect? I set off. Back in the present, Faro's gaze hardened as he turned toward the four. Demonstrate what you've achieved, he ordered. Show me the result of your comprehension. He called out, voice crisp, first Theo Ragnar. Theo stepped forward, every movement control precise. So much will change now that Axion's gone, he thought. But I'm ready for it. This time I won't hesitate. As he moved, the snow beneath his step crackled. A faint, electric blue glow danced around his foot, pulsing with power. What I've gained, Theo spoke aloud, voice steady. Around him, the air began to shift. A glowing interface materialized in front of him. Infusion, manifestation, control, expansion, aura release. He continued, voice lowering to a near whisper. First, grant the mana, a thunder attribute. A low rumble answered him. The ground quaked subtly. Then, with a sudden roar, blue lightning burst out from around him. Arcs of thunder energy exploded, coiling like living serpents of light. He stood at the heart of it all, a storm in human form. No way. Someone gasped, watching in disbelief. He's already projecting it outward? That's insane. The raw power swirling around Theo was undeniable. Blue bolts danced across his form, his aura erupting in waves that shook the clearing. From the sidelines, Sybil's voice rang out with awe. Young Master Theo? I knew it, but Theo wasn't done. While most would have stopped there, drained and overwhelmed, Theo's lips curled into a confident smirk. He pushed further. Remington's eyes narrowed, a mix of curiosity and surprise. What is he trying to do? A sudden pulse lit up Theo's chest, radiating raw power. The thunderous energy around him surged skyward, twisting into a towering storm of lightning and fury. Then, with a single motion, Theo unleashed it all. Lightning tore through the sky, lighting up the snowy clearing in dazzling flashes. The ground shook beneath the weight of his spell. Ray stood frozen, eyes wide. Unbelievable. Beside him, Erica whispered under her breath, I like him. Meanwhile, Hulkus pumped a fist into the air. He's so cool. From above, Faro watched with a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Ha! Now that's a surprise, he said, clearly amused. Didn't think you'd master control this quickly, Theo. Theo didn't respond. His gaze stayed locked ahead, red eyes glowing as the energy around him swelled even more. With a final surge, he brought his arms down, and the ground exploded with blinding light. Thunder Dragon, he called out. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The lightning swirled into a massive draconic form, eyes glowing like twin suns, its presence overwhelming. He's attacking the supervisor? Someone shouted, caught between panic and disbelief. But Faro simply laughed. Foo-foo. Interesting. He's already reached the expand level. He calmly raised his hand, summoning water that circled his fingers before forming a gleaming barrier. You've earned the right to test me, Faro said, his voice carrying across the field. Theo remained motionless, eyes locked onto the ascendant dragon. The tension in the clearing was electric. Not a single breath was wasted. Good, Theo Ragnar, Faro said at last. I'm awarding you an extra 1,000 points. The crowd gasped as the updated score blazed across the system display. First place, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. 2,000. Hulkus blurred out. That's crazy. He's already reaching Lord Thorkel's level. Faro chuckled again, clearly impressed. Not bad at all. The focus shifted as the other top scorers began stepping forward. System notification. Remington Narcio, plus 500 points. Ray Ragnar, plus 300 points. Erica Lank, plus 300 points. Faro unrolled a scroll in his hand, nodding with approval. This group is exceptional. Normally, breaking 1,000 points would guarantee the top spot. The rankings flashed once more. First, Theo Ragnar, 2,121 points. Second, Remington Narcio, 1,426 points. Third, Erica Lank, 1,143 points. Fourth, Ray Ragnar, 1,089 points. As the final tally faded, the scene panned out, revealing snow-covered mountains stretching under a cold, pale gray sky. Faro's voice rolled through the clearing, heavy with finality. Everyone has worked hard. Soft flakes drifted from the sky as murmurs rose and the crowd began to scatter. All candidates not advancing to the third round may leave now, he announced. The nomination ceremony will take place in 1 week. Be ready. Only 4 remained. Theo, Ray, Erica, and Remington, standing firm beneath the falling snow, eyes locked on Faro, who stood high above on a stone platform. Suddenly, Faro's expression shifted. A dark pressure began to build. Crimson energy surged from the mountain's peak, spreading like a tide. The atmosphere thickened, and the air itself seemed to vibrate. Without warning, a violent pulse of energy exploded outward, shaking the entire clearing. The 4 candidates staggered as the force slammed into them. Ugh! Ray grunted. What's going on? Erica cried out. Theo clenched his fists, trying to stay upright as the energy storm washed over him. Then, Faro spoke again, but this time, his voice carried a strange and menacing force. It echoed, warped with something ancient and powerful. Shall we begin the third round? Theo's body stiffened. A strange sensation surged through him. His breath caught as visions invaded his mind. Power, unfathomable and wild, rushed in like a tidal wave. What is this? He whispered, overwhelmed. The vision sharpened. A colossal dragon formed in his thoughts, its body engulfed in energy, every scale radiating heat and fury. The image seared itself into his consciousness. His blue eyes flared, now glowing with dangerous intensity. Anger twisted his expression as recognition took hold. Roadbroke's energy, he growled, voice shaking. It's him. Faro Ragnar stepped into the spotlight, voice sharp and firm as he declared the beginning of the third trial. This one wasn't like the others. It was a face-to-face with the clan head. A colossal screen lit up, displaying the image of a towering figure. His eyes burned a sinister crimson, radiating raw authority. Faro's tone turned heavy, almost grim. Anything can happen from here on. The clan head controls the outcome. The setting shifted. A surreal manor stood in the distance, glowing faintly under an unnatural light. This wasn't just a meeting, it was a final test. Only those truly worthy made it through these doors. Every past contender who reached this point had gone on to serve in the clan head's realm. From the red mist, blurred shapes began to emerge, weapons in hand, barely visible in the stifling fog. Faro's voice cut through the tension. To be chosen to serve the clan head is more than honor, it's confirmation. You're seen as a future leader. Theo's eyes narrowed, tension creeping in. So, he's the one waiting for us? He muttered, eyes darting across the area. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. His breathing turned shallow. No, that energy, he whispered, alarm creeping into his voice. It's Lodbrok's. The realization hit hard, slamming into him with terrifying clarity. His heart pounded. No way, it can't be. Then a figure stepped out from the shadows, drenched in a menacing red light. Behind him pulsed a massive, glowing blue heart, unnatural and alive. He's the one who took Lodbrok's heart. Faro's voice returned, firm and final. Push through the fear of the dragon. Step forward and meet the clan head. The moment they advanced, the clan head's presence crashed down like a tidal wave. The pressure was unbearable, every movement a battle. Erica cried out, voice strained. Damn it, she groaned, barely keeping herself upright. How are we even supposed to move like this? Theo fought to keep steady, then exhaled hard. Power alone won't get us through. Remington turned to him, puzzled. Then what's the plan? Without missing a beat, Theo answered, we match the mana's frequency. It's the only way. Erica, still struggling to breathe under the crushing pressure, scowled. Wavelength? What are you even talking about? Remington caught on immediately. Ah, you mean using an anti-phase wave? Disrupting the mana to neutralize the pressure. Theo cracked a faint grin. Exactly. You never miss, Remy. But his face quickly turned grim. Still, pulling it off won't be easy. This isn't just a test, it's a filter. If you can't manage your own mana, you're not worthy to stand before the clan head. Remington's expression turned steely. Makes sense. Erica groaned in frustration. Anti-phase? Interference? Are you two even speaking human right now? With a tired sigh, Remington wiped the sweat off his brow. Okay, let me break it down, he said, keeping his voice calm. Mana flows in waves, kind of like sound or light. The pressure we're feeling? Same thing, just waves. So, to cut through it, we need to produce waves that cancel it out. Erica blinked, completely lost. To her, it was all just blah, blah, blah. Magic gibberish, she mumbled, rubbing her temples. Her confusion quickly turned to irritation. She clenched her fists, glaring at him. So what you're trying to say is, I just need to push out magic that cancels this crap. Remington gave a half shrug. More or less. Suddenly, the scene jumped to a windswept mountain peak, sharp rocks jutting into the sky. Erica's patience snapped. You absolute nerd, she barked, throwing up her hands. Why didn't you just say that from the start? Remington raised a brow. Nerd. Watching from the sidelines, Ray nodded thoughtfully. So that's the trick. I just need to focus on light. Back in a moment, Erica turned toward Remington again, still fuming. And seriously, are you actually 17? Because you sound like some old professor. Before he could shoot back, the atmosphere shifted, sudden, electric. A surge of energy burst around Theo, a vortex of blue lightning whipping through the air. The ground itself seemed to hum in response. Both Erica and Remington stopped cold, eyes wide. Theo. At the eye of the storm stood Theo, glowing in a radiant blue aura. His expression was calm, focused, unshakable. A voice echoed through the tension. Of course, this is the power of the next clan head. Far off, Faro watched in silence, a spark of interest flickering in his gaze. Already staking his claim? Bold move. Theo's energy crackled louder now, his body blazing like a flame in the gloom, and the air grew heavier with each second. Remington broke the silence, voice uneasy. Young Master Theo, what are you? Erica's worry echoed his. Hey, Theo. But before either could move, Faro's voice sliced through their hesitation. You two, don't just stand there. His tone left no room for debate. Your rank depends on when you arrive. Every moment matters. Reality hit hard. The tension broke. The group exchanged quick glances, then snapped into motion. Up above, perched on a rocky ledge, Faro chuckled quietly to himself as the wind tugged at his coat. Well now, this is turning out to be quite something. He paused, amused. Who would have thought I'd be thinking about taking in a disciple at my age? Scene shift, Camellia Palace. Laughter rang through the opulent halls. Wah! Where's my precious youngest daughter? Barreling through the corridor was the wildly flamboyant demon craftsman, his joy practically radiating off him. Maids scurried in his wake, whispering to one another. He's back again. Ever since young Master Theo started rising, this place has felt so alive. In a quiet chamber nearby, Cecilia Ragnar was deep in conversation with Tayer. Then the door burst open. There you are, Cecilia, boomed Curson, spotting her instantly. Cecilia barely managed to keep her composure. Mother, really? Could you please act appropriately in the palace for once? Curson waved her off, still grinning. Appropriately? What's the fun in that? They leaned in closer, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm about to get obscenely rich. Cecilia lifted an eyebrow, unimpressed. Weren't you already wealthy? Curson's grin widened. Sure, but now we're talking obscene levels. Just then, a title card appeared. Curson, the elf of capitalism incarnate. With a dramatic sigh, Curson basked in their own glory. Since Theo's name started spreading, the workshop's been flooded with orders. Ha, we've officially gone mainstream. Their expression briefly turned serious, ambition flashing in their eyes. And this is just the start. Cecilia gave a small, polite smile, but her thoughts were far from calm. I always knew Theo had potential, but now that it's happening, I can't shake this unease. What if he pushes too hard? What if something happens? Her hands clenched tightly in her lap. I hate just sitting here powerless. I want to protect him, but all I can do is wait. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the room where a beautifully designed outfit stood on a mannequin. She sighed deeply. This is all I can offer him right now, but it feels so little. I wish I could do more. Curson, completely oblivious to Cecilia's distant gaze, spread their arms wide with theatrical flair. The age of just forging weapons is over, they declared, spinning around like a performer on stage. I'm branching out, accessories, fashion, everything. My empire's about to explode. Cecilia barely reacted, still caught in her thoughts. But Curson wasn't done, not by a long shot. Their eyes lit up with a mischievous gleam as they turned to her. Mother, that snapped her out of it. Curson leaned in, voice lowering into a conspiratorial whisper. Tell me, ever tried crafting a prosthetic arm? Cut to a close-up, gleaming metal, intricate gears, and the elegant precision of a beautifully engineered prosthetic. Scene shift, graveyard of swords. Laughter rolled across the desolate, war-torn expanse. Ha. It was Kyle Ragnar, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Raw, unfiltered amusement shook his shoulders. So, he's claiming the title of next clan head? He said between laughs. I like the guts, Theo. A black raven perched silently on his shoulder, its sharp gaze locked onto the distant horizon. Kyle's smirk faded, replaced by something quieter, something deeper. I know what's eating at you, he murmured. But we don't get to block our children's paths, no matter how much we want to. His tone shifted, firm and grounded. Youth burns with a fire that can't be snuffed out. We were no different. All around him, blades stood buried in the earth. An endless sea of swords, each one a relic of the past. A title flashed across the screen. Graveyard of Swords. The Raven cawed sharply. Kyle chuckled in return. I told you, didn't I? No need to worry. But then his gaze sharpened. His voice dropped, low and cold. My only concern is Ragnar's future. The wind howled through the graveyard, making the forest of swords tremble in unison. And anything that dares threaten that. His eyes narrowed, deadly intent flickering behind them. Will be eliminated. His stare never wavered, locked onto the chaos below. Nothing's decided yet. There's still time. I'll keep watching. The Raven didn't blink. Then Kyle's expression twisted, voice darkening to a near whisper. Even if that threat is my own son. His eyes tracked Theo, who now rocketed forward, cutting through the battlefield like lightning. He finished the sentence, quiet and grim. A regressor. The world around them bled into red. Crimson mist spiraled through the air. You've made it last, my son. The words came slow and heavy, less of a greeting, more of a verdict. The clan head stood tall, a monolith of power. Beside him, a massive great sword sank into the ground like it belonged there. The atmosphere thickened. This was no longer a test. It was the beginning of something far greater. A reckoning. Theo's breath came in sharp, uneven bursts. Each step had pushed him to his limit. Each inhale weighed down by the crushing force pressing against him. His legs shook beneath him. He glanced at the ground. His vision swam. A lone tear slipped down his cheek. Around him, a raging storm of crimson aura twisted violently, a suffocating whirlwind of raw power. He had expected to reach this place in an hour. Instead, for hours, his fists tightened, the strain whitening his knuckles. I thought I could do it in one, but it took 4. This pressure, the words barely escaped his lips, just a whisper carried by the wind. The land thrummed with dark, pulsing energy. Scattered across the ground were swords, countless abandoned, silent relics of warriors long gone. They pierced the earth like gravestones, cloaked in a red mist that clung to the soil like blood. Then, Kyle's voice broke through the oppressive quiet. Do you know what this place is? Theo had heard the legends. But now, standing amidst the wreckage, reality struck harder than any tale. This is the graveyard of broken swords. He spoke the name aloud, the truth bitter on his tongue. It sank into him like a cold wave. I've heard. These are the weapons of those you've defeated, my lord. He tried to keep his voice steady, but the chill creeping through his bones betrayed him. Kyle stepped forward, his eyes like ice, his voice cutting and merciless. Correct. The word hit like a blade. This is what it means to lead. He advanced slowly, the edge of his greatsword glowing with a dark, ominous light. To hold this title is to stand alone, surrounded by enemies, challenged at every turn. You place your trust in no one. His voice dropped, firm, final. Only the strong survive. Each word rang out like steel on steel. You must rise above all others. With your own strength. He stared Theo down, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. Do you truly believe you're worthy of this position? The question lingered, heavy and inescapable. Theo locked eyes with his father. His chest pounded. He forced himself to speak, the words small but resolute. Yes. Kyle's face darkened. His eyes narrowed, sharp with warning. Don't speak so easily. His voice chilled the air, layered with threat, or perhaps a test. I've slaughtered thousands to reach this place. The space between them grew heavier, suffocating. Countless lives, their blood paved my way. His words echoed, steeped in history and wrath. Can you still say the same, now that you felt the weight of their hatred? Before Theo could speak, the air snapped with raw, electric tension. A savage surge of unnatural energy ripped through the battlefield. And then, they came. Screams. Twisted, tortured howls of rage and agony. Kyle! Kyle! I curse you for all eternity. The wails of the fallen echoed like thunder, their fury shaking the heavens. Shadows began to rise, faint at first, then clearer. Specters of the slain, their figures warped by hate, their faces twisted with rage, eyes blazing with vengeance. How dare you? The chorus of wrath intensified, circling Theo like a storm. Monster, you will suffer for this. The cursed dead surged forward, their presence suffocating, their hatred like a noose tightening around him. I'll rip you to pieces. The ground trembled beneath them, the air thick with menace. And in that storm of fury, Theo understood. This wasn't just a trial. This was a battlefield. But he didn't flinch. Even with the cries of the damned crashing over him like waves, he stood firm. His resolve held steady, forged in fire. My will hasn't changed. Kyle's eyes stayed locked on him, steady and cold. Why? Theo didn't hesitate. For the life I lost. For everything I couldn't protect. His voice was steady. Each word struck with conviction. I'll claim the clan's seat. I'll end this blood-stained struggle for good. He gripped his sword tighter. No matter what comes, I'll break through it. But then, for just a second, uncertainty flickered in his gaze. I know that's not what he wants to hear. He took a breath, pushing doubt aside. The weight in his sword didn't come from fear anymore. It came from clarity. He raised it, his voice cutting clean through the chaos. My answer lies in my blade. A slow, dangerous grin crept across Kyle's face. It wasn't kind. It was cold, sharp, like the moment before a killing blow. Good. His tone buzzed with dark excitement. From this point on, I won't see you as my son, but as my opponent. He stepped forward. The pressure of his presence crashed like a wave. Then, softer, almost unreadable. Show me what you've learned from her. Theo froze. The name caught him off guard. His grip faltered. Her. The word echoed in his mind like a thunderclap. Did he just say her? His hands tightened again around his weapon. So it's true. He's the one who took Lodbrok's. His thoughts were cut off. In an instant, Kyle moved. A shockwave tore through the field. Everything exploded into motion. Theo gasped, too late. Then, blackness. Back in the void, the darkness thickened, seeping deeper, swallowing what remained of Theo. I'm dead. The thought settled into him like stone. Of course, Father was the one who killed me. His awareness drifted, the edge of consciousness slipping further away. But instead of panic, a quiet numbness settled in. No regrets. It felt distant now, like he was just watching the end unfold from afar. I gave it everything. Fleeting images danced across his fading mind, moments from this life. I took Camellia Palace. I ended Rendon. I ended Axion. And now, the lights were dimming, or so he believed. Memories clung to him like smoke. His crimes, his triumphs, the burdens he carried. All of it just luck. The truth stung, but it was clear. Even as his life replayed, there was no terror. Only peace. This life was better than the last. A small, weary smile tugged at his lips. It's time. His thoughts slipped deeper, vanishing into the dark. Rest easy. The words rang faint, empty. His consciousness unraveled, lost to the shadows. Until a voice, rough, fierce, not kind, almost mocking. Hey, it didn't soothe. It didn't pity. It wasn't even directed at him. From the abyss, a colossal force surged forth. A beast, immense and shifting, its form flickering between light and shadow. That's enough sulking. Get up. The voice thundered, unrelenting. If you're just gonna mope, you should have let me devour you. A spark flared in the void, small but alive. It flickered once. Then it ignited. Flames roared outward, devouring the darkness. Heat surged. Light followed. Theo's heart thundered in his chest. You're right. Thanks. The cold grip of death loosened as strength rushed back into him. The fire of purpose rekindled in his veins. I'm not done yet. His awareness snapped into place. His limbs moved. The crunch of stone underfoot grounded him, real and solid. I made a promise. He raised his head, eyes burning with resolve. No more doubt. No more hesitation. His sword pulsed in his grasp, crackling with energy. I might fall. Pain racked his body. Every muscle screamed. But still, I will never break. With a cry that split the void, he charged forward. His movements flowed, pure instinct, pure will. His blade became a flash of brilliance, a streak of blazing power that tore through the darkness. One decisive strike, a slash that split reality itself. The void shattered. Theo stood still, breath ragged, watching as the broken pieces of the world around him fell away. The haze cleared. The trial was done. He had survived. Above him, Kyle looked on, silent. Then came the words. You pass. There was no smugness in his tone, no scorn, only a quiet weight. And just beneath it, a flicker of pride. Theo stayed upright, barely. His chest rose and fell, lungs burning. Every fiber of him ached, but he had endured. 1 week later, clan headquarters. The air inside the great hall buzzed with energy. The nomination ceremony was finally underway. Tension crackled like static, voices mingling in waves of hushed excitement and murmured speculation. Hulkus stood beside Erica, towering and tense. His massive frame was rigid, eyes scanning the crowd like a cornered beast. Ugh, he muttered under his breath. Way too many people. I hate this. His hands fidgeted awkwardly, shoulders locked in place. Erica gave him a side glance, the corner of her mouth twitching upward. Hard to believe someone your size gets this nervous, she said dryly, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Her voice had a teasing edge, but there was something softer beneath it. Hulkus huffed, flustered. I'm not nervous. You're just ridiculously bold. He threw his arms up, frustration spilling out in a rush. Look around. All the unit commanders, the 9 dragons, both the former and current clan heads, literal legends everywhere. Erica shrugged, unimpressed. And you're still acting like a scared little puppy, she said with a smirk. Relax. No one's gonna notice the guy who couldn't even manage elemental breathing. Hulkus blinked, stunned. Wait, what did you just say? He stammered. His hands balled into fists, frustration and embarrassment tightening his frame. Something stirred deep inside him, his body starting to shake. Ah, he let out a short breath, glancing around. Just spill it already, he snapped. What did the clan head give you in the 3rd stage? His voice edged with urgency. Erica folded her arms, voice calm. That's classified. Hulkus looked like he'd explode. You're so stingy, sis, he shouted. Theo would have told me everything by now. Erica shot him a look, clearly not buying it. My Theo? She repeated. What are you even saying? He turned away, jaw tight. You know what I mean, he said flatly. Alang's duty is to serve their Ragnar. That's what we're born for. Images flashed through his mind. Dragons made of fire and bone, surrounded by hordes of armored bears. If I'm putting my life on the line, he continued, I want it to be for someone who's strong, someone with vision, with guts. His gaze sharpened. That's Theo. He's the one I'll follow. Erica raised an eyebrow. Did Theo even agree to that? Hulkus paused, clearly unsure. Does he need to? He muttered. I was just going to join his unit anyway. His eyes flicked away, the doubt creeping in. But his fists clenched tighter. For some reason, the clan head's not letting him into the manor. His voice was firm, but his resolve burned. So that means I've still got a chance to stick with him. Suddenly, a loud thump rang through the hall, the sound of a staff striking stone, echoing like thunder. Attention! The booming voice of Vanna Ragnar filled the space. He raised the staff high, his stance commanding every eye in the crowd. The nomination ceremony begins now. A tense beat of silence. Then the crowd erupted in cheers. Valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, Vanna called out, his words laced with a stiff formality. Step forward. The hall shook with the roar of the crowd, their chants rolling like a wave through the building. Theo emerged from the crowd, stepping into the open with the entire hall stretching behind him. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Every gaze locked onto him. Young Master Theo. A voice rang out, cutting through the noise. Where will you go? The words hung in the air, part question, part plea. Off to the side, Evelyn watched intently, her eyes never leaving Theo. I wish he'd join our white armored dragon cavalry, she thought. But that's just wishful thinking. Alone in the center of the courtyard, Theo stood still, surrounded by a sea of eyes, all waiting for his next move. Vanna Ragnar's voice rang out across the gathering. Congratulations, Theo Ragnar, on earning the title of overall valedictorian, he declared, every word heavy with significance. Your performance across every field was nothing short of extraordinary. He took a brief pause. Now, then, clack. A sharp noise cut through the hall. Movement, sudden and deliberate. The entire crowd turned toward the sound. Vanna froze, his face contorting in disbelief. A lone figure emerged. Ed Troyven, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. His eyes hidden beneath shadow. His mere presence sent a wave of unease rippling through the highest ranks in attendance. The Sky Dragon. That's Ed Troyven from Central Intelligence. Whispers spread instantly. Is he here to get revenge for Axion? Someone murmured. No way, another answered. Not with the 9 dragons and the Ragnar leader present. Vanna's tone tightened. Director Troyven, he said carefully, whatever your purpose, I ask you to return to your seat. His voice was composed, but the strain was clear. Ed didn't budge. He kept walking, his attention locked on Theo. Theo Ragnar, he called, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. Theo's mind spun. The Central Intelligence Bureau. The Sky Dragon himself. He wouldn't disrupt a ceremony like this over Axion, would he? No, that would be suicidal, even for him. Ed stepped forward once more. Then, to everyone's shock, held out a hand. A faint smile crossed his face, casual, almost friendly. I'm offering you the role of deputy director, he said, his tone even and deliberate. Gasps followed. The air turned electric. Theo's expression remained calm, but his thoughts churned. Something was off. Deep down, he could feel it. He didn't buy this. Not for a second. Theo's title wasn't just another accolade. It marked a breakthrough never seen before. A Ragnar, once ranked at the bottom. Nothing more than a footnote. A flicker of memory. A dark, cracked egg nestled in a fragile bed of twigs. Weak. Forgotten. And yet, here he stood, risen above them all. That vision faded, replaced by a dragon. Immense and unshackled. Soaring high through the open skies. The murmurs swelled through the crowd. I figured he'd gotten strong, but to think he actually took down Axion? Word as he nearly took out a Proctor too. Would have done it if no one stopped him, another added in a hushed tone. Theo's ascent, from rock bottom to absolute dominance, struck something raw in the hearts of the apprentice swordsmen. The jeers, the ridicule, the old contempt, all of it had disappeared. The fool of the Ragnar clan? That label was gone. Then, a flash in front of Theo's eyes. You have become the overall valedictorian of the awakening ceremony. Another followed in rapid succession. Congratulations. You have completed scenario quest number 3. Victor of the awakening ceremony. Reward. Ether core has been added to your inventory. Theo blinked. Oh yeah, that quest. His eyes drifted to the notification. Ether core? After everything he went through, it had to be valuable. His gaze returned to Ed Troyven, still standing calmly among the powerful, watching. The Central Intelligence Bureau. Theo's expression sharpened. He didn't trust this sudden offer. Ed stepped closer, extending his hand again, still wearing that warm, unreadable smile. I'd like to offer you the position of deputy director, he said once more, loud enough for all to hear. Not a word stirred. Theo didn't flinch. He stood still, expression unreadable, eyes focused like a blade drawn. Silently, he activated his skill, observing Ed Troyven. Details began scrolling across his vision. Ed Troyven, age 46. Title, Sky Dragon. Talent, wolf in sheep's clothing. Status, intends to recruit Theo Ragnar and manipulate him to uncover the secrets behind the relics of the primordial dragon. Theo's jaw tightened. So that's it. He knows about the relic. He's trying to use me. His hand slowly clenched at his side. Keep dreaming, Ed. Your entire clan's fate was sealed the day you crossed me. I'll bury the Troyvens myself. Just then, a voice rang out, slicing through the tension like a blade. What is the meaning of this, Central Director? Julius Ragnar's voice echoed across the courtyard. Sharp, cold, unwavering. It didn't so much as blink. Simply making an offer, he said smoothly, as is customary during nomination procedures. Or is there an issue? Julius's face contorted in anger. Don't play us for fools, he snapped. Everyone here knows exactly what this is. Just a weak attempt to settle your nephew's score. The crowd stirred once more, whispers rising like waves. Every gaze swung to Theo. Would he accept the offer? Or would he defy them all? Again? Ed let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. I understand the suspicion, he said lightly, that sly grin creeping onto his face. But you're wrong. His voice was calm, almost soothing. Whatever personal emotions I may hold, I leave them behind in my role. As Central Director, my only concern is securing elite talent. This guy, Theo's eyes narrowed. Even now, after everything, all he cared about was his agenda. Axion's death didn't shake him in the slightest. Enough. Vanna Ragnar stepped forward, raising a hand. I get it. You want to secure the best. But this ceremony hasn't even officially started. He shot Ed a cold glare. Try to show some restraint. He turned to Theo, his voice steadier. Now then, Theo Ragnar, have you reached a decision? Or do you require more time? Theo looked him in the eye. To be honest, not yet. Vanna gave a small nod. That's why, Theo added, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. I'd like to hear all the offers before I decide. He turned his gaze across the hall. Then he spotted it. A graceful hand raised, a ring glinting in the light. OSA Ragnar Plunus stepped forward. OSA Ragnar Plunus, extend more than simple guidance, she declared. I offer to take Theo Ragnar as my personal disciple and grant him the title of Junior Lord of Plum Blossom Palace. A wave of shock rippled through the hall. Junior Lord? Lady Plum Blossom doesn't have any heirs. She's basically offering to adopt him. Theo studied her closely. The famed successor of the sword dragon. A voice whispered across the room. That makes 2 of the 9 dragons now. Remington grinned wide. You've got the whole hall in a frenzy, young Master Theo. Incredible. Hulkus beamed, practically bouncing in place. Erica, arms folded, let out a quiet hum. With offers like that, most other leaders don't stand a chance. And then the air shifted. A figure appeared high above, on the balcony. A lone bird circled overhead. I'll be making an offer too. The words echoed like thunder. Then crash. A massive pressure slammed down as a dark figure plummeted from above. Shadows surged around him like living flame, warping the air in his wake. As the dust finally cleared, a lone figure stepped forward, long white hair cascading down, a dark mask veiling half his face. The crowd stirred. It's the Black Dragon. Robert Ragnar, the leader of Black Snow. The hall buzzed with shock. Even he's getting involved? Robert's eyes fixed on Theo, and the noise melted into silence. Another powerhouse had stepped into the spotlight. Theo Ragnar. His voice rang out, calm and unreadable. I've been watching you since the awakening ceremony began. Theo stared back, thoughts racing. He's been watching this whole time? Join Black Snow, Robert said plainly. I'll make you a Null Snow. Gasps followed his words. Did he say Null Snow? Everyone knew Black Snow, an intelligence force that moved in silence, names never uttered aloud. But the title of Null Snow, that was different. It was the highest authority in Black Snow, the only rank that allowed public recognition, fame, and status, while still commanding power in the shadows. Theo's mind reeled back to his past life. Back then, there were only 8 Null Snow agents. He'd fought desperately to reach that level, sacrificed, endured, and still fell short. And now it was being offered to him, just like that. A cough broke through his thoughts. If it's prestige or after, came a warm voice. Don't forget you have other options. Pharaoh Ragnar stepped out, calm and smiling. Your performance in the 3rd stage was unforgettable. He gave a knowing look. Surely you haven't forgotten Zenith Academy. The room erupted. Zenith Dragon, the master of Zenith Academy. Even the proctor who had once stepped in to protect Theo could barely contain himself. Pharaoh Ragnar, here in person? Someone whispered in awe. That's 4 of the 9 dragons already. Then Evelyn spoke, a playful edge in her voice. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. One more remains. All eyes turned to the silent man who had yet to speak. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, leader of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. He stepped forward, gaze unwavering. The White Armor Dragon Cavalry will not make exceptions for Theo Ragnar. Aaron let out a sigh. Now he decides to play it by the book. Evelyn nodded, voice laced with respect. As expected of our commander. Julius's voice was steady and firm. Honor isn't something handed out. You earn it. I want Theo on our side, yes, but I won't offer him shortcuts. What I can promise is this. He'll receive our full support and carry the pride of a Druid. Robert's eyes stayed fixed on Theo. That is my offer. Silence dropped like a curtain. Every gaze in the hall zeroed in on Theo. Standing at the heart of it all, he drew in a deep breath, closing his eyes for just a second. When they opened, they were calm, focused. A faint smirk curved his lips. I choose. But before he could finish, a sharp voice sliced through the air. You're a regressor, aren't you? Theo froze. His breath caught, and his head whipped around, scanning the hall. Then he saw her. Seated elegantly atop a throne was a woman whose gaze cut straight through him. Hilda Ragnar, the former clan head. His throat dried instantly. Gulp. I don't know what you're talking about, Theo said, keeping his tone careful and even. But Hilda only smiled. I don't know what kind of life you led in your last cycle, she said, her voice calm, but your performance now? Flawless. Her smile widened. Truly admirable. Cycle? Theo's thoughts scrambled. She knows. But what did she mean by cycle? Could regression happen more than once? Before he could chase the thought further, Vanna Ragnar spoke. You seem off. Something wrong. Theo forced out a breath. Could I have a moment to collect myself? Vanna gave a small nod. Of course. But don't take too long. This is a choice that shapes everything. Meanwhile, Hilda leaned back, smirking. There's really no need to keep up the act, she said lightly. I'm a regressor too. Theo's breath caught again. What? Her tone didn't change. Though my cycles are over now. His thought spun. She said cycles, plural. That meant she'd gone through this more than once. But how is that possible? His eyes narrowed. Were there others like them? How many? No use speculating. If she knew more, he had to ask. And she had once led the clan. She wouldn't waste time with games. When you say cycles, does that mean one can regress more than once? Hilda raised an eyebrow, then let out a soft laugh. You don't know. She gave an exasperated sigh. Kyle really didn't tell you anything, huh? Theo's jaw tensed. Kyle, I'm not surprised, Hilda went on. He can't stand regressors. Theo's eyes darkened. So that's why Kyle made the trials so unforgiving. You look like you're still piecing it together, Hilda said, clearly amused. But we don't have time to answer all your questions now. Her smirk deepened again. If you're serious about uncovering the truth about this world and about our clan, then come find me. We'll talk more then. Theo stood silent, mind spinning. Back in the third stage of the awakening ceremony, his father had given him nothing. No answers. Only the heart sword. He dropped his gaze, memories of that moment flashing through him. So, father despises regressors. But what about Lodbrok's power? He had sensed it during the ceremony, coming from Kyle. Then it hit him. The stolen heart of Lodbrok. Was it really his father who took it? His pulse surged. Lodbrok, the ancient dragon known for aiding regressors. Could a human have truly defeated him? That seemed unthinkable. But his father was called a demigod for a reason. Theo lifted his head, eyes settling on Kyle Ragnar, still seated silently on his throne, gaze unreadable. He turned away. The answer was clear now. If he wanted the truth about regression, about the clan, about Lodbrok, he had to act. Vanna Ragnar's voice brought him back. Well then, Theo Ragnar, she called. Have you decided your path? He took in a breath. Steady. Sure. Then raised his voice. Yes, he said, loud enough for all to hear. I've made my choice. The Grand Plaza fell quiet. Theo stood tall, his figure framed by the towering palace, dwarfed by its majesty, but solid as stone. I will. He paused, then finished firmly, I will follow my path. As Theo stepped back, Remington took his turn. I choose Zenith Academy, he announced clearly. Just like that, Remington became a disciple of the Zenith Dragon, Faro Ragnar. Theo expected nothing less. He thought it makes sense. They both used the water current breathing technique. In his past life, Remington had made a different choice, returning to the Narcio clan to hone his power. Theo remembered that future all too well. A battlefield soaked in blood, bodies strewn across the dirt. Amidst the wreckage, Remington stood tall, armor soaked in crimson, a leader of rebellion against the Ragnar clan. But this time was different. A new image surfaced. Remington, cloaked in strength, a spectral lion roaring behind him. Now, he stayed loyal, stayed within the clan. All of this, Theo realized, has changed because of me. Remington walked up to him, hand extended. This is just a goodbye for now. Theo gripped it tightly. Their bond needed no words. We'll each grow stronger on our own paths, Remington said, calm and certain. We'll meet again. Theo gave a nod. Of course, young Master Remington. I'll be waiting for that day. A small smile touched Remington's lips and Theo's. In that moment, their convictions were aligned. Meanwhile, Ray made her move, returning to the Daffodil Palace, the home of her mother, the Ice Dragon. A vision of the palace shimmered into view, an imposing fortress of ice and snow, carved with grace and power. Ray stood before it, her figure outlined against the frozen grandeur. There's no better place for her, Theo murmured quietly. Meanwhile, the group from Training Ground Number 4, Sybil and the rest, stood nearby, holding their admission papers with mixed expressions. Disappointment flickered across their faces, but so did quiet determination. Their scores didn't make the cut, Theo thought. Parting ways with comrades was never easy, but this was the path. There was no room for hesitation. A voice rang out across the plaza, bringing everything to a close. The nomination ceremony has officially ended. Well done. You're all dismissed. As Theo turned to leave, someone called out behind him. Oh, hey Theo. He paused and turned. Hulkus. His brow lifted. Didn't expect to see you here. Hulkus let out a loud laugh, waving with enthusiasm. Crazy, right? What are the odds we land in the same unit? Not far behind, Erica stood with her arms crossed, her usual intensity softening. A slight smile tugged at her lips. Theo glanced at them both, then at the others gathering around. New allies, it seemed. With a grin, he held out a hand. Hulkus, Erica, good to see familiar faces. Erica nodded, stepping forward. Appreciate what you did back in Stage 2. A faint blush crept on her cheeks, though her voice stayed steady. Then she smirked. But don't think you're off the hook. You still owe me. Hulkus clapped a heavy hand on Theo's back, laughing loud enough to draw attention. Damn it, Theo, I like you. Strong guys like you are the best. Theo chuckled. What is this? Why is everyone suddenly pledging loyalty? Before he could dwell on it, a sharp voice rang out. Attention, the commander is on his way. Silence fell as a figure approached, every step measured, every movement commanding. Theo's smile faded, his expression growing serious. No matter what happens, my goal stays the same. His eyes locked onto the man in white and blue armor, the unmistakable mark of Ragnar's elite. This is where it begins. The first step toward becoming clan head. He inhaled deeply. The white armored dragon cavalry, he whispered. The commander stopped before them, armor gleaming under the light, his presence enough to still the air. Congratulations, he announced, his tone firm. From this day forward, you are part of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo clenched his fist. I'll catch up with Hilda soon, but for now. The commander stepped forward, scanning the fresh recruits. A slight smirk touched his lips. Now, then, let's hear your declarations. Hulkus didn't miss a beat. I want to become a dragon knight, like no other, he shouted. Another stepped up, voice blazing with ambition. I'll make my name echo across the continent. Erica stepped forward without hesitation. I'll become the strongest of my generation, she declared. Another voice quickly followed. I want to earn your recognition, Commander. One by one, the recruits shouted their goals, the air alive with ambition and pride. The commander listened, face unreadable. But as Theo stepped forward, something shifted. Their eyes locked. A vision surged through Theo's mind. A war-torn battlefield, lightning raking the sky, warriors clashing below, and high above it all, a colossal, shadowy dragon looming in silence. His voice cut through the noise. To prepare for the great war that will begin 5 years from now, he declared. Silence. Then, a sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Aaron leaned in, muttering, this guy's got guts. Then he smirked, saying that to the commander. Ballsy move. The commander didn't scold him, didn't dismiss it. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. Huh, now that's ambition. He turned on his heel, cloak swirling as he moved. Dreams should be big, he said. Then his eyes returned to Theo, voice lower but resolute. And you've come to the right place to chase them. He passed through the rows of recruits, his words sharp and clear. Whatever your reason for joining this cavalry, he said, you'll have to prove you deserve it. He turned, facing the group as a whole. His voice rose. There's one thing you all must remember. He raised a fist. Every drop of blood and sweat you spill will be etched into Ragnar's history. His stare burned with intensity. Today's pain becomes tomorrow's pride. Our shield never breaks. Our sword never bends. The recruits responded in unison, voices strong, their spirits ignited. He continued, unwavering. Your comrades will stand behind you, and you will do the same for them. He let the moment breathe, his eyes scanning each of their faces. Then, with a faint smile tugging at the edge of his lips, he spoke again. And at the end of this road, forged through hardship and battle, he glanced toward the sky. His glory. He stood tall, unshakable. Congratulations. From this day forward, you are soldiers of the white armored dragon cavalry. Suddenly, the air shimmered, then cracked with a roar. A massive spectral dragon burst into existence behind the commander, its form pulsing with ancient power. Its eyes blazed, and its roar rattled the very ground beneath their feet. A flying dragon, one of the recruits cried out, stunned. That's the commander's partner. Another whispered in awe. The commander stood proudly as the beast loomed behind him. This is Gullah, he announced. My partner, a flying dragon, our ultimate symbol of the dragons. As if summoned by his words, more dragons swept into view, their immense bodies gliding through the air with effortless grace. One after another, they descended from the skies, crashing into the earth with a force that shook the ground beneath them. The commander turned, his eyes sweeping over the recruits with sharp scrutiny. Mount up, ride with your seniors, he ordered, a knowing smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Without hesitation, he made his way to his own dragon, climbing aboard like it was second nature. The entrance trial starts now, he announced. It's time to claim your partner. His voice rang out again, firm and commanding. Head to the nest. With a single motion, his dragon took to the sky, wings slicing through the air with powerful strokes. Theo could only watch, speechless. So that's a dragon knight. His thoughts drifted. Would he really be able to earn a flying dragon of his own? Just then, a voice cut through his thoughts. Time to go, young Master Theo. Startled, he spun around, eyes widening as a dragon rider approached, cutting through the sky like she belonged to it. You finally made it into the white armored dragon cavalry. Huh, she said with a playful edge to her voice. Theo blinked, stunned. Evelyn, you're here? Are you back on active duty? She gave a small, knowing smile. Something like that. But Theo's gaze shifted to her arm, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Your arm. She raised it slightly, the sunlight dancing off the metal surface. It was flawlessly made, sleek, detailed, almost too perfect to be real. Evelyn said nothing, just smiled quietly. Then, another voice chimed in, warm and sincere. I came to express my gratitude, said Cecilia Ragnar, lady of the Camellia Palace, her hand gently placed over her chest. Curson stood beside her, eyes quietly studying the exchange. Evelyn, her blade resting at her hip, seemed briefly taken aback. Soldiers marched behind her in sync, their presence making the moment feel heavier. She turned fully to face them. Lady of the Camellia Palace, and Curson. If this is about Theo, it's unnecessary, Evelyn replied, voice calm with a faint, knowing tilt to her smile. I'm sure he would have found his strength on his own. Cecilia and Curson shared a glance. Maybe so, Cecilia said gently. But just knowing someone truly sees him, believes in him, and that it's someone strong, that alone can give him the strength to move forward. Evelyn's eyes widened just a touch, a hint of color rising to her cheeks. But Cecilia wasn't finished. Her smile deepened. I've heard. You're the one who stand by Theo. Evelyn's usual composure cracked. I'm no one special, just a retired inspector with one arm, she muttered, clearly flustered. Curson cut in, his voice firm. Don't sell yourself short. Cecilia's gaze turned resolute. Sometimes, the one who shines the brightest doesn't even realize it. She stepped forward, voice gentle but steady. That light is you, Evelyn. Evelyn looked down, overwhelmed, and a single tear slipped free. Cecilia spoke with calm certainty. I'll help make sure your light reaches far and wide. Evelyn exhaled slowly, the weight of the moment settling in. A quiet, heartfelt smile emerged. Thank you, she said softly. A voice came from behind. You took great care of it. She turned around. Theo stood there, watching her with calm sincerity. Her smile deepened. It's thanks to you I made it back to the White Dragon Squad. Theo let out a breath, eyes clouded with guilt. I should have done something sooner. He looked down. Looks like Mother passed the praise to me again. Cecilia gave a knowing laugh. That sounds just like her. Theo murmured under his breath. Thanks, Mother, his voice low, but filled with gratitude. Then Evelyn stepped forward. With a firm lift of her chin, her pink hair catching the sunlight, she declared, from this day forward, I, Evelyn, vow to stand by your side, young Master Theo. I am your sword. Theo held her gaze, a quiet smile forming at the corners of his lips. The scene shifted. Towering mountains filled the view, their craggy peaks piercing the clouds above. I'll be counting on you, Theo said, his tone calm but clear. His eyes locked onto the enormous cliffs ahead, the White Dragon's nest. The view expanded, revealing a colossal structure carved directly into the mountainside. Its detailed architecture merged naturally with the rugged stone. Overhead, dragons soared effortlessly, commanding the skies with every beat of their wings. This is White Dragon's nest, the narrator said, home to the wyverns. At the base of the mountain, Theo and Evelyn stood together, dwarfed by the sheer scale of their surroundings. The White Dragon's squad bonds with wyverns, Evelyn explained. That's why the initiation happens here. Theo's expression turned serious. And if I don't form a bond, I can't join, right? Evelyn nodded. It doesn't happen often, but yes. Theo's mind wandered. Hulkus, Erica, will the Rankers make it through? He asked quietly. Evelyn gave a casual shrug. They'll manage. Theo didn't look so sure. This kind of challenge doesn't really match their strengths. Evelyn waved it off. Forget that for now. Just take a look around. She gestured to the vast sprawl of the nest. Usually, you'll just feel it, the bond with the wyvern that's meant for you. Suddenly, the ground shook beneath them. With a thunderous stomp, a towering dragon lumbered into view, thick brown scales covering its massive frame. That one's an Opterex, Evelyn said calmly. Demon type. The narrator chimed in, a savage predator. Grows up to 15 meters. Its hide is like armor. Above them, a dragon with a long, slender body and deep purple scales twisted through the sky, trailing a sinister mist. That's an aviari. Poison type, Evelyn noted. It secretes toxic gas and has a venomous needle on its tail. One strike is fatal. The ground split open, and a burly, gray-scaled dragon burst forth, its tail ending in gleaming blades. That's Sigia, blade type, usually peaceful, but it strikes from underground when threatened. High above, several smaller dragons zipped across the sky in tight, fiery arcs, their formation sharp and precise. Those are velociraptors. Speed type, small, fast, and dangerously clever. They hunt as a unit. Evelyn turned back to Theo. The White Dragon Squad works with 4 major types of wyverns. These are the ones. She studied his face for a moment. So, anything stand out to you? Theo scanned the area slowly, his expression focused. There's something, he said, eyes narrowing. I can feel it, just not sure where it's coming from yet. His voice lingered, pulling the weight of memory into the moment. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern broke into the White Dragon's nest. A flashback surged forward. An enormous dragon shrouded in darkness rampaged through the nest, its sheer presence radiating chaos. It wiped out hundreds of wyverns, ones that took years to raise. The images shifted, villages consumed by flames, inspectors fallen in the wreckage. 8 villages were destroyed. Dozens of inspectors lost their lives. The damage was catastrophic. Ragnar had no choice but to act. They ranked the demonic shadow dragon as a second-class disaster and ordered its extermination. The screen filled with flickering shadows, battle lines drawn, blades, and roars clashing. In the end, they subdued it, but it took both the demon dragon and the sword dragon to bring it down. A ghostly image of the demonic shadow dragon hovered in Theo's vision, its shape flickering like a nightmare, unwilling to fade. They named it the demonic shadow dragon for a reason, Theo murmured. It could melt into the darkness, completely vanish. He couldn't help but wonder, what if he had a partner like that? A memory stirred, one dragon from his past. He focused, eyes narrowing as he scanned the cliffs. The traits, they line up. Then suddenly, a sleek dragon with jet-black scales and piercing blue eyes dove from the cliffs. There, Theo shouted, excitement cracking through his voice. I've found it. As the wyverns began to stir, the scene cut away to a high vantage point where the commander sat atop his dragon, quietly watching Theo's discovery with a knowing smirk. Nearby, OSA noticed Julius's reaction. You seem pleased, she said. The commander gave a light chuckle. Wouldn't you be? He replied, pride threading through his tone. Didn't expect that dragon to choose someone today. That's a good sign. OSA gave a slight nod. Funny, was just about to bring that up. Julius stayed quiet, gaze still fixed on Theo. OSA turned to face him. So, captain of the White Dragon Squad, you're grooming him to lead one day, aren't you? Still, the commander said nothing. She smirked, just like I thought. Always the careful one. Words just cause trouble. He finally answered, his tone even. OSA studied him for a moment. But you're thinking ahead. I can tell. Julius didn't deny it. I never said a word. OSA stepped forward, her expression unreadable, the tension between them heavy with quiet intent. Relax, she said. I'm here to make a proposal about that kid. He raised a brow, intrigued. What kind of proposal? He asked cautiously. He thought to himself. Theo had already joined the White Dragon Squad. The Plum Blossom Palace was out of the question. So what was she after? Leaning in slightly, OSA whispered, let's share him. Julius blinked, surprised. OSA's smile was sharp. What do you think? Overhead, a group of wyverns soared through the sky, their cries piercing the air as their silhouettes danced across the horizon. Evelyn's expression tightened. They're at it again, she muttered. Theo looked over. You recognize that one? Evelyn's gaze followed a lone figure moving among the others. That one's been isolated for years, she said quietly. I've tried everything to reach it, but nothing works. Theo frowned. Why not? Evelyn's answer came with a sigh. Because it isn't a wyvern. Theo's eyes widened. Huh, what are you talking about? Evelyn explained. It was born from a female wyvern and a male viper. Theo's jaw dropped. Wait, are you saying it's a biffer? A first-class monster, one of the sea's deadliest, dwelling in its darkest depths. How's that even possible? He asked, stunned. Evelyn shook her head. That's the part no one understands. The narrator's voice cut in with a heavy tone. First-grade monsters are comparable to natural disasters, like typhoons or floods. Even one slipping past the barrier could wreak havoc on a massive scale. The scene shifted. An enormous, menacing dragon loomed before them, its aura alone enough to chill the soul. Viper, that's a ghost species, Theo muttered, trying to piece it together. It lives in the forest shadows. So the demonic shadow dragon's abilities must come from its father, a Biffer. Another memory flickered, a storm within the White Dragon Squad. It caused a huge stir when it was born, Theo said quietly. Evelyn nodded. We decided to keep it under watch at first, but things didn't go as planned. Theo's expression darkened. The others rejected it, didn't they? They did, Evelyn admitted. No matter what we tried, it stayed alone. But isolation isn't the answer. Theo's eyes locked on the lone figure in the distance. What's its name? He asked. Evelyn hesitated. Well, in the old tongue, it means shadow. Theo's lips curved into a slow smile. Then I got even more reason to choose that one, he said confidently. Evelyn blinked. Wait, what are you doing? Before she could react, Theo was already in motion. With a single leap, he dashed straight toward the outcast dragon. That one's mine, he declared. Evelyn's eyes went wide. Why, you can't be serious. I'm going first, Theo shouted back, voice ringing with certainty. Young master, Evelyn called after him, panic rising in her voice. Theo landed atop a jagged outcrop, his crimson eyes locked forward, burning with unshakable will. This time, he whispered, I'll make sure you live a different life, Umbra. A surge of light burst out beneath him, his power igniting in full force as he etched his vow into the earth. I'm heading in, he shouted, launching himself into the sky with explosive force. Behind him, Evelyn could only gasp. Young master. But Theo was already airborne, each movement sharp and deliberate, sheer resolve radiating from him. As he climbed higher, a faint, translucent blue interface flickered into view before him. A soft chime rang as text appeared. Hatchling Synchro, psychokinesis active. You may now manipulate designated targets. As the notification faded, Theo raised his hand, summoning a ring of swords around him. The blades hovered in the air, glowing with a chilling blue hue, each pulsing in sync with the light glowing from his eyes. With a calm exhale, he touched down lightly, swords orbiting protectively, then launched himself upward again, faster, more precise. Evelyn, watching from afar, could barely believe her eyes. Psychokinesis? Where did he learn that? And use it like this? Her voice trembled with disbelief. His progress is impossible. Down in the nest, unrest churned among the wyverns. Their cries sharpened, uneasy, wary. The air shifted. From the heart of the disturbance, one wyvern reared its head. Umbra. It let out a piercing roar, its eyes glowing white-hot with tension and warning. Theo didn't flinch, his gaze locked onto the creature, steady, unwavering. He knew this feeling. The ridicule, the whispers, the dismissal. Fool. Doesn't deserve the name Ragnar. Illegitimate trash. His eyes narrowed. Electric blue sparks crackled around him. Energy surging outward like a storm, finally breaking free. The Thunder Dragon breathing technique erupted from within, arcing currents of lightning across the sky. The dragon mark flared to life on his body, glowing bright and wild with uncontained force. Fear rippled through the nest. Wyverns that moments ago sneered now scattered in panic, wings beating furiously as they fled from the onslaught of raw energy. Theo scoffed, cold and sharp. The moment power stares them down, they run. Cowards always bark louder than they bite. His eyes returned to Umbra. The outcast wyvern growled, low, conflicted. Theo took a slow step forward. You okay? Umbra tensed. Its wings twitched. Then it turned and flapped hard, readying for escape. I'll wait, Theo called gently. From behind, Evelyn watched tensely. He's scared. Push him now and he'll disappear completely. But Theo shook his head. That's why I have to be here. His voice dropped to a whisper, not for Umbra, but for himself. Why else would he still linger here after being shunned? A sad smile tugged at his lips. Because loneliness hurts more than anything else. He turned to Evelyn, gaze earnest. He's wounded. He didn't go far. Please, help me find him. High in a mountain shadow, Umbra lay sprawled on the cold ground, each breath shallow and strained. Even the faintest rustle had him on edge, ready to strike or flee. As Theo neared, a faint radiance caught his eye. Embedded in the rock face was a glowing stone, pulsing with a strange energy. The closer he reached, the brighter it became. Evelyn stepped up beside him. "Be careful," she warned. "Others have tried to bond with him. None succeeded. Not even the commander. He's on edge right now. One wrong move, and you could lose your chance." "I get it," Theo replied. "That's why I'll go slow. But first, can you bring something to feed him?" His eyes remained fixed on the creature. "I need to earn his trust. This is my challenge." He activated Wyvern Fear. His aura burst outward like a wave. Umbra instantly countered, unleashing Lesser Drake Fear, his own energy rising in defiance. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then Theo took a step forward. Umbra responded in kind. Step by step, they matched each other, like two warriors in a silent duel. Then, without breaking eye contact, Theo reached into his inventory. He uncorked a vial and poured its contents gently over Umbra's wounds. "There, that helped." Umbra flinched, puzzled, unsure what just happened. Theo studied him closely. Could be the dragon heart? I can feel it, his emotions. So much pain, rejection, the sting of exile, the ache of wanting connection, battling against fear and mistrust. And toward Theo, suspicion, but also hope. Gently, Theo raised a hand and pressed it to Umbra's snout. "I'm not here to abandon you." He rummaged through his bag once more, this time producing a radiant gem. A sly grin tugged at his lips. "You still like these, don't you?" Umbra's gaze snapped to the gem, tension giving way to curiosity. "You want it?" Theo teased, tilting the gem. Umbra hesitated, then leaned forward, unable to resist. "If you come with me," Theo said, holding out his hand, "I'll make sure you get plenty more." Umbra stood still, silent. Then he released a thunderous roar and lowered his head. A message blinked before Theo. "You have been successfully recognized by the Viper Wyvern as its master." Another alert followed. New skill unlocked. Wyvern Taming, rank C. Mastery, 1%. Higher mastery boosts trust and grants a 10% power increase when riding. With a mighty flap, Umbra took to the skies, Theo astride his back. Below, Evelyn stared in disbelief, still clutching the bulls she'd brought along. What just happened? As they touched down, Theo wore a smug grin while Umbra, relaxed for the first time, tore into the food Evelyn had dragged up the mountain. He devoured it without hesitation. Evelyn blinked in disbelief. "He's actually eating? He's never let anyone get this close." "Appreciate the delivery," Theo said offhandedly, nodding toward her. Still flustered, Evelyn pressed him. "No, seriously, how did you pull this off?" Theo just watched Umbra, amusement in his eyes. "Simple. I healed what others ignored." And once his guard dropped, the gem sealed the bond. Evelyn could only stare, stunned. Seeing her reaction, Theo raised an eyebrow, then gestured toward the strange dish near him. "What? You expect me to eat that?" Evelyn didn't respond. Her mind was elsewhere. That's just like him, she thought. He's always had that charm. But taming a wyvern? That's on another level. Then her eyes widened. Something clicked. "Wait, young master," she burst out. "Congratulations. He's officially chosen you." Theo glanced at her. "Oh, a wyvern offering its neck and back," she started, then suddenly panicked. "Wait, what are you doing?" Theo casually rested a hand on Umbra's scales. "You want me to ride?" "No," Evelyn shouted. "You can't just hop on. You've had zero flight training. No reins, no saddle. This is insane." But Theo was already climbing up, completely unfazed. "Relax. I've got this." A soft chime echoed. Skill activated, wyvern taming. Rider proficiency insufficient, automatic stabilization enabled. And just like that, Umbra launched into the sky with Theo on his back. Evelyn was left frozen in place, staring upward. Theo, are you crazy?" High above, Theo adjusted to the air pressure, the wind cutting past him as Umbra roared and flew higher. All right, Theo said with a laugh. "You've got something to show me, huh?" He leaned forward. "Then take me there." But as they soared, his smile slowly faded. Something felt wrong. He glanced at Umbra beneath him. "How did someone like you end up with a name like Evil Shadow Dragon?" Up ahead, a waterfall came into view, but the water wasn't clear. A black substance crept through it, spreading like ink, darkening and corrupting everything in its path. Far below, Evelyn's voice was barely audible. "Young Master Theo," but he and Umbra had already descended. landing in a secluded alcove hidden behind the falls. Shimmering crystal walls lined a hidden cave, reflecting light in brilliant hues. I thought I'd explored every inch of the winter mountains back when I was with the black snow, Theo muttered, stepping down. But I've never seen this place. He glanced at Umbra. So you've been stashing your treasures here, huh? Umbra gave a low, content rumble, eyes fixed on the glowing cave. As Theo moved deeper, something odd caught his attention, a patch of vivid purple flowers growing near the cavern's heart. He froze. So this is the reason. Crouching beside the plants, he studied them carefully. You've been eating these, haven't you? A system window flickered into view. Ghost Spirit Flower, a rare bloom found only in the Demon Sea's abyss. Absorbs demonic energy under moonlight. Highly reactive, used by demonic beasts and demon-blooded beings. Theo's jaw tightened. Demons and dragons couldn't be more different, and yet you've been absorbing their power. A dark pulse emanated from the flowers, making the air thick and oppressive. This stuff's dangerous, Theo muttered, rising to his feet. I'll have to torch it all soon. Umbra hissed low, shifting uncomfortably as if sensing something wrong. Easy, Theo murmured. I'm not here for the crystals. But just as he turned to reassure him further, something caught his eye. In a shadowy recess at the back of the cave, something was there. A skeleton, slumped and chained to the wall. A faint, agonized wail echoed through the cavern. Theo's breath slowed. A person? He stepped forward carefully. No, it's long dead. Judging by the withered state of the remains, it had been at least 10 years. But oddly, the body hadn't fully decomposed. The cold helped preserve it, Theo muttered, eyes narrowing. But more than that, whoever this was, they had enormous magical power. He moved around the corpse, studying the restraints, the runes etched into the chains. A top-tier martial cultivator, locked up here to die? This doesn't make any sense. His brow furrowed. Something seriously off. I'll come back later to investigate, he muttered. For now, his eyes drifted back to the ghost spirit flowers. I need to deal with those. But before he could act, the corpse lurched forward. With a piercing, unnatural shriek, it sprang at him, bones cracking with every jagged movement. Theo's instinct screamed. He jumped back just in time, heart pounding. And then, he heard it. A whisper, a name. Kyle? Umbra roared, lunging between Theo and the advancing corpse, his body shielding his partner. The undead thing snarled, eyes glowing crimson. Kyle! Robert! I'll never forgive you. Theo froze. It said my father's name. And Umbra's. What is this thing? Before the creature could strike again, a flash of steel shot through the air. Blade barrage. Evelyn crashed into the cavern, her sword slicing through the air in a whirlwind of precision. Her flurry of strikes battered the corpse, hurling it across the cave in a heap of bones. Theo staggered, vision spinning. Evelyn, he whispered just before his knees gave out. Pain stabbed through his chest, spreading like wildfire. His breath came in sharp, ragged bursts. What is happening to me? Evelyn knelt beside him, her voice urgent. You've been poisoned, demonic energies laced in it. Theo barely heard her. His limbs were numb, his consciousness fading. We need an antidote, fast, she said, trying to lift him. If we don't act now, it'll eat away at your life force. But before she could move, Umbra let out a deafening roar and blocked her path. Wings flared wide. Evelyn's eyes widened. What are you doing? I'm trying to save him. Umbra nudged Evelyn again, more insistent this time, his golden eyes sharp with urgency. Stop it, Umbra! Evelyn snapped. If you don't move, even if you're his partner. Wait, Theo rasped, voice barely audible. His eyes, glazed with pain, met Umbra's. You know what to do, don't you? Umbra let out a low, almost sorrowful whimper. Despite the burning in his chest and the tremors racking his limbs, Theo gave a faint smile. Then, I'll trust you. Evelyn's eyes went wide. Young Master Theo, this isn't just a regular poison. It's corpse toxin, fused with demonic energy. Even with treatment, survival's less than 30%. Theo's voice was barely more than a breath, but his conviction was clear. Umbra, he evolved into a Class 2 demon fiend after consuming the ghost spirit flowers. He's faced this kind of power before. If anyone knows how to fight it, it's him. He coughed, breath shaky. Please trust him. Do what he says. Umbra let out a low, guttural roar, then slashed at the ghost spirit flowers, shredding them with precision. He nudged the pieces toward Evelyn. She stared, confused. You want me to blend this and feed it to him? Umbra growled, still unsure. She glanced down at Theo, barely clinging to consciousness. You're seriously telling me this is the cure? But Theo, gritting his teeth through the agony, forced himself to nod. Do it. Evelyn hesitated only a second longer before giving in. She quickly ground the remains into a paste, then carefully fed it to him. Seconds passed. Then his fingers twitched. Umbra watched intently, unmoving. Evelyn leaned in, holding her breath. Theo's breathing started to even out. A soft glow emanated from his chest, his dragon heart pulsing with life. Evelyn gasped. What the? The glow intensified, flooding the cavern with radiant energy. Then Theo roared. A thunderous dragon's cry erupted from deep inside him, shaking the very stones around them. The force surged outward, rattling the cavern walls. Evelyn stumbled back, eyes wide in disbelief. His magic, it's changing color. It's turning black. That shouldn't be possible. Umbra recoiled slightly, stunned by the sudden shift. What is happening? Evelyn shouted. Just then, a blue notification shimmered into view. Commencing body cleansing. Purification in progress. A second message followed. New trait acquired. Evil shadow dragon. Synchronization initiated. The scene shifts. Julius's office, cloaked in tense silence. Behind his desk, Julius sat motionless, fingers interlocked, eyes locked on the report before him. His expression darkened. Has Black Snow confirmed this? He asked coldly. The subordinate standing across from him nodded grimly. Yes, sir. After multiple verifications, they're 89% certain the intel is accurate. Julius's hand tightened, crumpling the edge of the paper. A surge of fury exploded from him, the very air in the room trembling beneath the weight of his rage. Damn it. He forced out a sharp breath, trying to cage the fury threatening to consume him. I expected setbacks, but this is beyond anything I imagined. His jaw tensed, teeth grinding in frustration. Then, like a blade slicing through the silence, the narrator's voice echoed. Trainer Isvin, captain of Platoon 5 of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, along with all 15 men under his command, have fallen in battle. A dark stream oozed into the cascading waterfall, staining the waters below. A burst of radiant energy pulsed outward, an unmistakable sign that the ancient ritual had begun. This was a sacred process of purification and rebirth, designed to purge toxins from the body and drastically sharpen one's mana control. Known only to a select few, it demanded immense power, the cooperation of multiple elite mana users, and days of brutal endurance. The scene transitioned to Theo, his entire body glowing with raw energy. But this ritual, historically, had only shown results in children younger than 5. The idea of it working on someone like Theo seemed almost impossible. A close-up revealed his face now marked with the dark, swirling aura of the Phantom Dragon. What was happening to Theo wasn't just a miracle. It was the result of a series of flawless events. First came the deadly core poison infecting his system, represented as a skeleton with blazing red eyes lashing out in chains. Then, the vast amounts of ghost shade mana he'd absorbed over the years, portrayed by haunting purple-black blossoms. Umbra, the only one capable of suppressing the poison, stood beside crystalline, floral, and leafy imagery, symbols of a delicate but precise equilibrium. Within Theo's spectral form, light and darkness swirled and merged. Rather than succumbing to the demonic poison, he had taken it in, absorbed it, and in doing so, something extraordinary happened. He evolved. As the dark vortex finally calmed, Theo gasped, a mixture of agony and awe. Power unlike anything he'd felt before coursed through him. Evelyn rushed to his side, concern in her voice. Young master, are you okay? Kneeling close, her hand hovered just above him, unsure. Theo, he gave a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper. Sorry for worrying you. Evelyn looked stunned, but relief washed over her face. Then, a system screen appeared in front of Theo, outlined in blue. Theo Ragnar, age, 17, gender, male. Title, Flash Tiger, the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Talents, Ragnar, player. He looked around at the glowing cave. These crystals, their concentrated energy, diluted, their toxins worked like medicine instead. Turning to Umbra, he gave a grateful nod. Thanks for believing in me. Then, with resolve building in his voice, he declared, The Ragnar body has been reforged. Purification, rebirth, and the phantom dragon's mark. My growth rate from here on out, it'll defy imagination. He took a steadying breath, his eyes narrowing. But there was still one mystery to unravel. That old man. Theo's gaze turned to the chained skeleton nearby, its presence heavy and strange. Theo and Evelyn stepped closer to the stone wall, just behind the hanging corpse. Faint carvings shimmered in the dim light, etched with a precision only a master artisan could achieve. "What is this?" Theo asked, narrowing his eyes. Evelyn leaned in, tracing the markings. "It's a journal. Someone wrote this here." Theo squinted at the delicate script. Despite time eroding the surface, the message was clear and chilling. A tale unfolded of a man consumed by vengeance, naming Cale and Robert as the ones who had once defeated him. That alone stunned Theo and Evelyn. They read on, the entries painting a dark spiral into madness. The writer's body had started failing, likely from an injury inflicted by Robert, his mana core shattered. He resorted to consuming ghost shade just to stay alive, but it was destroying him from the inside. Blackouts came often as his demonic side began to take over. Despair seeped through each word. In his final act, he melted down his most treasured weapon, the Jade Serpent Blade, to bind his fading body, hoping that someone, someday, would discover this place and carry out his dying wish for revenge. Theo and Evelyn exchanged uneasy glances, but what came next shook them even more. The carvings referenced the Phantom Sword art and the Storm Thunder God techniques, secret skills long thought lost. The realization hit like a bolt of lightning. This was the Wind Lord, Evelyn whispered. The one from Tragic Hero, the man who battled Lord Hector Ragnar 40 years ago. Theo froze. I was told Wind Lord died, and yet here he was forgotten, broken, chained in the shadows. Evelyn collapsed to her knees, visibly shaken. Her voice wavered, thick with sorrow. I harmed a rightful Ragnar heir. That's a capital offense. The punishment is death. Theo's voice was firm. Stop. That wasn't a Ragnar. That was a man lost to madness. You saved me. There was no other way. Evelyn tried to argue, insisting the law was absolute, but Theo cut in. Then let this stay buried. He extended his hand. If you still feel guilt, take Wind Lord's secret arts. Make them your own. She blinked in disbelief. These techniques rival the 9 dragons. Why give them to me? Become Wind Lord's successor, Theo said simply. Carry his will forward. Grow stronger. That's how his legacy lives on. Still on her knees, Evelyn trembled. Theo looked down at her with calm resolve. You're his disciple now. Let his soul rest. No one can call that a crime. Evelyn looked up, shaken. Didn't you say you'd become his sword? Realization dawned. The senior swordsman of House Ragnar bowed her head and pressed her fist to the ground. With reverence in her voice, she pledged her loyalty to Lord Theo, offering herself as his sworn vassal. My great lord, she said, please accept the oath of your humble servant. Theo gave a small grin. You really are bound by rules to the very end. Reaching out, he clasped Evelyn's hand. Theo Ragnar accepts the oath of Nerville. From this moment forward, I carve it into my heart and soul. On the long road ahead, you'll be my first sword. His words hung in the air, firm and unwavering. Evelyn stood in silence, the weight of the moment settling over her. Suddenly, the quiet was broken by a rush of wind. A loud, rising whistle filled the space, and the scene shifted. The camera swept over a massive, thunderous training yard, alive with motion. Soldiers sparred, shouted commands echoed, and the discipline was palpable. This was the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon Corps, where elite warriors were honed through sweat and steel. Hulkus's booming voice cut through the noise. Huh, still no sign of Theo, huh? Maybe he really is the most gifted one in the whole Corps. He flexed dramatically, a confident smirk on his face, until it froze. His eyes widened as a familiar figure strode across the yard. Theo. But not just Theo. He wasn't alone. Beside him, a fearsome dragon marched, calm yet radiating overwhelming presence. Hulkus's jaw dropped. All his bravado vanished in an instant. Theo approached with steady steps, offering a nod. I brought something back. Evelyn followed, right behind him. All around, recruits stared in disbelief. Wait a minute. Is that Umbra? One of them whispered, eyes wide. How the hell did he tame that wild thing? Another murmured. This guy. This is why they call him the greatest prodigy in 1,000 years. Even this kind of thing is just talent? Unreal. One recruit stepped forward. Senior swordsman Evelyn. Junior swordsman Theo Ragnar. Welcome back. We've confirmed your return from the aptitude trial. But where's the captain? Theo's gaze sharpened. I noticed he wasn't here. Something happened. The recruit nodded nervously. He got an urgent message. Headed back to his office just a moment ago. Evelyn's expression darkened. Urgent, she repeated quietly. A strange noise echoed through the grounds. Wind surged, and faint crackles of energy danced in the air. Something was moving fast. Julia stepped forward, her tone grim. He knows you just finished your initiation. But there's no time. All of you deployment orders just came through. The announcement landed like a thunderclap. Blanky Fortress, he said. Shock rippled through the crowd. Combat already? Evelyn whispered. Theo nodded, his voice low. So it begins. A screen flickered to life. An image flashed across it. The jagged teeth of a monstrous beast, its jaw clamped around a blade. The dragon-slaying sword, strand of fate. A blazing image of a fiery dragon filled the screen. The incident wasn't just a random attack. It was an attempt to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, meant to fuel a rebellion. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Recruits exchanged uneasy glances, tension rising fast. One of them finally broke the silence. Commander, what kind of mission forces deployment without even completing our training? Julius stood still, jaw clenched, his voice barely holding back the storm inside. Platoon 5, led by Captain Trainer Isvin and his 14 knights, has vanished. Theo's eyes widened. A cold chill spread through his chest. Trainer Isvin? The oldest and most revered knight of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. A warrior even Julius turned to for wisdom and guidance. For him to go missing? That wasn't just rare, it was unthinkable. A disturbing thought crept into Theo's mind. Could this be the butterfly effect I caused? A bead of sweat traced down his temple. Julius continued, voice steady but burdened. The Black Snow's report estimates an 89% chance they're dead. If they're alive, they won't be able to fight. He looked out across the yard. We're forming a new temporary Platoon 5. You'll take over their mission. His eyes locked onto Evelyn. You'll be the captain. Deployment in 3 days. Complete your training before then. He clenched his fists again. I won't accept they're gone. Not without a fight. The next morning, Julius stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. We'll avenge them, he said quietly. Then he turned and walked away, every step firm and sure. The narrator's voice took over, revealing the truth hidden beneath the chaos. Everyone believed the Black Skull Bandits' raid on the Sirius Merchant Guild was a tragic but contained crisis. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry had prevented casualties. At least, that's what the world thought. But the real objective had nothing to do with destruction. It was all about the theft and smuggling of a legendary weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword, Bomb. In the shadows, a masked figure had orchestrated every move. Ed Troyven had planted a hidden bomb, masking his coup behind the chaos. Back in the training yard, Theo's expression was dark, thoughts spiraling. None of this happened before. This isn't how it went. Another drop of sweat fell. If this shift in fate is because of me, then I have to see it with my own eyes. Suddenly, a translucent blue system window materialized before him. Hidden quest unlocked. The Dragon Slayer sword, Bomb. 3 days later, cloaked in thick furs to guard against the punishing cold, the recruits stood before the towering walls of Fort Blanky. I swear, I'll never get used to this freezing weather, one of them muttered, exhaling a cloud of mist. Another tilted his head, eyeing the sky. Why does the moon look twisted? Before anyone could respond, urgent cries broke out. It's the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. A sentry atop the fortress wall leaned forward, shouting, "Sound the Aller." His warning was cut short. A storm of dark, magic-infused projectiles tore through the tower, engulfing it in a fiery explosion. Bombs away! Evelyn's voice rang like a blade through the chaos, sharp and unyielding. The recruits launched into action, hurling explosive spells and attacks, as dragons roared overhead and shockwaves ripped through the air. The ground quaked with the force of their assault, each blast a note in a brutal, chaotic symphony. Get inside the castle. Don't throw your lives away, someone shouted, trying to guide the fleeing defenders. The battlefield was a storm of violence, steel clashing, dragons shrieking, blood splattering across the snow like paint on a canvas. Theo moved like a phantom through it all, his comrades flanking him in deadly formation. Kill them all. Let them taste the price of defying the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn roared, her fury fueling every strike. The once imposing fortress, a symbol of security, crumbled under the relentless assault. Flames devoured its structure, smoke choked the sky, and screams filled the night. Amid the rubble, a lone soldier crouched low, his face pale but relieved. If I left even a minute earlier, I'd be a corpse, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. Then, a smug grin crept across his face. Well, whatever. I've delivered this. Mission complete. Time to kick back. His words died as a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, eyes glowing blood red. The soldier froze, trembling, and held out a long, carefully wrapped object. The figure took it with a nod. Good. It's the correct item. His voice was cold and flat, devoid of emotion. We've got what we came for. Prepare for Phase 2. Yes, sir. A chorus of voices answered in unison, emerging from the mist, his subordinates, each moving with mechanical precision. The cloaked figure surveyed the battlefield, eyes narrowing as he turned toward a team of operatives manning strange mechanical devices. All that's left, he murmured. Nearby, Theo stood confidently, scanning the wreckage. Subjugation complete, he said with a smirk. That was easier than I thought, he laughed. But Evelyn, her eyes sharp, didn't share the sentiment. Exactly, it was too easy. Theo's expression darkened. There's no way the original Platoon 5 fell to something like this. Without hesitation, he activated hatchling Synchro, diving into the minds of the fallen enemies to uncover the truth buried within their memories. This guy knows Balmung was stolen, but he's never actually seen it, Theo muttered, his brow tightening. Typical for low-ranking grunts, but even the top brass seemed clueless about where it went. Am I missing something? Evelyn glanced at him. Theo, something wrong? He shook his head. Nah, just thinking. Not far off, Sword grinned. Flash Tiger or not, a rookie's still a rookie. Come on, admit it. You were nervous your first time out? Aaron teased. The hostages are safe, Sword added. Let's regroup with the others. Theo let out a sigh. Yeah, whatever. I just want to go home. As Sword strolled past, Theo's nose crinkled. He froze. Gunpowder. His eyes narrowed. Instantly, he launched into motion, his body moving with sharp, practiced precision. His blade gleamed in the low light. What's with him? Aaron said, half laughing. Maybe you just can't stand your smell, Sword joked. Theo leaped again, his projectiles landing dead on, each strike deliberate. I knew it. He muttered under his breath, the unease now undeniable. What is it, Theo? Aaron called, her tone shifting. Then she saw it. Rows of barrels, their surfaces etched with danger. The stench of combustibles filled the air. Her eyes widened in horror. They were planning to blow us all sky high. Get out now, Theo barked. Understood, came a unified reply. But before they could retreat, the air twisted. A swirling vortex of shadow erupted nearby. Theo's eyes widened in alarm. No, his voice cracked with urgency, rage, and helplessness. Then came the eruption. The fortress exploded in a thunderous wave. The shock ripped through the air like a monstrous scream. Reload, came a calm, heartless voice. The dark figure, untouched by the carnage, reached into the swirling void once more. Another round of detonations ripped through the structure, shaking its very foundation. Exterminate them all. Leave no survivors, he commanded, cold and absolute. The scene shifted. Far from the battlefield, in a grand chamber wrapped in silk and shadows, Amelia sat quietly, pale and worn. In her arms, she held a small, swaddled infant. There, Ashien, she whispered, rocking gently. My baby. Her sorrow flickered, twisted by something darker. Her eyes, no longer just sad, now burned with a terrifying, unnatural glow. Did it hurt? She asked softly, her voice trembling with rage. Mommy will bring you the head of that filthy vermin. I swear it. A tide of shadowed figures swept silently across the battlefield, swift and merciless, wraiths born of vengeance. Back at the ruins of the fortress, Evelyn stood tall, sword ready, eyes hard. Don't let a single one escape, she commanded, her voice ringing above the chaos. Yes, Captain, came the steel-edged reply. A wave of voices roared out as the group charged into battle. Evelyn, eyes locked on her copy, moved in without hesitation. The double blinked in disbelief, stunned as the entire 5th unit, led by the seasoned trainer, was wiped out by this ragtag force. No, this can't be, she breathed, barely audible. Her eyes narrowed, unease creeping into her expression. A dreadful feeling crept over her like a shadow, her instincts screaming a warning. Then, without warning, a storm of fiery blasts tore through the sky. The shockwaves rippled across the battlefield. "Team leader," someone cried, the voice raw with panic. Evelyn reacted instantly, her movements sharp as she deflected the incoming onslaught. "Damn it," she hissed, frantically scanning for the attackers. "It's a trap. Everyone, find cover," she yelled. A nearby soldier was caught in the blast. His screams pierced the air as fire consumed him and hurled him into the sky. Evelyn reached out, desperate to pull him back from the brink, but it was too late. His body hit the ground with a sickening thud, silent, lifeless. Theo and the others scrambled for shelter. "It's an ambush. We have to move now," the squad leader barked. Theo assessed the chaos, then quickly decided, "We'll go the other way. Head opposite from where the attack came." Suddenly, a glowing blue screen materialized. Mind gate activated. Cognitive restrictions lifted. Theo's pupils gleamed. His senses sharpened. Thought processes accelerating. Within seconds, he mapped the optimal escape route. Returning to normal, he found Evelyn frozen in place. "What are you doing? Snap out of it. We have to move now," she shouted. Theo didn't wait. He grabbed her hand. "What are you doing?" Evelyn gasped, startled. "We don't have time for this. We need to get to the fortress." But Theo pulled her along, the fortress behind them beginning to collapse. "I can't believe we're going back there," she muttered. "That place nearly got us killed." Theo didn't stop. 21 lives are counting on you." Theo pressed on. "If we head outside, they'll just hit us with more explosives or ambush us again. It's all part of their trap." He explained quickly. The enemy believed they wouldn't dare take shelter inside the collapsing fortress. With eyes glowing, Theo activated his hatchling synchronization, scanning the layout in real time. "They think we'll die in here," he muttered. His abilities revealed danger lurking. Gunpowder buried on the left, cannonballs stacked on the right. "The only safe path is straight ahead. Take the stairs." The group sprinted toward the stairwell. But when they reached the top, Evelyn froze. "It's a dead end." The soldiers' faces turned sour. "You told us to trust you," Evelyn said sharply. "Now what? We can't even turn back." The walls began to crumble around them. The fortress groaned and gave way. The group tumbled with the falling stone, caught in the chaos. Theo landed with Umbra and Hulkus on solid ground, dodging the cascade of debris. Flames spread fast. All the cannonballs had detonated. "This is for young Master Ashian," a soldier sneered from the shadows. "Even if his body's crushed, bring me his head." Smoke billowed. Theo, barely breathing, thought it was the end. But with split-second instinct, he acted. "We break the floor." Now, just as they caught their breath, enemies closed in behind them. "What the hell? Why are you here?" "Black Skull," Theo exclaimed, stunned. "I only came because the foundation here is tougher than usual," one of them answered flatly. Peering through a gap in the wall, Theo spotted soldiers scattered beyond. Then his eyes dropped lower. A man lay shackled in chains. It was Trainer Isvan, leader of the 5th team. "Trainer," Evelyn called out, relief washing over her. "Thank goodness you're alive." She rushed toward him, but her joy froze. This is Ragnar's intelligence bureau," she whispered. The chains clattered to the ground as Isvan collapsed. "I figured an ambush like this couldn't happen without someone on the inside," he said grimly. "But how could you point your sword at your own kin?" One of the others growled. "This is treason, plain and simple. We can't let this stand. We owe Trainer everything." But he raised a hand. "Stop. Don't rush in. They laid this whole trap to catch us. We don't have the numbers for a fight." He looked out grimly. "We need to get out and report this to the Black Pillar." Theo stared at the ground. "That's not an option," he said firmly. "No reinforcements from the Black Pillar means they were ambushed too. They're probably stuck just like us." He looked around at the shattered walls of the castle. "That's why I brought us here. It's our only shot. But we can win this," Theo added, voice steady. "They even buried some of their own men. That means they're desperate to cover this up. They'll come back, thinking we're dead, to confirm the kill. When they do, we'll be waiting in the ruins. We strike back then." Isvan turned to Theo, surprised. He's already unlocked the mind gate. At that age, he smiled faintly. "I would have given up back then. Looks like we picked the right recruits this time." Isvan sprang to his feet. "You're right. The White Dragon squad doesn't just roll over." He turned to the rest. "You heard the plan. Get ready to fight. Location: A battlefield stained in blood under a crimson sky. I honestly didn't expect this kind of garbage from my scriptwriters. I fired most of them after that scene. Back on the field, the enemy grunts scattered, searching the rubble for bodies, basically marching to their own deaths. While rummaging through the carnage, they found a half-dead ally. Instead of helping him, that grotesque, Barbie-looking commander stabbed him through the chest. He turned to his subordinate. "Did you find any of their corpses?" The grunt replied, "We've finished sweeping the western side. Moving on to the east now." Barbie sneered. The ambush team had failed. Only one group was unaccounted for. "The white armored dragon cavalry," he muttered. Just then, a sword came flying out of the rubble, straight for Barbie's face. He twisted just in time, barely dodging the strike. As he tried to counter, a sharp crack echoed. Evelyn had already closed the distance, landing a solid kick to his chest. She moved like lightning, avoiding his retaliatory swing with ease. Barbie staggered back, screaming to his men, "It's them, the white armored dragon cavalry. Change formations now." But before they could even move, half of them were already being taken down by Theo's squad in a perfectly executed ambush. Evelyn stepped forward. "I hope this wasn't the Central Intelligence Bureau," she said coldly. "But now it's confirmed. Under Ragnar's law, you'll all be executed for treason." Her eyes burned with resolve as she faced Barbie. Steel clashed as their fight began, blow for blow, evenly matched. Barbie grit his teeth. How did they survive the bombing? With a roar, he launched his full power, forcing Evelyn back. Pushed into a corner, she suddenly reached into her artificial arm and pulled out a hidden weapon. Barbie barely ducked the strike, but Evelyn didn't let up. She launched another vicious blow straight at his neck. He managed to block it, but the force shattered his defense, dropping him to his knees, blood dripping from the wound. Evelyn stepped forward, voice commanding. "The Central Intelligence Bureau is surrounded. Resistance is pointless. From the moment your ambush landed, your fate was sealed. Surrender now, and you might just live." Suddenly, the drama Queen Barbie screamed, "Now, use the secret technique." Everyone froze, confused. What secret technique? Then behind him, one of the minions started changing. Muscles bulged, veins twisted, and his whole body contorted. Apparently, the grunts had been upgraded to level 2. One of them, the same coward who'd once trembled before Theo, came charging, face strained like he was fighting off constipation. Theo's eyes narrowed. It's the reverse blood surge, he realized. A forbidden technique that drains life force in exchange for raw power. The transformed minion hit with unexpected strength, actually forcing Theo to retreat slightly. But as he stumbled, more were already closing in. Just before the final blow landed, a captured ally hurled himself into the attack, taking the full brunt of it. He collapsed, whispering to Theo, "Get out of here alive." A useless sacrifice. Theo was clearly stronger. But seeing his comrade fall, Theo's expression hardened. No more holding back. He unleashed the Thunderclaw technique. The sheer impact blasted the minions back like ragdolls. Activating his mind gate, Theo moved like a blur, dashing between enemies, cutting them down with precision. But there were too many. Time for the triple Thunderclaw. He slammed his fist into the ground. A colossal blast tore through the battlefield, slicing through everything. Even the terrain cracked. Lines of raw energy etched across the ground. The sheer force of the attack hurled everyone back. Dozens of enemies were vaporized in seconds. Though Barbie managed to survive, he was shaken. He couldn't comprehend how Theo had crushed their secret technique so easily. This monster can't be allowed to live, he hissed. The rest of the squad looked on in awe. Even Glasses muttered, "We've got a long way to go if we want to match him." But victory came at a price. Theo coughed violently, blood staining his lips. He had overdrawn on the mind gate. His body couldn't keep up with the power he'd forced through it. Then Barbie charged straight toward Theo. "If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me." Something was off. Theo's instincts flared. He looked closer. The guy was rigged with a manicore. He was going to self-destruct. But before he could react, Evelyn appeared in front of him, standing between Theo and death. She raised her hand and called upon the power of God Tempest. Theo handed her a powerful technique, and with its opening move, Squall, she sends her opponent flying, then dashes in to follow up with another strike. But just as the blow lands, someone shouts, "Hey, what do you think you're staring, you creeps?" Focus back. The real highlight is the technique. Maelstrom, a direct hit to his manicore. Theo watches in disbelief as the mana core's explosion gets completely suppressed. The impact is so intense, it slams the guy into the ground, blasting energy in every direction. Honestly, that hit was so devastating. The so-called Barbie villain isn't making it past the next chapter. Rest in peace, you won't be missed. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Theo. It's Hulkus, yelling that he made the right choice in picking Theo as his lord and recognizing him as his first sword. Unfortunately for him, Evelyn beat him to it. Everyone starts thanking Theo for saving them, their gratitude pouring out. He laughs it off, standing up with their help. One of them asks where Theo and Evelyn picked up such insane skills. But Theo just smirks, saying the less they know, the better. His team leaps on him in celebration. Elsewhere, the old man gazes at the sky, declaring that a long night has ended, and a new dawn is finally here. Now the scene shifts to Rose Palace. And there she is, that disgrace of a woman, collapsed on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Looks like she swallowed poison, if you know, you know. But actually, it's Ed choking her out with sheer force. He slams her down, growling like a beast, demanding to know where she got the nerve to act without permission. The stewards rush in, trying to calm him, but he's already throwing damning documents at her feet. She used his seal, mobilized his personal army, and sent them after Theo Ragnar and the White Dragon Armor Unit. That was a direct interference with the Troivan master plan. The woman breaks down, acting bizarre before sobbing. She pleads with her brother, saying all she wanted was Theo's head for killing her son. She even wanted to wipe out everyone associated with him, hoping it'd ease her grief. But Ed clenches his fists, furious. To him, her son was trash, and because of him, she forgot her place. He pounds Ashian's corpse, splattering blood across her face, and coldly informs her that she's lost the Dragon Slayer's sword, the core of their entire operation. From now on, she's out of the family. She panics. That look in Ed's eyes, it's just like their father's. He tells his men to lock her away in a place where no one will ever find her, and to eliminate anyone connected to her, so no information leaks. Now realizing the weight of her actions, she begs him to reconsider. But it might already be too late. He storms out of the room, seething with rage. The rebellion plan he spent years crafting, now in ruins. And the one behind it all? Theo Ragnar. Gritting his teeth, he vows to take Theo down with his own hands. Cut to our Chad, Theo, who pulls out a massive greatsword. A status window appears, revealing the blade is sealed, only usable once certain conditions are met. Intrigued, Theo channels his aura into it. Instantly, the sword flares to life, jolting out of his grasp, and even leaving minor cuts on his hands. It confirms his suspicion. This weapon can't be wielded as it is. A remnant from the ancient mythic age, it's like a ghost, untouchable by mortal hands unless its secret is uncovered. But if mastered, it bestows power akin to the heroes of legend. Theo recalls that in his previous life, Ed was the one who managed to unlock the blade's hidden mystery. Digging into his memories, a smile spreads across his face. Only one place fits the bill. He stores the sword back in his inventory. Until he discovers the key, it's nothing more than dead weight. Just then a knock. Evelyn steps in composed and respectful. She apologizes for the intrusion and informs him that the commander has requested his presence. When Theo arrives, the old commander greets him warmly, relieved to see his friend alive. But confusion sets in when Theo hears of his plan to retire. The old man admits it's hard to say out loud. He lost both his leg and his Drake in the last fight. His body's worn out, and he wants to spend his remaining days honoring fallen comrades back home. The Julius, his trusted ally, knows better than to argue with the old man's stubborn heart. He just sighs and lets him be. As they sip tea, the commander brings up something important. Not a replacement, but a revelation about a new recruit, Theo Ragnar. At just 15, Theo has already unlocked the Thundergate. Julius can't believe it. That gate marks the line between the ordinary and the superhuman. What's even crazier, Theo wasn't born with it open. He forced it open. His aura channels through expanded vessels far beyond the norm. The scale of it? Ridiculously massive. Hearing this, Julius lights up. He grins, saying if Theo's vessel is that vast, then it's time to start filling it. The old man wraps up their conversation, saying that's all he had to share for today. Later that night, Julius pulls Theo aside. He tells him that from this point on, the journey is his to walk alone. He'll have to grow and evolve on his own now. Hearing that, Theo tenses up. Julius shifts the topic, saying he heard Theo played a major role in the recent mission. Theo, ever humble, responds that it wasn't just him. His teammates were a huge part of it too. But Julius isn't buying the modesty. He leans in, asking how far Theo's martial path has come. Thinking he means battle prowess, Theo replies that fighting has become much easier than before. But Julius's gaze sharpens. That's not what he's asking. He wants to know, what kind of life is Theo's sword trying to convey? The question catches Theo off guard. He hesitates, then admits he's not entirely sure. Julius pulls out his sword, saying he once trained with a single goal, to mirror the Patriarch's sword. That's how most begin. But as he draws his blade, the air shifts. Suddenly, the sky turns a deep blue, and then it shatters into red. This is no ordinary realm. It's the magic dragon's glass realm, unlike the sword dragon's realm from the Second Awakening. Theo realizes something. This world of martial arts is molded by one's personal path. The pressure builds. Julius tells him his sword embodies the demon. A colossal sword forms before Theo's eyes, and he watches in awe as Julius unleashes a martial technique so powerful, it tears a massive rift in space, sending shockwaves strong enough to flatten entire armies. Then, with a single downward swing, the violent waves halt in place. Julius turns to Theo and asks if he's seen it. The martial path of the magic dragon. Nervous, Theo says he saw nothing but sheer power and destruction. But why did it feel so feminine? Julius nods. That's exactly right. The demon is pure instinct, raw and unfiltered. Even if it eventually collapses, it carves a straight path that pierces through everything. It's not just about strength or destruction. It's about the essence of swordsmanship itself. Or maybe it's about death. Then he flips the question. What did Theo think of the Plum Blossom Palace Lord Sword? Theo answers, it was beautiful, elegant. Julius reflects on that. Beautiful, huh, he repeats. That makes sense. The Plum Blossom Palace Lord's blade carries the essence of life. Like a seed, it sprouts, grows, and blooms into a flower. It's gentle, slow, always changing, yet it never stops reaching outward. As Theo reflects, it hits him. This is what it means to walk the martial path. Even among the 9 dragons, each one views the sword through a different lens. Julius chuckles, then throws a question at him. Does he believe life and death are complete opposites? Theo answers with a question of his own. Aren't they? But Julius doesn't respond. Instead, he ends his martial realm and hands Theo a book. Curious, Theo asks what it is, then freezes in shock. It's a written dialogue between Julius and the Plum Blossom Palace Lord. A deep exchange about the true nature of the sword. Theo is stunned. Julius explains, it's incredibly rare. But Theo's not just any student. He's a shared disciple of both the magic dragon and the sword dragon. Hearing that, Theo struggles to wrap his head around it. The scene shifts, back to when the book was written. The 2 masters sit alone in a secluded place, deep in discussion. Julius grumbles that she's being greedy, trying to claim Theo when he's already his student. She smirks, brushing it off. Don't be jealous, she says. It's all for Theo. And deep down, he can't argue. Theo's talent is extraordinary, rivaling even the top candidates for succession. But because he's growing so fast, when he eventually hits a wall, it'll be brutal. This book is something he'll need then. Julius sighs. That's all well and good. But what if one day, Theo becomes an enemy of Ragnar? That stops her cold. She knows it's a real possibility. Those who rise too fast often fall, just as hard. And when history repeats, it doesn't ask permission. It demands payment in blood. She didn't expect that from him. She always thought his heart overflowed with affection for Theo. But hearing this, she's now convinced he's the right one to safeguard the teachings. She hands him the manuals, saying that only when Theo is truly worthy, when he understands what it means to be a Ragnar and values every step of the journey, should he receive them. Back in the present, Hi-Ha passes the manual to Theo. He can hardly believe it. The 2 strongest sword masters of the clan, the top blades of the sword and demon dragons, have made him their shared disciple. He looks up, asking quietly, Am I really worthy of this? Julius answers without hesitation. There's no need for false modesty. You've earned it. Theo stays silent, overwhelmed. In his heart, he knows he's come this far because of them. Even though he's given them nothing in return, they've never stopped believing in him, never stopped guiding him forward. From the very beginning, Theo admits he's received a lot of help and vows to repay the favor someday. But his companion quickly perks up pulling out his sword and saying Theo can start paying him back right now. It's been a while since he's taken on a new disciple, and he can't just sit around anymore. The real training starts now. Theo realizes this is where things get serious. Meanwhile, Evelyn sees her chance and bolts outside, slamming the door shut behind her. From the other side, Theo calls out to her, but she just apologizes while firmly holding the door closed. Later that night, Evelyn finally opens the door, feeling satisfied, only to find Theo sitting on the floor like a meme-worthy statue. She asks if he's all right, trying to comfort him by saying the commander might have gone too far. But Theo says it wasn't just going overboard. Changing the topic, Evelyn tells him that she followed his orders and locked someone up in the underground detention area. She's a little concerned, though. This guy's tough and won't talk no matter what. Theo assures her that everything is going according to plan. He leans in and whispers something that leaves her completely stunned. The scene shifts to the Plum Blossom Palace, right at the palace's training grounds. Theo greets her, and she tells him she's been waiting, asking if he received the gift she and the demon dragon prepared. Theo replies that it's been incredibly useful. With elegance, she calls forth her sword and soars into the air. Plum blossoms fill the training ground as she lands smoothly, showing off her skill. She's ready to break down the essence of swordsmanship, the foundation of every technique. She keeps the flex going, saying she'd love to show him how to let a sword bloom with life. Then, she turns to Theo with a question. Would he like to become her disciple? But Theo doesn't answer right away. Instead, he asks her something first. Does she ask this as the Heaven Dragon Sword Master? She's surprised he knows something so few, even in her clan, are aware of. But she doesn't hide it. She confirms that the Heaven Dragon School is a secret tradition passed down to only one disciple at a time, and she's the current inheritor. Now, she wants to know, does Theo want to hear her true reason for all this? Theo begins by apologizing, but she quickly stops him, saying there's no need. She's not here to scold him. She explains that she has no hidden agenda. From the Plum Blossom Sword technique to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she planned to pass it all down to him. That leaves Theo stunned. He can't even respond. A while later, he walks out of the hall, only to be stopped by a nobody asking if he's Theo, the new recruit from the White Dragon Cavalry. Theo replies with a sharp, "What if I am? Not your concern." The guy takes offense, calling Theo rude for not even bothering to greet his senior properly. This busybody starts throwing his weight around, saying that now that Theo is part of the Plum Blossom Palace as Lady Plum Blossom's disciple, he should show at least basic respect. But Theo, not one to be pushed around, says he thought this might be serious, but turns out it's just some childish whining over a bruised ego. He adds that if he's not even a direct senior, then rank doesn't mean anything here, that it's a nerve. One of them barks back, asking then what is Theo, since he's not even a real disciple of the palace. Before leaving, Theo turns back, aura blazing, and says they're sorely mistaken. Lady Plum Blossom did offer to take him in, but he refused. They're all left speechless. The scene rewinds to just moments earlier, back when Theo had asked her if she truly meant to pass both techniques to him. She asks if that's not a tempting offer, which of course it is. But Theo can't understand why she's doing all this for him. He hasn't done anything to deserve it. She tells him to stand, saying there isn't some grand reason. It's just him. He reminds her of someone, the clan head, her husband Kyle. Not just in appearance, but in spirit too. Back when Kyle was young, he also chased ideals and dreams. Maybe he still does. That same fire, that unwillingness to give up no matter how hard things got. That's what she sees in Theo. That's the side of Kyle she fell in love with. She says she can't just sit back and do nothing. That's her answer. Now, it's Theo's turn to give his. After a pause, he replies. As tempting as the offer is, he has to decline. Hearing Theo's refusal, she calmly asks him why. He explains that right now, he already has too many teachers. Aside from her, there's Demon Commander Julius, his teammates, and his friends, Hulkus, Erica, even Ed and Ashian. He counts every one of them as mentors. She's taken aback, especially at the mention of Ashian and the Sky Dragon. She had heard their relationship was anything but friendly. Theo, a bit nervously, says it's because of the hardships they created that he's become who he is today. She stays silent as he continues. His sword, his path, has been shaped by everyone who's cared for him, and even those who've hurt him. That's why he's not sure he could ever properly carry on the tradition of her school. He doesn't believe he's the right person to pass it on to the next generation. She finds it regrettable. His sword is fluid, always evolving. But then Theo adds, with a quiet smile, that while he can't be her disciple, he would gladly be her son. That completely stuns her. Back in the present, she's lounging in her garden, sipping wine. Her assistant approaches and gently teases that she must have really taken a liking to Theo. Laughing, she agrees. She says that though the heavens never blessed her with a child of her own, a boy just like her late husband showed up and promised to become her son. How could she not be happy? Her assistant smiles, glad to see her so delighted. She says she owes it all to Theo for making her feel like a mother. Then, she instructs her assistant to prepare a letter for her husband. When asked what it's about, she says it's regarding Theo's promotion exam. That shocks the assistant. Theo is still just a rookie who recently completed his awakening. Drawing attention to him this early could be dangerous, and she knows better than anyone how risky that can be. But the lady insists that's exactly why they have to act fast. If they wait, the Ragnar clan could face dangers they're not ready for. She wants to entrust Theo with the future of the entire clan. Meanwhile, in the depths of the prison, the cocky prisoner from earlier smirks at a mysterious figure. "You're finally here," he says. Grinning, he adds, "Don't hate me. This is all going just as he planned." The loyal captive replies with calm certainty. He never doubted it. Then he urges the stranger to finish the job and flings 2 daggers toward his own neck. But just before they land, a mysterious force blocks them midair. The clown-like man freezes, stunned by what he just saw. Evelyn bursts through the ceiling like a thunderclap. The moment the clownish man sees her, he realizes he's been lured right into a trap. Without missing a beat, Evelyn launches into a flurry of strikes, completely overwhelming him. Watching her move, he can't believe someone like her possessed such skill all along. It's clear he won't be able to take out the captive. At this point, escaping is his only option. But Evelyn isn't letting that happen. She declares she won't just stand by and unleashes the wind god's technique, instantly pinning him down. Desperate, he tries to erase any trace of his mission. But Evelyn closes in and drives a hit straight into his gut, knocking him out cold before he can react. At White Dragon headquarters, word spreads quickly. They're now discussing Evelyn's capture of a live assassin. According to intel, the man is part of the Serpent Season, a splinter group operating under the Eastern Elite clan, specifically the Trovian clan. This confirms a direct link to the Sky Dragon. Julius states the obvious. They have a mole in their midst. The meeting is being held in a secret location to make sure no leaks occur. Their intel reveals that Serpent Season is currently based in an ancient fortress in the Calhelm region. In exactly 3 hours, if the mission fails, they'll burn all traces and vanish. The only option is to strike before then, take them by surprise, and extract as much intel as possible. That's the heart of this joint mission. A high-ranking agent delivers this report, ending it by introducing herself as Null Snow. Theo, a bit confused, wonders why someone of her rank is being introduced directly to him. Julius chimes in, "There's one more thing. This mission isn't just a mission, it's Theo Ragnar's promotion exam." Shocked, Theo asks if he's really eligible for promotion. Julius confirms it, but adds that it's no cause for celebration. As one climbs the ladder, the exams only get harder. Still, assigning a mission that could potentially spark a civil war to someone aiming for mid-rank is unusual. Julius mentions that Theo ordered Evelyn to keep watch over the cells, because he already suspected an assassin would strike. Since he made the first move, it's his responsibility to see it through. Theo bows his head and apologizes. Even as an heir, planning behind the higher-ups' backs was disrespectful. But now that it's begun, he's committed. He won't let it fail. He and our battle-hardened Chad but heads for a second, with the Chad challenging him. Get promoted to mid-rank and unlock solo mission rights. A status window appears. This is Theo's chance to sever the dark entanglements of his past life. He's not even sure what those ties are, but he's about to find out. Null Snow looks to Theo, asking if he's got a problem with any of this. He answers firmly. No matter what happens, he'll complete the mission. With that, the old commander stands. The meeting is over. It's time for Operation Snake Extermination. Snow quietly blankets the shadowy forest as 3 figures stand together. The girl explains that due to the risk of informants, their mission has to stay small, just the 3 of them. She reminds the others that, as swordsmen, they're better suited for indirect attacks, especially since their target is part of an association. But when it comes to numbers, they're outmatched. She tells them no matter what happens, quitting isn't an option. The 2 with her nod in agreement. Inside the mansion's library, 3 more figures are gathered. Two are flipping through stacks of papers, while one of them tells the others to gather every document, no matter how trivial. The man in the Joker mask warns them to leave right after they're done. One of them asks how long it's been since their comrade left. Over 2 hours, the masked man replies. He should be back any minute now. Meanwhile, the third member stands ready by the door, sword raised. Suddenly, a small sphere rolls into the room and bursts, releasing a thick cloud of ash. Coughing into his sleeve, the swordsman quickly asks if they're under attack. Moments later, the girl storms in. With a precise sweep of her scale weapon, she eliminates everyone in a single line. The man in the Joker mask clutches his neck as blood gushes out, paralyzed in shock. One man tries to flee, but she closes the gap instantly and takes him out. She declares the room clear and orders the others to secure the basement. She'll handle the upper floor. He follows her command, still stunned by how effortlessly she struck down the enemies. Guided by the mission's map, he hurries down a corridor, thinking the basement stairs should be nearby. His footsteps echo sharply until he's suddenly bombarded by arrows. He dodges just in time, but the danger is clear. Dropping to one knee, he examines the ground and activates his skill to read the environment. With his ability, he identifies the traps and lurking enemies hidden in the shadows. Theo bursts into action, moving at lightning speed. Using his Thunder Dragon breathing, he cuts through every trap and attacker with lethal precision. Once the ambush is neutralized, the hidden enemies lay lifeless around him. The man in the Joker mask, now reduced to a pile of ash, had questioned how to complete their mission. Theo realizes that something critical must be hidden in the basement, given how heavily it's guarded. As he descends, his eyes scan the blood-streaked walls ahead. In a dimly lit basement, a sinister presence lingers. The man standing amidst the carnage senses a foul aura, one that mocks sacred prayers with bloodshed. He surveys the grotesque scene and mutters, asking if the culprit simply couldn't wait. All around him are skulls scattered in pools of blood. One skull, mounted on the wall, clutches a sword in its jaws. It's clear now, this place belongs to the Holy Demon Church. The Holy Demon Church, a doomsday cult, twists prophecies of salvation into fuel for destruction. They believe a savior will descend during the apocalypse, but they've warped that belief into justification for brutality. Theo recalls how this very cult sparked the Great War, nearly tearing the Empire apart. From across the room, the man asks if Theo recognizes him, but Theo stays quiet, focusing instead on his mana-reading skill. Through it, Theo detects something strange. The man's body is surging with blood energy, likely the work of a demonic eye. Confused and unstable, his mind seems fractured. From him, an unnatural flow of mana spills into the air, something that defies the laws of magic. Theo suspects it could be the infamous grace granted by the Blood Christ. The man smirks and asks again if Theo still doubts. Then, clasping his hands in prayer, he declares he'll offer Theo as a sacrifice. His form begins to shift, twisting and mutating as he transforms into something monstrous. As he steps forward, he urges Theo not to resist the god's blessing. Theo's gaze drops to the man's hand, wondering if it even belongs to a human anymore. He reacts fast, slashing in every direction, unleashing a furious storm of strikes with everything he has. But the man calmly reaches out and grabs Theo's sword mid-swing. Even with all of Theo's strength behind it, the blade doesn't move an inch. Shocked, Theo tries to pull back, but in a flash, he's hurled across the room, smashing into the wall and leaving a crater behind. Crumbled on the ground, Theo stares at his opponent in disbelief. He's just a blood priest, a low-ranking member of the cult, yet his power is overwhelming. Theo's body trembles. He remembers that using the triple dragon's claw would collapse the entire place, burying him alive. Even a basic technique, imbued with energy, won't help him now. Trapped and outmatched, Theo clutches his sword, questioning everything. Is this weapon even worth holding on to in the face of such despair? A sudden thought cuts through the chaos in Theo's mind. Destruction lies at the heart of swordsmanship, and that, too, is a death blow. He remembers the dual nature of the sword. It can express love, breathe life into the world, yet it also brings ruin. The paradox stirs within him. Life and death, creation and carnage. He grips his sword tighter, murmuring about the clash of two opposing blades. Meanwhile, the man raises his hand in solemn devotion. This young sheep spills his precious blood, he whispers, then bellows, "Accept this blood as my offering." With a roar, he lunges forward, unleashing a devastating strike. But Theo pivots, barely evading the blow. His gaze never wavers, locked onto the enemy with intense focus. The man snarls, mocking him for his stubbornness. Yet Theo isn't just dodging anymore. He's awakening something deeper within. His blades begin to shift, dancing in harmony, flowing like a tide between force and stillness. A realization dawns. Life and death aren't rivals. They're two currents in the same stream. Death is the final page of life's story, yet life itself grows stronger through death. They're not opposites. They complete each other. With newfound clarity, Theo raises his sword. He'll no longer choose between the two. He'll wield both as one. The man laughs, shaking his head. That sword won't help you. But Theo doesn't flinch. Calm and focused, he unleashes Dragon Flash, a torrent of shadowy mana swirling around him in a dark, spinning cyclone. At first, the man withstands it, seemingly untouched. But then his expression changes. His eyes widen. He senses something unexpected in the strike. Not just force, but vitality. The impact sends him flying, crashing into the wall. Blood pours from his body as he crumples. Wheezing, he mutters, "You chase truth with violence. You're the seed of corruption. I won't let you desecrate my God's name." Theo steps closer, placing a hand on the man's face. The priest howls in agony as Theo activates his memory-reading skill, digging into the source of the man's unnatural power. Images flash in Theo's mind, proof of the holy demon church's influence. But something's off. Suddenly, Theo is pulled deeper, not into a memory, but into an entirely different space. It's dark, distorted, unfamiliar. This isn't a memory. It's something else entirely. A strange, incomprehensible message flashes before his eyes. Then a warning follows. Flee. You've encountered a powerful entity. Confused, Theo scans the void. A disembodied voice echoes, asking, "Who are you?" Theo doesn't back down. "What are you?" he fires back. Then he sees it, a vast, bottomless pit stretching out before him. The weight of unseen, ancient eyes presses down on him, suffocating. And from the abyss, a deep, rumbling voice whispers, "Why do you disturb my sweet slumber?" Theo's thoughts swirl as he stares into the abyss. Could this be the very entity the holy demon church worships? The demon's eyes lock onto his, demanding to know who he is. In that unholy gaze, Theo sees it, the being the cult calls their god. But he understands now, the grace they mention isn't the demon itself. With steady breath, Theo makes his declaration. He's seen enough to recognize the truth. He looks the demon in the eye and calls out, "Theo Ragnar." The moment the demon repeats his name, it stops him cold. Theo staggers, shocked that this monstrous entity knows him. Then the demon speaks again. It's been searching for him for a very long time. From the shadows, thick roots slither upward, twisting around Theo's body. They bind him tightly, refusing to let go. The demon's voice echoes, telling him he is the light of this world. The words shake Theo. Bound by the growing roots, his mind reels, trying to make sense of the revelation. Then, out of nowhere, a being cloaked in a golden aura steps forward. Theo recognizes him instantly and speaks his name with reverence, Lord Bork. Theo can feel it. Lord Bork's strength is unmatched, far beyond anything he's ever known. But even with such power, Theo warns him. Even if he ascends to the level of the gods, defeating the demon is far from guaranteed. When he realizes Lord Bork intends to face the demon alone, Theo tries to intervene, desperate to take on the risk himself. Before he can act, Lord Bork collapses. Theo crashes to the ground too, calling out his name in anguish. Then darkness fades. Theo jolts awake, lying flat on the cold floor, body trembling. He's back. Somehow he made it out. But his heart pounds at the thought of Lord Bork facing that monstrosity alone. As he stares at his fingers stained with blood, the man in the basement slowly bows his head. His voice breaks. He laments that he's spent his entire life in worship, yet was never once blessed by Lord Bork. Then, through clenched teeth, he screams at Theo, demanding to know why someone like him, a non-believer, has been chosen. Theo's answer comes in the swing of his blade. He declares with finality, he wants nothing to do with a god like the one the man worships. The name returns to his mind, the nameless sovereign, the true deity behind the Holy Demon Church, as revealed by Lord Bork. He remembers her words, that Theo was sealed away for thousands of years to protect the world from demons. But now, Lord Bork has lost her heart, and she won't last beyond 3 more years. The Great War between the Guardian Dragons and the Holy Demon Church is set to end in 5 years. The uprising will start with a man named Ed Troyven. It's all coming together. This can't be coincidence. Just as the pieces click into place, his allies finally arrive. One steps forward, smiling gently. "You've done great, Theo." The girl scans the fallen blood priest and shakes her head. She questions why they rushed in so recklessly. After all, their target wasn't just any enemy, but a blood priest. Then her gaze lands on the body, and her expression shifts. Turning to Theo, she praises him. "That was incredible," she says. "You've proven yourself today." The scene transitions to the library, where the group sorts through piles of documents. The girl flips through a few pages, noting that while the information they've found is explosive, it's not enough on its own. More of a smoking gun than a confession. That's when Theo steps forward, holding out a sealed box. All eyes turn to him. One of the girls stares at it, a memory surfacing. She recalls handling that exact box before, collecting it for the young master ahead of the weakening ceremony. Inside, she remembers, were the hidden trade logs, documents linking the Ceres Merchant Guild to the Troyven plan. She wonders aloud why Theo hadn't used this sooner. Maybe he'd seen all this coming. As she reads the contents, her eyes widen. It's the official sales record of Troyven, hard proof. She looks up at Theo, impressed. "You've really outdone yourself," she says. "With this, we've got them. We can prove the Holy Demon Church is involved, and now Troyven's on the hit list too." She closes the file and declares they have enough to move forward. Once the report is submitted, their next move will be immediate. They're taking down the Ceres Guild. Theo glances at the ground, murmuring to himself. So, this is how it starts. The beginning of Ed's fall. The scene shifts again, this time to another guild. Julius, a man with one defective eye, leans back as he speaks. He says he already suspects Ed Troyven is planning to betray them. Another member responds cautiously. He warns against jumping to conclusions without clear evidence, though he admits the signs are suspicious. Julius pushes back. He argues that Ed's possible dealings with the Black Dragons are more than enough to raise serious concern. A man in a veil interrupts, suggesting they not waste time with guesses. Julius eyes him. "You seem calm," he says. "Is it because you already know something?" The veiled man dodges the question, steering the conversation toward a different name, Theo Ragnar. He brings up Cleve's report. Theo supposedly defeated a blood priest on his own. Julius immediately shuts it down, but the veiled man presses on. He wants Theo for the Black Snow Guild, says his intuition and reasoning skills are exceptional, talents worth nurturing. Julius frowns. "Drop it," he warns. "I've already reached out to Deep." The implication is clear. Theo is off limits. Somewhere else, a boy grins and tells his older brother that he, OSA, and Kyle, they're all thieves. Nearby, a girl lifts a cup and smiles, commenting that it's been a while since he last reached out. She drifts into a memory, recalling the day they became sworn siblings. To her, it still feels like it happened just yesterday. Julius cuts in, voice sharp. He warns her she'll regret trying to steal people from his side. But the boy in the veil replies with a knowing smirk. "You still haven't figured it out, Julius," he says cryptically. "It's only natural for older siblings to learn a thing or two from the younger ones." The words leave Julius momentarily speechless. As the boy turns to leave, he throws one last jab over his shoulder. "Bring something fancy next time, yeah?" He disappears through the door, and Julius yells after him, clearly rattled. Alone now, the veiled boy's demeanor shifts. In his mind, he breathes a sigh of relief. No spies were found in the white-armored dragon cavity, one of the few factions free from the Sky Dragon's grip. That gives him room to maneuver. He considers stepping away from the mission altogether. If he vanishes, there's no reason for them to come after him. The others will make their move on the Ceres Guild soon enough. He smirks, thinking today's events are bound to be entertaining. The story cuts again, this time to a grand wedding chapel within the Ceres Merchant Guild. A formal ceremony is underway. A young man introduces himself confidently. Naven, second son of the Bacchus clown family. Guild Master Quadric Ceres steps forward, dressed in regal finery. With a booming voice, he announces a formal alliance between his house and the clowns. As part of that union, he presents his fourth daughter, Lily series to Naven. Pride radiates from Quadric as he makes the declaration. Through blood, the two families will now be bound together. But behind his calm smile, Quadric's mind is already spinning. Naven holds noble status, exactly the kind of leverage he needs. With this marriage, he can tighten his grip on future events and, most importantly, keep the Ragnars exactly where he wants them, under control. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more.